Hello, everyone, and welcome to the first ever Spectre Divide Community Invitational. My name is Ben or Brodrian, and I am joined by our two lovely casters today, Cameron and Paul or Inverum. How are you feeling today, guys? Cameron, you want to kick us off
Great.
first?
Yeah, listen, if you have followed me on socials at all, you know I've been loving this game since I think Paul and I first started playing this about a year ago, maybe a
Yeah, last
little less,
August.
something
Yeah.
like that. So very excited to be here, very excited to see this competitive event, and it's the first that we get of something like this. So we'll see exactly how the competition turns out. We'll see how the meta it will form during this event, but honestly, just very excited to watch all the games that we have today.
I mean, patch notes just dropped yesterday, so I'm stoked to see both how the players respond to them, but also to Cam's point, I have so many questions about this game. How is the duality going to be a factor? What sponsors are going to be popular? How is the meta around the economy going to evolve? For me, as someone who's just playing this game for fun, who's been enjoying it for a while, I've had so many questions. I want to see what these high-level players can do, because I feel like that's really, we've only scratched the surface for a lot of us. I feel like this game still has so many levels yet to explore.
And Cameron, like you said too, we only first dropped a trailer for the game last August, and then we, just launched very recently. We're only a few weeks out from that, so there is so much that is still untapped in terms of how is the game played at a really competitive level. I've watched plenty of streams from these guys playing at champion, our top rank, and that's been awesome. But what does it look like now that they've had time to actually come and plan, prep, really think what is
Right.
the competitive coordinated side of this look like? For those of you that maybe are seeing Spectre for the first time or are just checking it out, Spectre is a very cool game made by Mountaintop Studios. I'm not biased at all as a developer, but it's a competitive 3v3 shooter with the unique differentiator being a mechanic called duality, where every player isn't just playing a single body. You have two different bodies that you can swap between live at any given point during the round. You can be moving both bodies around, making really cool plays between them. So at the lowest, kind of simplest level, you have this awesome upside of, if I die, I swing a corner really aggressively, just being crazy. When I get one tapped, I'm not out of the round. I get to keep playing. So you have awesome uptime. I can now make a play off my own information. And then at the really high level, something you'll even see too is, how many times are you playing Counter-Strike or Valorant, you're yelling for your teammate to throw a flash for you and they mess it up, they hit you with it. Now I can have my body mid, throw a flash for myself, down main in a site. I flashed my other body by accident, and I'm yelling at myself instead of my teammate. That's the dream. So what it opens up is all these cool possibilities. You're not playing an agent necessarily or a hero, but there are still loadouts you're picking from. So those unique sets of abilities we'll see players use. And then a big differentiator is also just aim down sight aiming versus hip fire focus. So you're going to see players still being able to move and shoot accurately at different times, although probably still see some cool hip fire shots coming every once in a while. So anything else I'm missing that maybe stands out to Paul, you or Cameron as things that are exciting to you within Spectre?
Well, I think for me, the big thing was sort of the sponsor classes, sort of in general. I mean, I think for a lot of folks who may be, exposed to this game for the first time, they're coming from more of a traditional tac shooter like CS or Valorant. I think like you guys have really walked down the line. This I said, I know you guys have said a love letter to CS sort of originally, and sort of the design and concept. This idea that every single sponsor feels unique, but there are still so many sort of hallmarks of the genre that stay. Okay, I'm going to flash, I'm going to molly, I'm going to smoke. A lot of these things that will feel familiar, but feel fresh. And candidly for me, I love the art style. I don't feel like that's talked about enough. I love this pseudo cell shaded vibe, but to me it's super timeless. And to someone who's currently running a slightly older PC, the fact that it still runs like butter is so nice. So that's a big one for me for sure. Again, it's just the fact that the sponsors feel unique but still feel familiar. It's a big one for sure.
Yeah, and my biggest excitement is the fact that it is 3 versus 3, also 6v6, but 3 versus 3, which means that is more room for someone who is playing solo queue to have that much more impact on the team. You don't have to drag 4 people over the finish line in a ranked game. You just got to drag 2 of them. So that makes it a lot more individual impact in the game. But with the duality system, the individual plays have been unlocked that much more so. Granted, it also means that when you're on the defense or even on the attacking side trying to maintain that map control that you get, you got to watch over every single little the Nook, because if there's a single gap, most of the time it is going to get exploited. So map control is a big thing here.
And I think something super interesting, Cameron, that you mentioned too, just the fact that it is 3v3, I think that's something that's going to be super fun to watch during the whole day, is how much impact can one player have, even more than we might see in some of those other games. Because like you're saying, I'm not 20% of my team, I'm 33%, right? I'm 1/3. So this is a big difference. You can see these pop-off plays happen. And one thing I also didn't mention about duality that I think is super relevant to talk about map control is your other body as it sits there is not just kind of useless to you sitting unattended doing nothing.
Right.
It's also acting as kind of a motion sensor. So something to watch out for is also where are players positioning those inactive bodies when they're not using them. That there's going to be basically listening for any movement from enemy players, or specifically movement that makes sound. So if you're walking past an enemy Spectre, no problem, that's not going to do anything. If I'm running, if I'm jumping, if I'm falling off something, etc., that is going to then trigger a little Spectre warning for that player. They can then say, how do I respond to that, etc. So there's some interesting thought there of, hey, do I want my Spectre really far back in a really safe place? So I want it up really aggressively getting that information for me. Kind of just some interesting trade-offs to be considering when we're going through it. So also just really quick, a little tiny bit about Mountaintop Studios, our team making it. So I think something that's really exciting for us too is that, we're a smaller team working on this. So throughout the day, bear with us a little bit. This is our first broadcasted tournament of this nature. You're going to see some things that are definitely still work in progress. I'd say specifically our observer tool. We're still, improving this. This is very much the 1.0 beta of this. So we'll probably call out a few things that might not be perfect with that as we go through, but the upside of still being a small team is that we've really loved being able to really actively engage with the community and really hone into a lot of your feedback. We'll run through it in our most recent patch as well, but we really love being able to make the game better based on what you guys are looking for. So, keep that in mind as we're maybe talking about some of the things that are still to go. But lots of progress since launch. That's been really awesome. I think if we want to flip over to our graphic here, we could talk a little bit about what we're doing today, who we have playing, and some of the basics. So, Cameron, do you want to give us a quick overview of what we're looking at here?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. So it is one tournament, all jam-packed into a single day today, double elimination. It is best of ones until we hit the grand final. And because it's double elimination, if you're asking about what sort of upper bracket advantage would the team have in the grand final, it would be the ability to pick what maps will be played. And then there's no bracket reset. It's just one single best of three for the end. But we have a bunch of star-studded names here, not obviously just Shroud, TENZ, Justin playing on the Shroud team. We also have a bunch of community figures, community stars, high-ranked players from the alpha and the beta into now with TRUO's team, Detailed's team, STEAZE's team, which we'll go a little bit more in-depth into them later on when we look at the bracket itself. But $5,000 prize pool, it's going to be a great time. I'm really excited.
Yeah, no, I think this is a great opportunity to showcase how these sort of veteran esports stars stack up against folks who've been in here every single day on ladder, hitting champion, going all out, seeing how they can compete. And I'm maybe a little bit worried for that sort of star-studded roster because I've tuned into some streams. I've seen some stuff from some of these other players, and they are terrifying. And like you said, Ben, this game does have some unique feels, especially when it comes to the how you ADS, how you move, a lot of that sort of tech. So for folks who are maybe more familiar with some of the other, I know Shroud's been playing and stuff, I know, but I'm excited to see how this continues to play out here because I think we could see some pretty fun, not upsets per se, but I think the community is going to come out swinging.
And I will take nothing away from Shroud's experience with the game. Shroud's been playtesting with us for well before the game is even announced formally. For anyone who isn't aware, Shroud actually is partnered with us. He's our lead gameplay advisor at Mountaintop Studio. So he's been really critical coming in, giving us feedback and input on a lot of decisions, some early ideas that didn't necessarily pan out, really helping us get things into a great place. So this guy knows the game. But it is hard to overstate just how much some of these community teams have grinded this game, both on their own and then especially now that they've known about this tournament playing together beforehand. I mean, there's been some pretty intense late night scrims between some of these guys, some strat finding. I really don't even know who I would really predict as hardcore favorites. I do think that, Paul, you are right to say that the work is cut out for the Team Shroud. We'll see how it goes.
Absolutely. No, I think this is a really cool opportunity for folks who have maybe dabbled in this game a little bit to sort of see the potential of it being played at this high level. Because if you're someone who's just coming in for the first time, you maybe played a little bit on ladder, you've jumped into casual, which is great, which is super fun. I've been actually personally enjoying the economy tweaks as well, since the last day. It's a really, I feel like a lot of these games, you guys, I feel like, and you definitely feel free to jump in here, Ben. This feels like it was built with competitive in mind. It really feels like you guys are not only tuning this game for the average person who's jumping in, but really also keeping in mind sort of what the highest level of competition is going to look like here.
I think that was always something really critical to the development of the game, was thinking not just like how can we make an appealing shooter or a cool shooter, but we ourselves, I think it was already referenced, but calling it a love letter to Counter-Strike and some of these tech shooters that a lot of our developers grew up with, really were inspired by in a lot of ways. Like, how can we maintain what does make that core competitive elements of that really awesome, and kind of take that even maybe to a next level in certain avenues. Like, again, it's not just me controlling one single angle. I'm holding the entire round. It's not, I'm responsible for two. I have to be watching mid and this long angle here, whatever it might be. There's so many avenues of strategy that opens up. And I think, we are still just kind of scratching the surface, seeing how it plays out. But I definitely remember so many times in early playtests, just having my mind blown. We'd play the game internally all day long, and then these playtesters come in and it's like, oh my God, like I didn't even think of the fact that you could do that with both bodies. So, I hope to be equally impressed here, because we really do care about the competitive experience and making it a great time for, obviously, like you're pointing out too, like even still working to make casual experience fun, approachable as much as we can. But at the end of the day, we want these players who are grinding it and want to take it seriously in this way to have the best time possible and have a lot of opportunities to show that skill expression.
Yeah. I mean, there is a depth to all competitive team-based games, but the duality bit alone is already, the more you play, the more it sort of mentally unlocks how deep the individual play can go, much less team-based strategies you can develop.
Absolutely. And I think now we are also ready to pull up our bracket. We can take a little preview of this. So starting out at the top, our very first game is going to be Team TRUO taking on Team STEAZE, followed up by then Team Shroud versus Team Detailed. We're getting ready for that first one. Guys, what do we think of these top two teams squaring off in the very first game?
Oh, this one's, it's gonna be exciting, right? But to be honest, again, with limited, we don't know exactly how any of these teams are going to play all together, right? But having to make a choice, I was looking at TRUO and STEAZE as our upper bracket final and then re-meet in the grand final, but them hitting each other at the very beginning is, I think, going to be a really explosive start to the day. I think Shroud and Detailed got a little lucky with the way that these brackets got seeded.
Yeah, this one's tough because I kind of mirror that. I was tuning into TRUO's stream last night and sort of seeing them go, up against some of these top players on ladder. It's gonna be close. I think this one's on. It's the cast or crop out, as we say. But I don't know. This one's a really hard one to pick in this first one. I feel like it's whoever's gonna get that early momentum is going to have a big advantage. If they can start to get the rounds rolling. That was one thing I noticed last night. I think just because these players maybe don't have a ton of experience playing together, if the comms start to slip a little bit, they might be able to take advantage of that. So I feel like if you can come out, get a good pistol, you can work the economy to your advantage. Because I'm still curious, like in terms of saves, half buys, like what is this going to look like too? If one team has more of a mindset about how they want to approach that could also make a difference. But yeah, this one's kind of going to be a toss up. Let's see if TRUO can pop off.
And so I will say too, these guys are two of our most often regular streamers of the game. Both STEAZE and TRUO just absolutely love showing it off and showing off their gameplay. And if no one has ever seen these two go head to head on stream, there's a lot of banter. They love to poke fun at each other. I wouldn't say it's a full-blown rivalry necessarily, but they're definitely very familiar with one another's tendencies, and really every player in this match is someone they're all going to be super familiar with. So I'm sure we might see some fun moments. I wouldn't be surprised if there was some, shooting into bodies. If TRUO gets a really great kill on STEAZE or vice versa, might be a little bit of spice coming in. So I think this is an awesome way to start off.
Yeah, we are starting things off here on Mill, which I think for a lot of folks is probably in the map that they probably played the most. I know for me, Black in early playtests as well, it was one of these maps that once you start to get the feel for it, it's a ton of fun. And I think, Cam, the big thing that's going to come up consistently for us is how sort of teams, are they stacking multiple bodies on one site? Are they putting, where are they placing their Spectre in these initial setups? Like, what does a default look like at a high level in a game like this? Because, Cam, to me, that's what's exciting.
Yeah, the default is going to be defined, I think, by what sponsors we'll see be pulled into play. And we didn't really have a lot of chat over the 8 sponsors that we have. There is a little bit of like an in-game organization. There's support sponsors, disruptors, assault, and recon. Like how that's actually going to play out in the game itself, in the meta, what we're going to have to see. But like having the Riker scan dart is a totally different holding or even attacking experience than having robotics. So I think that's going to define a lot of these initial setups.
Absolutely. I think we are ready to kick off game 1. So if we want to get right into it, I'm sure there's going to be plenty more to talk about as we get into it.
Well, all right. Let's get things started. The first game here for the Spectre Divide Community Invitational. Team TRUO up against Team STEAZE. Cam, again, we said it. I legitimately don't know where this is going to go. I think the team that draws first blood here are going to make a whole level of difference. And again, if there are any small little hiccups that go back and forth here, again, this is really our first time testing out this new observer mode. So definitely bear with us a little bit here as we get into the sponsor pick setup. And like you said, Cam, sponsors, I mean, we haven't touched on them a ton, and we'll obviously sort of fill folks in as the games progress, as the day progresses. But is there anything jumping out at here, being able to take a look at sort of these initial picks?
I mean, all of them actually are the free default sponsors. I wonder if part of that is because of these players' experience with them. These are all ones that you get immediately, second one, match one of any game of Spectre that you play. I also, as a Riker player myself, I'm happy to see Riker on both sides. But on this map specifically, there are a couple of really powerful lanes that the scan dart can be very, very useful. I'm already seeing, I believe the attackers might be setting up to get a default onto the B site, and the Riker scan dart scanning that entire main where we actually see STEAZE playing already, it is going to be really useful.
Yeah, having that wave scan come in, having those multiple pings go off, because even if it's destroyed, it still gives you intel, which is the big one. So we'll see who gets the initial pick here and how they have to play off this, but so far it seems like a relatively chill opening, but you called it. B is going to be the play. We'll see the lineups come in and see what they can do here.
Yep, already they know there's at least one person on the site, but they might not know that there's a second player playing on the green box in front of them. They've already used the dart, they're mauling the back of the site, and it is really good entries.
Yeah, we're seeing that smoke shift coming in as well, and oh man, that cross is absolutely moralizing if you're playing on defense on that B site. As we're seeing the rotation coming in now from Team STEAZE, going to look to try and play the retake. And again, one thing to note here is 4v3 in terms of the bodies that are remaining, but there is still, of course, that advantage. But all 3 players on both sides are still in play.
Well, they were up until now, and then TRUO sneaking in through the smoke only gets one more, but it's a 1 versus 2. Well, I couldn't even set that one up before it happened. I do want to call out the smoke shift. We saw that Morgan United smoke thrown out, and instantly a body inside of it. That is a secondary aspect of that ability that a lot of new players, myself included, don't really consider using, but it is such a powerful way to not only get people onto a site like that when you're entering, it's also so useful to create gaps in a defense and try and backstab people. So if you're playing against a Morgan United player, be very aware that suddenly there could very well be an enemy where you are not expecting them.
And the big thing there, too, is that ability hides the recall line. So normally, and you'll see this again if you're a new player coming in here to Spectre Divide, you'll see these trails of sort of energy or electricity sort of running across the ground. Those are the players throwing the pucks, moving the Spectre around with the duality, rather. And keep an eye out for that, because that is going to be a huge indicator of sort of how these rotations are coming in. But for that smoke shift ability specifically, you as the opponent cannot see it.
Yeah. It makes you want to check it with your face every time. But then if you do that,
maybe don't.
It's hard. But here on the second round, a very slow approach from the attackers. waiting to see if the defenders are pulling out any aggressive maneuver of their own.
One
Smoke
really
out
quick,
on mid from
smart
AIRA.
thing you to jump in to see that to mention that was called out for the attackers here is they're leaving one of their Spectres up on that elevated box at the entrance of B that actually is specifically there to spot out a flank that the defenders went for in mid, but I will let you get back to it because we see some action here.
Yeah, we're seeing a bit of a peek here on the B site. Flying around green boxes is absolutely key to also protect from the hallway, but here comes the push now from the attackers, holding this one angle and getting absolutely overwhelmed. Ooh, TRUO and AIRA doing some serious work here, and this is going to be the B site. Like I said, just overwhelmed. The second they decided to pull the trigger, it was just over.
Oh, you see this utility dumping from the Riker as well. Again, just more and more info, getting that little scan bot up ahead. And as you also saw from K2, drop their Spectre in the site to add some extra defense, kept the sniper outside, ended up pulling their unit back because now that it's planted and now that there's a flank, ooh, I think they've just lost their second unit there.
Yep. That was a big one. Good, coming in through the spawn there. But oh, the turn, immediate response from STEAZE. Oh, and that's just it. Nicely done. And that's going to be 2 in a row there for the attackers.
I think something super interesting about this matchup with STEAZE and TRUO is that both of these players they're the only 2 players in the tournament whose most played sponsor is that Morgan United sponsor. And like, Cameron, you were mentioning earlier, what that opens up in terms of the alt throw where you're moving your Spectre with it, that really opens up a lot of flanks. These guys both love looking for those late round flanks, looking for kills using that, and they're going to be threatening those very often, both of them. So I think that's a really cool thing to watch out from both captains.
Yeah. I also want to identify the Trident, the burst fire AR that is in the tier 2 weapon system. It is very powerful, very good if you can land those headshots, and we just saw it featured that last round. But STEAZE with a quick opening.
TRUO maybe getting a little bit cocky there, and STEAZE saying, you know what, maybe not the start we're necessarily looking for here, but definitely swinging in here. We're seeing more of that traditional default, not the hard stack onto B necessarily. You can see that bot down as well here at the A site. It seems to be a little bit of a push coming in as Moore is able to pick up that additional kill, and wow, that has got shut down instantly.
Yeah, really good hold. A lot of utility utilized by the attackers. They still have a little bit left. You can see the wall remaining for AIRA, as well as, of course, the Twin Mend healing ability. But, of course, everyone that went in combat is eliminated, so, nothing to heal anymore, unfortunately.
I have to say, the one thing I am impressed with from a lot of these players is the fact that, they're not losing that Spectre sort of willy-nilly. The fact that all 3 of them are still up. So, yes, there technically been 3 kills going over to the defenders at this stage, but the fact is it's currently, right now, in this moment, still is, in terms of holding angles, holding sight lines, the physical, tangible ability to shoot, it is a 3v3.
Yeah. AIRA staying up here in duck to try and catch a rotation out. You can see on the minimap the Zeus is being pulled back over to B. The time that it's been since that first hit, you would imagine the defenders would be aware of the possibility. Now that they've actually seen a body, it's going to be a hold, but a nice little catch out. This is going to stall out some of the rotations.
Yeah, the Zeus has been dropped here over on the other site, and it looks like AIRA might actually get picked up on that rotation as well. And that player lurking back on A. But that's just going to be the swing there. Lore picking up that final kill. And the defenders getting a bit of a read on the attackers here, able to hold their own, got the guns in their hand, and really brought that back. A nice solid play there. And again, Cam, to your point, the util dumps came in, but it just didn't feel like maybe trying to space things out. Seems like that initial rush on B, those first couple rounds had a lot of success, but A didn't quite play as clean.
Yeah, I mean, when you are teasing out your opponent like this, you want to mix up the momentum. And so mixing out like a more slower, we're going to get 1 elimination, 1 kill, we're going to take a little bit of area versus 1 big clean hit, hoping to see if you can catch them off guard. It's not a bad thing to throw in there. But after that, it looks like they're deterred. They're going back to B. They found so much more success on this site. So if it's not broken, don't fix it. Of course, there's also a really good defense already set up here.
Yeah, I think everyone kind of potentially predicted this. And you can see, the util coming down there to present the peek out. And actually a pretty aggressive defensive stance here from these defenders coming in. Let's see if they're able to pick up a pick. No, K2 getting that initial shot. That's not exactly what the defenders are hoping for.
No, but then again, Relium did try and go down call to find a cheeky angle. That's a risky move with as many of these defenders outside of the B site. STEAZE landing a nice couple of shots.
Ooh.
A third headshot. Let's make it more. Let's absolutely take over this entire round, forcing the Zeus away. TRUO has found an opening through mid. They're going to be taking that angle through Banana, potentially to go mid to B. And it's somewhat equalized on lives.
Yeah, holding on not too bad here. They're poking in. Might have actually found a bit of a timing here. I think they're baiting this, thinking that the rotation might be coming through towards A. It'll all come down to whether they can get this pick right here, checking all of their angles, but will the timing be there for the defenders? Not sure they were aware of this.
Wave scan.
Huge.
Huge. One thing to know about the wave scan is that when you throw it on one of your units but then swap to the other, it will go to your currently selected unit. So what I think happened is they threw a wave scan through one of the units on B, but then swapped to a unit at mid, so the wave scan passes through Banana, and it worked out perfectly for them.
Yeah, now they're getting the intel coming in onto the site, but they didn't see the player lurking in the corner. Big double pickup there from STEAZE. That's 5 on the round, and Relium's just there to clean it up. Wow, STEAZE holding down that B site, making it look easy and tying us up at 2-2. Ben, I gotta ask you though. We 4 rounds in, dead even. I think this is basically what I expected to see for this first match, but what about you?
I think this one, I really coming into it, like I said, it was pretty hard to predict. I think maybe slight bias from, watching these two go head to head on stream. I would say it's maybe a little TRUO favored, but definitely trades pretty evenly at times. I think it is pretty typical to see as well when one of the teams wins the first two. That does trigger a pretty hefty loss bonus for the team that went down. They do get free heavy armor as well. So I think that round 3, pretty expected that it would be traded back, but awesome round 4 from STEAZE especially. I mean, I think we're in for a good game already, seeing it 2-2.
And out mid, it's going to catch a couple of bodies. Immediately destroyed. But still, information is information, right? A little bit of a pre-fire of Laura's Reaver of their own. Up to Catwalk, doesn't find anything. A nice little smoke from the attackers. Applies pressure at mid. You can already see the defenders backing away, conceding some of that space. And STEAZE, once again, the Reaver headshot onto AIRA.
Yeah, that Reaver, of course, that one-tap headshot AR in the Tier 4 class. You're going to hear us talk about the tiers quite a bit, as that's how the weapons are divided up in this game. Of course, you do have to buy weapons for both bodies, so keep in mind, it is often people, say it's a personal preference here, and being able to hold these longer angles, I think that's where the Reaver is really going to shine, Cam.
Yeah. It's weird. The Reaver is either really good long range or short range, like an SMG. It's that mid-range spraying that, in my opinion, the other Tier 4 ARs all come out in favor of. But TRUO showing that the Cyclone can be good as well. Of course, going to swap that over to a different weapon. And as they take this site, they found an opening through that mid, that initial grab that they found early on. Finally able to spin that into a site grab. And all 3 members of TRUO's team are still alive. Only 4 up for the opposite side.
Yeah, that's going to be a big one here. Just something to note. So while, again, there's 4 lives, quote-unquote, there's 4 bodies still up, only really going to be able to leverage 2 angles at a time here. This retake is not going to be easy. The wave scan's going to come in, going to try and give a bit of additional intel here, but right now, Cam, it almost just looks like they're potentially just going to play for a save?
Seems to be the case. No way to break onto the site. I
think if they had that third person, I think if they had the third player, they would absolutely try and play for retake here, but I think they're just, to the point, this is still an economy-based game. It's still, again, if you played traditional tac shooters, you have to keep in mind the money. And I think in this, they're totally gonna save. Wow.
Now, the one thing to be aware of is this game is 1st to 9. It's not like any other tac shooter that you can save like 5, 6, 7 rounds and still be okay. You have maybe 1 or 2 saves, maybe, before you've basically thrown the entire game. And I think the fact that it's, sure, 4 versus 5 in total lives looks close, but it was the fact that it was 2 versus 3 on the retake alongside all of that made the big difference here.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be something to keep in mind here as we watch this. So yeah, in this 1st to 8, I think this will be I think this will be an interesting one to keep an eye on here. I don't expect to see that, candidly, ever again. All 4 of them kept the guns, kept the econ rolling. But that was so interesting because, Cam, that was really one of the first times we saw a real play off of mid control. And mid on a lot of these maps is one thing I've noticed is that mid seems to be this, like, teams either completely avoid it or it is absolutely essential to their strategy on attack.
Yeah. Do you want to give a quick correction? It is 1st to 8, not 9, but the point still stands. And look at this forward B main aggression. Oh, STEAZE is not going to land those headshots all the time. Really good peek by AIRA with the Tempest.
Yeah, that was a big one there. Again, I think this sort of a little bit of looking for a pick, looking to try and break up the attackers here has worked so well for Team STEAZE so far, but it finally maybe biting off a little bit more than they can chew. As like I said, now mid control going the way of Team TRUO, looking to play in towards Banana. Familiar call out, I think, for a lot. Every map's kind of, you know, every game's got to have a banana as they're pushing in potentially towards this B site here and playing hyper defensive. Now it looks like strictly playing for the retake here potentially.
Well, when you're down a player, well, not anymore. I was gonna say when you're down a player, you can't throw that many more resources at the problem until you have more information. But a really good equalization. Now the defenders have the advantage. Wave scan going in the back of the site. The bounce off is going to catch at least one of them, but all the sprays go back and forth.
Yep, and Relium's going to have the additional information, of course, popping the sim on the other body, having that Spectre advantage. Oh, that was not where you wanted to shift. Relium with the 5K holding down this B site with an iron fist.
So I want to call out what that stim was, why it was black and white, because with the Pinnacle International sponsor, the Adrenaline, when you activate it on one of your units, they'll be healing themselves. When you go to the other unit, they're going to have a enhanced vision and a move speed. The enhanced vision will make everything black and white except for enemies, which will be all red. I imagine we didn't see that because of, again, very early days of the Spectator. But also, yes, they were already dead. And another example of them catching the puck, what we call the puck, the Spectre puck throw transition onto the side, capitalizing on that in a really good cycle.
Yeah, and what I enjoy about this too is you can see players, you know, in a lot of other games. Oh, nice opening shot there from K2. You'll see going for these crazy and wild lineups, and while that is still a factor in this game, you can actually see on the mini-map where you're throwing your utility, which is something that I absolutely adore, personally. So, love the fact that they have that additional bit of info, and now TRUO going in with the second pickup there, and now we see already the defenders down one whole player. This is going to make this a lot tougher. As TRUO,
Hold a second. Laura is fighting back. But if anyone has played this map more than a couple of rounds, you know how dramatic that window fight can be sometimes. It's one that requires a commitment to get a unit inside because of the walls that break it up from the defender side of things. But if you can sneak up and get a backstab, it can decimate the attackers. Fortunately for the attackers here, not going to be caught off guard. But that does mean the B site is wide open. AIRA with the kill, Relin with the trade.
Yep, we're seeing the push coming in here now once again onto this B site. The attackers are going to be able to get the Zeus in play, continue to put the pressure on the B side. They are now looking to just push their way right through, picks up one kill, out of ammo, grabs the second. Massive play from K2, going off this round.
More information. Sentry bot is instantly destroyed, which you want to do because it does slow you when it tags you. But forced to come into this. It's 3-3. It's going to be the end of the half, and a really nice hold by K2, 4K at the end of the round.
Yeah, massive pickups there. And I do want to call out one prompt that you did see in the middle of that round there as we are going to the side swap. One thing to keep in mind here is that they are those reveal walls. So there is something a little bit in play here to kind of help slow down the defenders actually in certain situations so that they're not sort of pushing out too aggressively. There's obviously a timer on that. So that is something that we will have to keep an eye on throughout this. But so far, Cam, 4-3, doesn't get much more even than that.
Not really, and looking down the scoreboard, everyone's looking pretty good. Lore is lagging a touch behind, but the damage isn't too disgraceful on their end. Besides, if you want to make an excuse, they're Riker. They're getting all the information. It's all on the STEAZE and Relium to play off of it, right? Right, guys?
4 assists, Cam. They're doing just fine as the swap is coming in now. As we see Team TRUO on the defense. Just want to note, though, they are keeping their same team colors, so do not let that confuse you. The defenders are now in that lovely orange color. As we're seeing the push-up really aggressive in the mid, though, I must say.
Very aggressive. I think we saw them setting up for, again, that window play. They had to throw your puck over to get a unit from the defender side Banana into position. TRUO and Lore both getting kills for themselves. A quick peek by K2 spots a player up in Nest. These are just the starting pistols. So at that range, they don't do too much damage. But quick peek out from K2, spots another.
Yeah, and it seems like the common buy here so far is not to go for that Shiv off the start here. A lot of players opting to stay with the Carbon, get that light armor, get that util. And
Yeah.
personally, that's something I enjoy quite a lot. Having that, again, the utility is so impactful in this game. Just having that in your back pocket when you need it, it makes such a difference. And honestly, Carbon smacks, man. I'm here for it. I love the fact that we have a great default pistol.
It's not bad. It's not bad at all. And the thing is, the Shiv, the silenced pistol, the pistol it comes with for your other unit is going to be the Brat, which is machine pistol, which can be good, but a little more limited in its uses because of its range. This is going to be a very fast assault onto the A site.
Yeah, finding an opening here. You see it again, dropping the puck, bringing that other Spectre in, swapping back and forth, getting the Zeus onto site. Now, see players do this a lot. They'll leave the Zeus back so that it's not getting dropped out of position, and they'll bring that Spectre in, get the plant off. But now, of course, you've got two bodies stacked in the same angle on site, which can be great, but it limits your options.
Bigger issue, it's 4 versus 4 in terms of bodies. It is 3 versus 2 with players, so a lot more guns active at the same time for the defenders, and they're retaking the site, but Lauren Relium getting the kills necessary to slow this one down. Good damage, but the impact is just not there.
Yeah, great job playing off the angles here. There's the wave scan coming in again. They know exactly where TRUO is. Has a mountain to climb, but finding the shot so far, making this a 2v1 situation still, but the Zeus is ticking down, and they just gotta play for time, play around this Zeus, ring around the rose, and can TRUO get it done? Absolutely not. And that's going to be the round win there for Team STEAZE. Bring this up to 4-4.
Yeah, the explosion. Oh, only caught one of them. Just barely. We have a survivor. It doesn't make a big difference. It's only the pistol round. So they would have to rebuy armor, buy new weapons anyway. So as far as economic damage, nothing to be concerned about. But still, you had to go for it, you know?
Oh, absolutely. No, 100%.
What are you saving? A pistol?
Yeah. Go for those. Go for the kills. Absolutely. But no, that was a big one there. Again, just looking, you called it out, Cam, in the pre-show. All it takes is one tiny opening in the defense, and it is so easy to flood a site. Again, because you can just throw down your puck, bring that Spectre in. Suddenly, what could be, 1 or 2 bodies on a site can very quickly become 3 or 4. Uh-oh. We're seeing the play push. Wow, that is a big stack on A.
This is 6 members all going into A main. An early aggressive play by AIRA might catch this out, or at least be in a position to respond, but back behind yellow. The Bloom Technology smoke does deal damage, and I think this would help Lore with the defense. Or sorry, Lore's on the attacking side, AIRA was on the defense. Regardless, the site has been taken. Not for free, they've lost a unit while doing so. But still, it's 5 versus 3 advantage now.
Yeah, big, and I like STEAZE playing towards mid as well, wanting to make sure they don't get flanked, catching on all those angles, but I don't think they have to worry too much here. Looks like Team TRUO is basically forced back into spawn at this point, trying to play through connector. Oh, STEAZE almost getting caught out there. Both players just waving as they pass here through the mid. But the push needs to come in now from short from that connector, and they are flooding the site, but Relium and crew, they're holding down this defense.
Oh! Big spray down at the end. Good kills going their way. Now, what, 5-4? It's still a very tight round. It still could go either way, but the closer you get, the more stakes every round has. And now, I wonder if that's going to be the name of the game on the attackers, if they're going to just have all 6 units quick hit a site 1 at a time, rather than being more a spread out, more a default on their initial starting positions.
What's interesting, too, is that Team TRUO really prioritized that B site. When they were on attack, they came in, they got 2 quick, really effective rounds off that, and then favored that on sort of the site here. So far, STEAZE has been the opposite. They've actually been prioritizing the A site quite a bit. Now, they're going to keep doing it. They originally lurked some players over there at B, but they brought everybody back. Cam, play it again.
There's more on the defense here. There's a blackout, my preferred AR. Ready to hold the line. It's going to be a lot more difficult to angle across. 2 players playing behind yellow, and they get all of the kills. 2 for K2, 1 for AIRA. They know that there are 2 players back there, so if they want to make a run over B, they could go for it. But then again, they don't have any units to transfer over there. So let's just
the heals are
try
coming
it once
in.
again.
Yeah, and they're staying topped up because you do have the support. You do have those healing abilities, which are so massive. Once you repel these pushes to keep those Spectres topped up. Now, they do have to keep an eye on Duct. But again, this is a huge advantage. The defenders ripped them apart there. And it's still 3v3 in terms of angles. But, yeah. I mean, this is going to be tough.
This is the problem with the full 6 stack on a single site compared to a more spread out default. Is because if you hit hard. But if it gets stalled, your response is very, very limited. They're
Now
slowly
they're playing.
walking their way up mid, and they're spotting the defenders also maneuver their own units around, but they still have to make headway. We're under a minute left in timer on the site.
Yeah, keep in mind, you do have a little bit more time to work with this. But the site comes out there in mid. TRUO ends up picking it up. Nice.
Ooh.
1
Carrier
HP.
was
1
Green.
HP, not even close.
Not even close. Able to pick up a couple there from Team TRUO, and a flawless round coming in there from them. It feels like they're finally starting to feel the footing. I think Team STEAZE is, well, Cam, do they triple down? Do you go again, or do you play the mind games, or do you try and look for a more standard default?
I don't know. This is where, if this was, let's say we were in like year 3 of a competitive circuit and teams understood each other and there was a designated meta, maybe you would pretend to go B, but then be there at A, but just like 5 seconds delayed, and you would, you know, with the sponsors, you'd know how to do that properly to give just enough of a fake. But here, I don't know. It looks like they at least have 4 of their units around B. 1 unit just outside of A main for a rotation or to catch off any lurks or whatever it is. But it looks like it is going to be onto the B side. Not as fast of a start, and AIRA's getting a bit curious, but is finding all of these kills.
Lore finally able to clap back a little bit, but I think we all knew you can't keep doing A again. They knew the B response was likely. AIRA was just there to shut that down immediately. So starting things off already on the wrong foot, but they're keeping make noise here at B. But I don't know. I feel like maybe need to try and find a pick in mid, maybe threaten the A push. There's still so much they can do here, but minute 25 on the clock. You know, they got to keep an eye on this.
Listen, Paul, I know AIRA is famous for their Tempest play. That's the DMR, the semi-automatic rifle that they use. They're famous for that play, but to still bring that weapon into this range of an engagement and to get away with 2 kills, that's scary.
Should be letting that happen. I mean, that's just scary. I mean, considering how hard they stacked this B side as well, it felt like they were still calming, still trying to figure out exactly what they were looking for here, because they still moved out past that initial point a little bit willy-nilly. And again, when it's 5-5 at this point, this game is too close to have any sort of hesitation. I know, just putting these teams together, it's easy, but now I love that play there, because you obviously, a lot of the terrain in this game can be shot through. You can get those collapse. So, you know, clearing out that spot, allowing the push in through door, and now, Cam, B side, it's open. We're pushing in.
Pushing through their own smoke, gonna peek around the side, catches 2 people, only able to kill one of them again. AIRA, really good response. But this is going to be the site being taken. Can they hold it? AIRA, Relia might have pushed a bit too aggressively, but still need to get some space, need to create some area of control for the Zeus to go down, and it's lost in no man's land. They have to grab it.
5 seconds. No, they pushed too far.
One.
Miscommunication. Who had the Zeus? Overextended. I think it might have been Relium who overextended a little bit there with the Zeus, and then at that point, Ira's just got to hold the angle. That was, if there's a situation where that's a loss in this match, I think you can attribute it to that moment right there.
Yeah. Zeus management is really important. As you said earlier, keeping the Zeus on one of your units that you're not playing forward with. So as you say, if you go down, you don't lose the Zeus, and you can throw your other unit with the Zeus onto the site, get that plan, stuff like that. Like Zeus management, there are options for it, but you have to control where that Zeus goes. You can't let it fall into the enemy's hands like that.
You don't want a situation where, like, the Zeus is loose. You don't want that. You want it under control. No, never. But I like what I'm seeing here now, Cam. I love this. I love seeing the mini-map in between every single one of these rounds. Just seeing what is going on in the minds of these players. Already shots going out. But AIRA now in the hands of the Reaver coming out. We'll see if those one-tap headshots can continue to reign in here, as they are posturing hyper-aggressive on the B site. It has to. I feel like it has to be a mid-play at this point, because, you know, B's pretty much on lock.
I mean, everything's on lock. STEAZE is going for a slow approach. Currently jumping into window. We'll see if they want to throw their unit up to the high ground overlooking banana. The wave scan didn't catch anyone, so they might think that it's free. Ooh, it might instead be a smoke shift.
We'll see if it does come in there. It is indeed. Beautiful time to poke that out with the flash as well. Smoke shifted mid, but K2 just a little bit bigger. So much util committed to taking over banana, and so far not so good. as we're seeing the double angle being held here. That smoke shift, again, I love the concept, great execution, but when the moment you got to pull the trigger, just a little bit bigger from K2.
Trap destroyed. Gonna be a little bit more of an entryway up mid, but that gives TRUO the information that someone is playing at mid. Catches the headshot with the Reaver once again.
Pulls him back.
Instantly saves their unit to not get refragged.
Love that. And like, when you talk about the duality system, that's it. Push forward, get the kill, recall, pull yourself back, extricate yourself from a bad situation as the rotation comes in now over on that A site. K2's here, more kills coming in, but beautiful trade now. Reliant fighting back a bit. They're pushing in on the A site. Gotta get that Zeus down though, Cam. They only got 15 seconds.
Peeking out, not ADS on the Tempest of all weapons is a bit scary of him. Wall gets shot through, taken down, and I mean the Zeus is kind of here, but it's not going to get planted. The round is still going to be won. And 7-5
match
lead.
point.
Yeah. 21 for AIRA.
Yeah,
wow.
I was going to say, yeah, that is, I feel like just feeding the meat grinder. That is AIRA at this B site. That is a little bit scary to deal with. And part of the problem, too, is they're not playing any one consistent angle. They're playing in through Hall. They're playing in through main. So you've really got to keep an eye on that. I love the banana control shown in that last round. At that point, like, because mid, like right through mid up an intake, that is a death trap most of the time.
Yeah.
So they realize, okay, look, I got to play around banana. I just got to say, Team TRUO, player we called out, actually technically in last place down there, but I feel like the communication that we've seen from them has been really, really good.
I mean, who needs to do any work when AIRA is creating all of these openings? Initial defense. Gotta go for it again outside of B main. Why not?
Oh, God. And just, I love the confidence at this point, because they're starting to feel themselves a bit as TRUO's here up against STEAZE. Oh, that's got to be heartbreaking for STEAZE at this point here on that point. You don't want to go down to that lower bracket. It is only a best of one as the defenders are going off. I feel like it's starting to fall apart. Someone on Team STEAZE has got to go off, got to put this round on their back, got to make it happen.
I think the playbook on Team STEAZE is a bit thin because they got A once, then got shut down by rifles. They couldn't get into B because of AIRA being a complete monster. Now they're just kind of dry peeking into mid. They're not using a lot of utility to find any of this stuff. They're hoping that it can just get some gunfights. But that's a 50-50 at best with the way that Team TRUO is performing.
Yeah, and now it all comes down 6 players alive, and it comes down to Relium.
Won the match.
Who just gets wall banged for good measure, doesn't even see the bullet that kills him, and that is the match first one here, going to Team TRUO in a really beautiful fashion here in game number 1. Ben, that was quite a display.
I thought that first half was seriously close, and I was ready for that to break into overtime, but I'm not going to lie, that last round or two looked a little tilted from Team STEAZE. There were some pretty intense back and forth sprays there. I feel like the coordination on attack didn't quite hold up all the way through, but definitely an exciting start to this tournament.
Yeah. And there are some ways for attackers to exploit on this map. But I just wonder, I think STEAZE were trying to go for a big wrecking ball style play. They were significantly more stacked up as a team for every single round, whether it was B, A, mid, than we saw on the first half from Team TRUO. But again, when that gets shut down, you don't have any units on any other area, your response is significantly limited, and we just saw the lack of being able to find any extra space of map control if the first attempt didn't work out.
It felt like especially... Go ahead, Paul.
I was just going to say, I feel like we did, we saw that nice push in through window towards banana, the beautifully timed team flash to would have caught someone if they were there. I mean, the concepts were there. I think a slight error in execution. And I think to your point, the second the first plan didn't go well, didn't really feel like they had much of a plan B. And I think it really shows here in the stats because I feel like the players did well mechanically, individually,
yeah.
Decent KDAs. It really just came down to sort of who could chain these things together off of those initial kills. And I think, having someone like AIRA who's able to just hold down a site so beautifully, basically say, this is a no-go, and you can filter everyone else in, whether it's in mid, whether it's over the A site, just really limits those options.
Well, by the way, again, I just want to feature AIRA with this duality system. AIRA was playing one unit on both sites. AIRA was anchoring the A site, playing behind the big yellow box that is the plant the site plant site, but always went aggressive out on B, putting the responsibility on their teammates to make sure that A wasn't going to get taken instantly. The second there was any information on A, would swap back over, and we saw what happened there a couple of times. Usually got at least one kill before going down. So this ability to have like 3D, 4D, 5D chess over the map and understanding where everything is at every single given time is really powerful in this game if you're able to unlock that way of conceptualizing the map in your head.
I think especially for some of the sponsors, like the one AIRA was playing, that Bloom Technologies, where you're able to heal your teammates, having a body on both sites is super important, where I can access anybody. You know, I can swap to either site, get, you know, them at least one of their bodies healed wherever you're playing from. And the great thing about that one too is that heal affects both bodies. So if I'm even close to one of their Spectres and they're going to go make an aggressive push with their active body, you know, you can get value on both there, which is pretty cool. I think one of the things that maybe didn't touch on quite yet was like how much of a emphasis there was this game on just individual pop-offs. Like especially that first half, you saw like 3 of those rounds that Team STEAZE won were STEAZE getting a 5K, Relium getting a 5K, Lore getting a 4K in one of those first rounds in the second half too. It felt like that's when they were really were clicking, was when somebody just was like feeling the confidence, like able to really lock and get that pop-off. So it seemed like kind of as soon as they weren't really firing on all cylinders with some of those rounds, it got pretty tough for them at moments.
Yeah, because the best laid plans, you know, surviving first contact with enemy, as they say. But no, I feel like once they started to get Cam, let's not worry about how that didn't work at all. You know what I meant.
I don't.
You don't know? Okay, it's fine. Basically, at the end of the day, you can have the best strat, but if the other team just shoots a little bit better than you,
right?
Sometimes that all collapses, and that's sort of the joy of these sometimes too, is because you have a moment where everything is stacked against you, and we saw it a couple of times there. One lone player holding down a site, able to completely change it just by having, like you said, and those pop-off moments. So if that's only the first game, we have 5 more of these. Well, more games in total, 5 more matches still to come. I'm very excited, to say the least, because that was a heck of a first game. And I think honestly, like everything we talked about in the pre-show, sort of going into this, I feel like every single aspect of the game was showcased here, because these players are all really playing at a super high level.
And production, if we are able to pull up the bracket, I don't know if we have it updated yet, that would be awesome. No worries if not, but we are going to, fantastic, thank you. We are going to next be cutting to Shroud and Detailed playing, and then we will see the return of Team STEAZE in match 3 down in the lower bracket, playing the loser of that match 2.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah.
We'll see now. Obviously, I think a lot of folks are tuning into this. Maybe, I'm just, you know, in terms of maybe sheer number of viewers, I think Team Shroud is probably going to have a few fans coming into this between these three. A bit. Top individual players across multiple respective games, content creators. I mean, we have between TENZ and Justin and Shroud. I feel like a lot of folks are probably going to be rooting for them here. But again, to your point, they play the game, but we'll see if at the end here the grinders, let's see if they end up putting up a fight as we go into this next one.
We're going to cut to a break. I will give one last note on this. Was actually during that match 1, Shroud and Detailed, they did have their teams play a warm-up game, which the team Detailed did win 8-5 from what it looked like. So they're apparently getting ahead of the competition a little bit there, really getting a small preview. So we'll see if that carries over to this match soon, and we will see you back after a short break.
Dude, the content, once people get really good in this game, dude, the shit that they're going to pull is going to be crazy.
Shit.
And welcome back from break. We're here again at the Spectre Divide Community Invitational, our first one ever. We just wrapped up our very first match with Team TRUO taking down Team Shroud in a very exciting match on Mill. Pretty competitive at the start until he pulled away. I'm sorry, STEAZE was the opponent there. We are coming back, and we are also now excited to bring in a special guest here ahead of our next game. If we want to bring him on, we have CEO of Mountaintop. We have Nate Mitchell, aka
Hey,
the Kugels, is here with us. How are you doing, Nate?
I'm great. How's everyone doing? Good to be here.
Doing good.
Doing
Cannot
awesome.
complain. Fun
Yeah.
first game to start off with. Did you get to watch that first game, or were you busy in a meeting?
I got to catch
There's-
pieces of both
There's a lot
matches.
going on.
Yeah, it was awesome to watch. I started out watching Shroud stream. I was really excited to see them starting to put together that comeback, and then came over and watched the rest of the match on the TRUO STEAZE side, right? And that was just outstanding play across the board. A lot of surprising strats there, in particular the sort of like constantly pushing A really paid off for them. So anyway, yeah.
Did you pick up anything interesting from watching the STEAZE stream? I did get a message from somebody saying that there was a round where STEAZE said his mic was muted when he was trying to make a call on attack one round. So I don't know if there was anything else that stood out as in terms
No, I
of
missed
funny
it.
moments, but okay, sounds good. It sounds like first game jitters may have had to shake out a little bit, but
I think everyone was feeling that, honestly, those first game jitters a bit. But yeah, it was exciting to see kind of everyone settle into the second half of both those matches. So excited to see what's to come.
Yeah, absolutely. And we talked about it just very briefly up at the very top of the stream, but obviously this is really exciting for our whole team, having worked on this game for years at this point, finally being able to show the world what Spectre's all about and really bring people in, open things up. What's it like for you as what, obviously one of the founders of the studio, our, fearless leader here. How has launch been so far in terms of expectations, looking at things so far?
Yeah, I mean, well, today is definitely a dream. I mean, we always get excited when there are community tournaments. It's really neat to be doing this community invitational. It's great to have Cameron, Paul, you guys here. I mean, this is really just a really special thing. The team is, in Discord. There's a multi-view going on all of the streams that's completely bananas and super fun to watch. So people are really hyped. And I think, to be honest, we haven't even really seen this level of play before, where sort of everyone is pulling out all the stops at that sort of champion level. So it's really neat to see sort of where players are pushing and pulling the meta, the sponsors. So far we've seen Mill in action. I'm really excited now to see Commons up next. So yeah, it's definitely a bit of a dream come true scenario, if I'm being honest. But sort of like to segue into the second part of your question about how launch has been, we're just getting started. We had a little bit of a bumpy launch day. We talked about some of the misses on matchmaking, on server stability, on pricing. That was another big miss on our side. And since then, the team, we've just been in overdrive, grinding to sort of address all the player feedback that we can week after week. And I'm really proud of the progress that we've made to date. We're just getting started. We got a long way to go, but very excited about sort of how things are shaping up.
Yeah, and I think speaking to some of that response to player feedback as well, if we want to pull up our graphic here, we actually did just have a pretty sizable patch drop yesterday. So something that is worth considering is a lot of these players are adjusting to some of these changes kind of in real time with, basically a day of practice on some of these. Nate, are there any of these changes that came through yesterday that you think are significant or worth calling out?
I mean, I think these are all pretty significant, and they're all largely based on feedback from the community. I mean, the community has been super vocal about what they want to see. That we'd love that, right? We're making the game for you, and so we'd love to hear what you want to see change. I think move speed is one where we've seen a lot of commentary about just, especially new players in the game, feeling the game's just a little slow. And so this was a pretty, I think, great change from the design team, just to increase forward movement speed a bit. You won't see this dramatically change combat because it's not actually changing strafe speed, which is, typically people are moving left to right when they're shooting in ADS. But it just lets you get around the map just a little bit faster, clear sights a little bit faster, especially when you have a gun in hand. And so we've been playing this internally for just over a week, really like the change. But yeah, it's been interesting to see sort of the community reaction. But in general, I think it's been quite positive. Rolling forward, like the visual effects optimization, performance continues to be kind of the number one thing that we're focused on. Team has been going at light speed to sort of optimize a lot of the sponsor kits and also just bring down sort of GPU burden so we get a steadier frame rate across the board. So yeah, very excited about those. We've been playing the casual economy, this boosted buy concept, which you get free armor, full equipment every single round, a little bit extra cash. This is really designed to help new players learn sponsors faster and have a bit more optionality as far as what weapons they want to try. But yeah, that's been a little bit more mixed. I think some players are really liking it. We've had a ton of fun with it internally because it's just, you got more buttons to press every single round. It's very fun. But I have seen some community feedback being like, hey, we feel like some of the strategic decision making has been reduced in casual. So it's something we'll probably continue to dial in, but very easy for us to tune this in future patches. So yeah, just keep the feedback coming.
I think really
yeah.
quick too on the casual one. I think sometimes it can be easy for us who've played the game a lot to kind of just take for granted that we know how things work, especially if you're coming from another tech shooter like Counter-Strike or Valorant, and that like economy buy system is just kind of baked into your muscle memory. You just know typically like this is the cadence. I'm buying these things every round. I think if you already have that taken care of and all you have to learn is how do the maps work, how do the weapons work here, and how does duality work, that's awesome. But if you're a brand new player, especially if you haven't played a tech shooter, like it's a lot to figure out initially, and that kind of just overwhelming initial first impression can be challenging. So I personally think it's a pretty awesome change to come in and help ease players in a little bit, say, hey, here's a space where we're letting you really focus it on what we think is our biggest unique point of difference is duality, the systems that come alongside that. So just for context, anyone who's curious, I think not everybody has the 10,000 hours of Face It in the backlog ready to go here. But yeah, and also I totally agree with you on the color grading, especially. I think has been very, very cool. Really think that's bringing a lot to the look of the game.
I like the head height change personally. I think that one's nice. It feels
I
good.
think I was just going to say, I think the head height change has been the most universally loved change of all of the changes in this patch. I think you're spot on there.
Yeah. I'm gonna totally blank on who said it, but somebody from who was competing did say that they were like, "I'm sad I'm no longer a short king." I feel like all of a sudden I'm actually looking at people head height. I'm not having to like look up directly at people who are close to me. So I think that just feels very natural and normal. The one thing I have not seen players experiment too much with is whether or not this opens up any new interesting opportunities for jump peaks over walls that maybe weren't potential or possible otherwise because your camera height is a little higher. Is there a little bit more you can see? I have not gotten any special intel from any of the players on that, but remains to be seen if we see people hopping repeatedly over a wall. Maybe there's something new they figured out, but yeah, really enjoying that change too. Cool. Nate, any other oh, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, when people were discussing the head height issue, at first I was like, it's not that big of a deal. You gotta, like, the map is never flat, so you have to adjust your crosshair up and down anyway. But then when it sorry, excuse me, but then when it happened, I was like, oh, okay. Right, got it. I like this. So, very much, again, I think it's probably the best, or like the most immediately satisfying change of this patch.
Yeah, absolutely. I think to your point, we've designed the map so that they have flavors of verticality kind of throughout, duality area onlys in a number of the maps. But when you look at the head height change, sort of Ben, to your point, we couldn't find many places where it made a significant difference in sort of those head glitch scenarios. And so, yeah, it just feels like a net positive for the maps and most players. Strong +1.
Cool. Any other notes on patches, or should we jump ahead to previewing our next match?
Just one more thing on the patches is just keep the feedback coming. Like, we thrive off it. We love it. We're out there laddering right alongside you. And so, yeah, just thanks for all the great feedback and expect to see more of the same in our next few patches.
Awesome to hear. Yeah. Great stuff. Cool. So let's talk our next game. Looking ahead, we have Shroud, TENZ. And do we just say Justin or is it just 9N? I actually don't know off the top of my head. Do we know?
I'm 99% sure it's Justin, but
okay.
Yeah.
I apologize in the chat if there's fans. We're going to say Justin.
Well, they'll let us know real quick if we're wrong.
They're coming up, and this should be an exciting match. Like we said before the break, these two did actually do a practice match on Mill ahead of time when that first game was happening, in which Team Detail did take it. Not blowout, still competitive back and forth, but what do we think coming into this one? Do we have any expectations for what players should expect as they go head to head on commons?
Right. So like the one thing that I thought that Detailed would have an advantage in is familiarity and expertise in this game. Like Shroud obviously has played this game a whole bunch. For TENZ and Justin, not so sure, but we know that those players are storied, competitive players with their own histories in their own ways. But I feel that it was risky for Team Detailed to give them an opportunity to learn their tendencies, because if you're a competitive player, it's that sort of pattern recognition that can translate from one title to the next. The one important thing though is that it was a practice match on a different map, so maybe not everything can be transferred over. But based off of maybe this is I'm putting too much stake behind this, but I think with that one practice match, I think I still favor Detailed in this matchup, but like maybe Team Shroud is just a little bit closer now.
I'm going to echo that because that champion mindset, like Cam called it out, but pattern recognition is huge. I mean, we have multiple champions on this team across different games. That ability to immediately parse what your opponent's doing, get a read. It's like the sixth sense. And I know we've all experienced this. If you played any kind of competitive shooter of any description for enough time, you know, like, I need to look around this corner because I can feel someone's coming. You can't necessarily explain why you know that. It's all the small collections of information that you're subconsciously picking up over the course of a round. To Cam's point, you keep feeding that machine that is Shroud, TENZ, and Justin, and every new coin you put in, the chance for a loss comes out. So I'd be cautious, but again, I think for Team Shroud and crew, come out, have fun, come in swinging, rely on your mechanical skill, and just go off. Because Nate, I mean, that's really what we're all looking to see.
I completely agree. I think my heart really wants Shroud, TENZ, and Justin to put it up, but my head says, yeah, to your point, that game sense on commons where they're playing is going to be stronger for the champion squad. And so, yeah, I think it's going to be on Shroud's team to lean on that aim demon skill to just brawl out and take the fights. But yeah, I'm very, very excited for this one.
And I do have two. Oh, go ahead.
One thing to note about commons, one of the most important, in fact, I think of all the maps, this map is defined by mid more than any other. In that one, you can use utility, but you can also just click heads at long range. So again, that might be another thing that favors Shroud in this matchup. Shroud, TENZ, Justin, take mid control. You can go through market to B, go through short A to A. You have the world's your oyster if you take control of mid. So again, I think a lot of things are stacking up in Shroud's favor.
Agreed. Really quick, we can get into the match in just a moment. I only want to shout out two quick things to keep an eye on if you're new to Team Detailed here. Team Detailed being the captain, he is a longtime champion playtester with us, was our #1 player during the closed beta period, ended at rank 1. He's also on live, the first player to have 2 simultaneous accounts in champion at once. And then especially KRYPTIC is someone I think could be a huge playmaker in this. I do have some stats on players. He has far and away the highest number of headshot kills per match out of any player in the tournament.
Wow.
And he also has far and away the most pistol round kills. So typically we see these players averaging around like 2.5 to like 4 or so pistol round kills a game. KRYPTIC averages 5.5 pistol kills a game. This guy comes in and
he aces every pistol round.
No,
that's what you're telling me.
Per match. So I'm saying
Okay.
So between the 2 pistol rounds, he's averaging 5.5. But so yeah, look to him to have some huge impact at the starts of these. So we're gonna jump into it. Can't wait to see this match get underway.
Yeah, and this is big because again, obviously, for the average person just tuning in, Team Shroud is going to be a little bit more familiar. But I have to say, you know, you're able to put together some information on this other team here, and Detailed as a player, I mean, being able to put together top performances in games like, or high level performances in games like PUBG, the finals, and Ring of Elysium. So being able to bring these skills across multiple game titles, that's just being a gamer, and you cannot underestimate how important that is.
Yeah, I mean, in this whole pre-show, we are talking about like Shroud, TENZ, Justin, they're pro gamers. Team Detailed, they're just Spectre gamers, but that's also not true. Like Dicey is an ex-Valorant pro player himself. KRYPTIC has played top level at a number of different games. It's not like Team Shroud is going up against a bunch of bums, right? So I again, when talking about like maybe the mechanical matchup, it probably is a lot more close than we're talking it out to be. We just have the mechanical abilities of Shroud and TENZ and even Justin more immediately available for us to like remember. So who really knows how this one's going to play out?
Absolutely. And again, seeing a lot of, I think, some of these familiar sponsors coming in here again. That's something we're going to keep touching on. If we see something a little bit, different popping out, again, a lot of these sort of, there's 8 sponsors in the game right now, 4 that come free by default. We can see a little bit more of this in camp. Something's jumping out at you.
Yeah, we get 2 new sponsors in this game. I'm seeing on the defensive side of things, we have one player play Vector Dynamics, a very aggressive pushing type sponsor, and we also have Ghostlink Collective, which is the most ratty, lurky, tilt-causing sponsor there is out there. But instantly on the defense, multiple members taking control of market, and they are going to, it looks like, hit the attackers.
Ooh, and actually getting the trade there instantly. We're seeing now this attack speed boost coming in here from KRYPTIC, looking to find the shots. The shield does end up going down, still being dumped into market, and beautiful push off the back of that. Great play from Justin to capitalize on the reposition.
You capitalize on the fast fire rate of the Brat, especially with the stemmed Vector Dynamics ability that we saw used. That increased the fire rate of the Brat even higher, which means they had to reload that much more often. So exploiting that opening of when no bullets would be coming their way to take control of market. Though, again, Detailed is not going down without a fight. Partitions off the site, at least gives themselves a couple of walls to utilize and peek through, and is holding it well. Drops the Zeus. Good hold on the beat.
Nice play there. Oh, getting picked up in the spawn, because of course when you go through that vector wall, your vision is disrupted for about a second or so. So keep an eye on that. Also, a huge difference I want to note here. Last game was all about the carbons, that light armor. This time, that weapon buy coming in, the Shiv, the Brat, like you mentioned. Something familiar, like the USP or Ghost, if you're familiar with Valorant, having that silenced weapon that does a little bit more damage to the headshots there. And of course, not having that armor, a big factor as the Zeus is now dropped here on this key site. Justin will go in, find the angle. KRYPTIC holding it beautifully.
Really unlucky on where KRYPTIC was holding. The one little sliver of that entryway that was not blocked by the wall. I mean, a good idea that Justin had behind using that balloon wall of getting information without getting instantly beamed down, but unfortunately wasn't able to do much off of it, and first round goes for the defenders.
Yeah, and big play there early around Arcade into Market. The big pizza sign in there. We'll see if Market 6, if pizza's becoming the long-term call
I prefer pizza, but
I know you do, Cam. That's why I brought
Mountaintop
it
calls
up.
it Market, so I guess I have to concede.
Yes. Also, do want to say big ups to the Mountaintop crew for actually giving us call-outs on these maps by default. Okay, you got no excuses in your ranked games anymore, guys. I don't know what to tell you. But big market control there early being a big factor, and an aggressive push down B long, it looks like at this stage off the back. Wow, this is an aggressive push from KRYPTIC.
Yeah, I mean, fortunately for the attackers, no one is here. And this use of resources isn't a waste because they know that it's free. They know everything's going to be at mid or around the A side. Dicey finds the first connection on the Shroud coming out through Depot on A.
We're seeing TENZ, though, picking up off the back of this angle here, too. Detailed with those bigger guns, able to pick up Justin in mid as the push is coming towards this A site, but the double swing on mid, able to pick up that kill there. Will there be a response? Actually shot in the back there, going in through short A. Actually done. Looking to try and break onto this site and utilizing the wall bang there. Dicey, just a little bit, bigger gun.
Still, 3 versus 2, it's possible for Shroud, but it's a catch. Oh, the wall goes up just in time, and Detail finds Justin spraying through with the SMG. 4K for Dicey at the end.
Yeah, and just in time. Nice. Able to try and hold for a little bit longer there, but already 2-0 on the defenders. But again, we look at the eco now. This is the round that Team Shroud needs to win. They're going to have the guns. They're going to have the util. They need to be pushing out here strong, and like we said, looking towards, again, mid right now, towards that B-long. We'll see if the defenders, they didn't get found out that last time on that aggressive B-long play. We'll see if they try it again.
One thing I did notice is, in contrast to my experience playing this game, as well as from the previous match, Team Shroud, after losing the first round, seemingly full saved the second round, which is not something particularly common because you can still have a really good fighting chance with tier 1s after you lose. But they're going to have full tier 4s, I imagine, this time around. Again, we're still kind of learning the economy, but that's an expectation that I have here. A slower mid push by them off the start.
And you often look for these swing rounds here where the team that won, they're not going to rebuy. They're probably still going to be on SMGs or DMRs in some capacity. Now the full rifles coming in here. Will they be able to hold this? Looks like a big push off this in towards A, but so far, Another pick.
Another vector wall being utilized. This gives KRYPTIC all the space to push forward and take the SMG close range. But that bloom wall favoring the defenders, and they just needed to wait for it. Shroud with another headshot. Looking to take Depot and smash onto the A site. We have one player also coming in from A mid, if you're looking at the mini-map.
That was going to swing off the back of that beautiful trade there, forcing into Depot. Big hold so far on A, but Shroud locking that in. KRYPTIC finally able to pick up the angle there and hold this. KRYPTIC able to get multiple kills back to back. The flash out, but still so far A site on lock, looking towards this mid position.
Oh, the timing! Shroud is there to trade. Detailed now down, but this is an open path onto the B site. They should know, Team Shroud, that the final defender was playing on A. They can get the Zeus plant down. And they have a lot of resources and utility. Oh, they're not even going for the plant. They're going to try and catch the cross.
30 seconds, though, on the clock. Going to look to try and find that off the timing. But KRYPTIC not falling for it. Actually going to play in through mid here. Feels like they've got a better chance. They're getting a read on that because they still don't know. There's a chance it could be a rat back towards A. Now they know it's going to be over at this B site, though. Now the question is, where does Shroud post up? Where does he hold this post plant?
A hidden grasp was placed somewhere. That's a trap for Morgan United, which will, when activated, will cause a slow field. I think it's right across this blue truck.
Oh, and I love this decision here. Playing in towards the smoke, trying to limit these options. Right around behind. Oh, no. Who's this actually going to fade? With the ace from Shroud. That's how you come back in this game.
Oh, man. Full on ace, full on 6K. Very interesting interaction at the end of that round, but regardless, still being able to swing that one back because for a second, it looked like KRYPTIC was going to be able to hold that entire thing down onto the A site. These rounds, they constantly swing back and forth in a matter of seconds.
And for context, Shroud only has 6 kills, which means he got every single one of them in that last round. If you're KRYPTIC, you're shaking your head going, where did I just get shot from? How did that work? But I love that play there from Shroud. Holding off a little bit, playing down the timer a little bit, and not really giving anything away. Again, they needed to get that win, but Cam, it was pretty damaging to the economy.
Right. That's a good thing to see how that impacts their abilities to fight. They're still taking contact at mid, despite with inferior weapons. Justin with the first kill onto Detailed. Molly goes up and the meltdown goes up and over, but KRYPTIC is fighting back, gets a kill on TENZ. Wants to keep pushing this, gets another one. Doesn't quite get a third.
Yeah, I didn't see the players stacked up there behind. That could have been a really quick series of kills. Really aggressive play from the defenders, but this is what we're talking about, Cam. In the pre-show, this mid-control, these sight lines down the center of commons are absolutely critical. The question is now, how do you play off this? How do you play out of Depot? This is where we see so many teams get... getting team flash doesn't help.
No, it doesn't, but now they can push.
Now
only a couple of seconds, but watch mid, watch mid. There is a player running down, but that gives information for Shroud to pop back to their Spectre and answer, which leaves this into a 3v1 or a 4v1, depending on... well, never mind. That's something dicey with another kill onto TENZ.
And a big thing there, you're probably wondering, again, if you're new to watching this, how did Shroud know to swap back? So as you leave your Spectre, it does have the ability, it gives you the Spectre warning. If you walk by and make noise by that Spectre, it basically acts as an ability, you know, almost like a little sentry turret to give you that additional bit of intel. As you're seeing the rotation come in now towards that B site. So Dicey is here, going to look to try and hold the angle and potentially catch someone out here. Here comes the plant. Oh, but beautiful use of this wall, this bloom wall, to just get that additional bit of info as Dicey picks up one. Let's get what gets picked up in response.
Another wall in play. The Zeus hasn't been down for too long, so there is still some things for Dicey to play around. Here's the jumping, here's the footsteps. Got spotted, gonna force the fight. Even playing through the wall. Oh, a little bit of split attention with both players peeking at the same time. And it's all tied up 2-2 now.
I mean, I like that. I mean, they had to be pretty confident that he was going to come in through spawn, not try and make some long play through market, and that's the pressure of having that Zeus down. And that's, again, that's the quintessential tack shooter for you. It's just having that sense of, okay, where do I last know this player was? How do I think they're going to make that approach? And that's what we were talking about in the pre-show. This is just years and years and years of game sense built up here for Team Shroud. We'll see if they can continue to carry the momentum. The econ should be relatively balanced going into this. And again, we'll see if the defenders continue to play aggro down this mid, or if this time KRYPTIC opts to play it a little bit slower. He's really been the one to watch.
Go for a mid peek. Potentially a Vector wall rush again. No, it looks like instead it's just going to be for info. Shoulder peeking out with a knife in hand for increased strafe speed. But first contact is going to be in Market. It's going to be an aggressive push. Well, that was a Ghost Link dupe, but when you stand right behind it, spray, it's going to hit both of you.
Yep, TENZ just happy to pick that one up. Probably maybe aware of what just happened, but I did say the economy maybe a little bit less balanced. There's only a whisper there for KRYPTIC in mid. So again, I think this has got to be a must-win round for Team Shroud, as they are hard stacking in towards this B site, and I don't think really aware of this at this point. Because now look at the defenders; they are still pretty stacked in laundry in A. They got a ways to go, and this is going to be a full plant setup on B.
TENZ intelligently grenading
Zeus has been
sight, flashing over the corner.
Ooh, nice shot.
And well, there was a trade back to even things up, as the Detailed is now pushing back through Market. Maybe a bit of a pincer approach. But this is getting a little bit corner and peek through a surprise angle, but
I don't know if I love that one so much, because ends up disrupting his own vision there as much as his opponents jumping in. But now the pressure is here, has to make a play on the site. So many angles to hold. The crossfire cannot be denied. As the bodies continue to flood the site, but Justin and Shroud making short work of them. Coming online, they've got the guns, they've got the angles. Cam, at that point, I almost feel like, you know, you saw basically a 4-body full save scenario in that game number 1, that first match. I almost feel like if there was ever a time to maybe hold on to your money, it may have been there for Team Detailed.
it was light buys. And we're looking at, okay, so one thing that, talking about economy that we haven't discussed is the economy boost that happens every round 4. So maybe playing like back behind that with the expectations, and saving in this game isn't nearly as like a standard as it is in other tac shooters, at least, you know, for now. We'll see how the meta develops over the years as we go through. But no mid presence at all at the start of this round here.
Yeah,
the defenders are giving it all up.
Yeah, and at this point, I mean, this leaves the attackers free reign. They can pick whatever way they want to go. They can try and loop back in towards Market. They can play around short. They can play around depot. The world is their oyster here, stacking 3 bodies on A, trying to play around this slight B positioning in Market, and able to creep through here. But this is going to be a ton of intel gathered. They know it's going to be sort of an A-skewed play here from the attackers.
Mid from the attackers, and yeah, TENZ is going to find the initial opening, but the Zeus could still go everywhere. This is just he's flirting at best, so a little bit of overextension. Maybe
the thought process,
ego got ahead.
I mean, it's that short flash, but, you know, obviously that's the alt fire, quote unquote, on the flash, able to do that short toss. But just the angles that were being held by the defenders there. So, again, just gathering intel from TENZ, going to come back. And this is what you see a lot of top players often do. They'll play off their own intel. So he knows exactly where the defenders were set up. And now he knows, hey, this is where potentially I want to push, I want to play. Or, in this case, they're going to flood potentially back through spawn. And this gives them so many options for this attack. But Cam, they only have 45 seconds.
That's the concern. They've gotten all this mid control, but they haven't been able to pivot too much off of it. TENZ got that first kill, but then lost one of their units in a trade. KRYPTIC finds Shroud lurking outside of B because those reveal walls have been dropped at this point, this deep in the round. But it's a lurk through laundry. This could very easily catch him off guard. Ooh, okay, a little bit. When you see a Zeus, you don't always want to shoot it immediately if they're slow walking, but it doesn't matter. They're getting all the kills. They have the sight.
Yeah, heals come through, going to be able to keep them going, and that is the flood.
Zeus has been planted.
Perfectly done. Great job from KRYPTIC there to pick up Shroud on the B lurk, but all that did was say, hey, this gives us intel. We know where they are, and more importantly, we know where they're not. That slow walk, him not having mid control. They literally walked into the CT spawn and were able to do whatever they wanted. You cannot give up mid control on combat.
Big Spectre wall coming into play. It does not block bullets. That is important to identify, but it does block a whole bunch of vision that you can walk through. and it's allowing KRYPTIC to get up close and personal, but 5 HP needs to land these headshots.
Lost.
Oh, not quite able to do so as Shroud is there 4-2. And Cam, I think if you'd asked any of us some predictions coming into this
Last round
game
before
between these
half.
two teams, especially given the fact how the practice round the practice round went, especially given the fact that this is on a map that in theory Team Detailed should have more games on, Team Shroud is looking solid.
It just goes to show that no matter what normies like you and I want to say of like, oh, but I'm more studied, I have more direct experience, it doesn't trump skill and ability, and also, to be real, hack shooter experience. A lot of that stuff does transition over when it comes to pacing of finding like control of different areas of the map, when to double swing with your teammates, all those small things that Team Shroud is continuing to utilize in a very strong manner.
Yeah, I mean, their trades have been, again, for a team that hasn't played a ton, maybe in this game, again, I mean, Justin and Shroud have put in hours and hours and hours together, especially. And again, you know, Shroud obviously having that competitive stint in Valorant as well, really just showing that, you know, that communication is pretty locked in, though KRYPTIC able to pick up this first kill. Shroud doing the lurk here all the way in through the spawn, bypasses the two teammates. If he's able to rotate all the way around into Laundry, this could be a massive thorn in the side of the defenders.
Yeah, the problem is the defenders have the advantage, and oh, well, TENZ is going for one, but gets traded. Pulls some attention towards the B site. The problem is 5 total bodies.
Zeus was dropped.
TENZ looking to try and pick up this additional kill, but the Zeus has been dropped in back mid. Not a great position here. Zeus going out with the aggressive. Oh, can't quite use the copy to full effect there. This is the second time now, but can TENZ continue to get the shots? Absolutely locking things in here as the rotations come all the way around. The flashbang coming in. Does it end up connecting players in the corner? They know exactly where it is. Force them out, trying to utilize the util. Run on through. Not enough.
Quick peek finds the last player, tries to go for a jumper on the side, and Detailed is able to clutch it out despite TENZ's 4K. That was close, and again, that was all based off the fact that the Zeus was suddenly, I blinked and I didn't know how it happened, but suddenly in control of the defenders.
Yeah, we basically have this weird swap where both teams ended up having players in the opposing team's spawn. Very weird little situation there, but an absolutely must-win round there for Team Detailed. That was huge because that really helped to stop the momentum coming into this swap.
Yeah, and with that whole swap situation, it's what I was talking about earlier, where there are gaps in setups, but that goes both ways. So you have two bodies. It's tempting to sit on one and use your second as a backup and have it maybe pitted deep in a site and only go to it when like a full hit is happening. But you want to be bouncing back and forth at least every once in a while for information. Ooh, a big aggressive mid push. Shroud's gonna get found out.
Yeah, he dropped that hidden grasp. Oh, man, big pick off there. The rest of the team looking to flood. Everyone throwing in with the carbons. Detailed there with the Brat to lock in these kills. Full send down mid. And, I mean, there's not much, I don't know how much strategy is going on here. They're just running and gunning, Cam.
It's a pistol round of attack shooter. The strategy is shoot your opponent. Love it. Strategy is for gun rounds.
All right. As we're seeing,
Zeus
TENZ
is gonna
looking
be
to get a
planted on
couple
the
back,
A
though. Yeah.
Is evening it up.
Zeus has been planted.
Gonna have to do a lot more. Thankfully, on the pistol round, this heal that puts you onto your sidearm, well, you only have a sidearm. Ability to use, but all good shots by Detailed. It's all into TENZ, playing in through Depot.
Not a whole lot they can do here. Ends up picking up one kill, though, but the damage has been done. Still has been util to play with, though, but just too many bodies still left on the site. Tying things up 4-4. Great pistol round here coming out from Team Detailed. Again, catching Shroud out in mid, pushing the back, splitting the opposing team, and just really making sure they never had a situation where they were taking a one-on-one gunfight. They always had a teammate.
That's both pistol rounds won for Team Detailed, but it is still only tied up 4-4.
And I think that's what comes down to what Ben was saying in the pre-show. This idea that KRYPTIC just has such incredible headshot stats, but pistol round wins, really showcasing that here in a big way. And KRYPTIC, I think, has honestly been the standout player for me so far in this game, really showing up and helping out on Team Detailed. Just a menace in the server.
I think part of what really helps him too is that he's playing Vector Dynamics, which gets that really aggressive fire rate bonus on the primary ability. It makes your pistol rounds just that much more lethal for free, getting all that extra firepower. I mean, as you see, speaking of pistols, big pistol walk up here for Shroud.
Another full save for Team Shroud. They were going to go for a stack and market. Doesn't catch. But they are here for a potential immediate retake onto the B site, because that is where the Zeus does seem to want to get planted.
And you can see the Spectre warnings coming in. They know that the defenders are going to be here in numbers. I like this post plant. Holding B long. Oh, it was spotted out, but not able to pick up that kill. That would have been absolutely massive for Justin to be able to grab that one here. Knows he's locked in deep. Trying to find the angle, but just getting caught out. A little bit of indecision on where to push. Catches them in a big way. Justin trying to play off the intel that he just gathered, and does get the return kill. And that one is huge. Can't quite find Dicey. That's the gun advantage. He's really coming to play.
They got some damage, so not a bad round for Team Shroud, especially considering that they seemingly full saved, and that should put them at tier 4 buy on round 3, which is quite early. Again, like with the meta of buys, do you want to have if you lose pistol, do you want to have a fighting chance in round 2, or do you give it up but guarantee a tier 4 rifle buy in round 3?
One thing I want to call out here, yes, the rifle is going to be hugely impactful. We saw it there. TENZ almost already at 3k damage. Just really impressive. I mean, you know, 19 kills, 17 deaths, like going for the big plays, trying to make it happen. We'll see if he can pop off here in the back half of this game, because I think if he can keep up that momentum, Team Shroud could very easily tie this up. I think this round is going to be absolutely massive.
Slow hold on defense. Except for Shroud, of course, playing around Depot quite a bit. Spectre warning, because it's a push through A. Very short, very fast, short A push.
Also getting the pin back and laundry up through mid as well. Knows that's coming in, able to find the lurker, but the trade's getting caught on the reload. Finally there. The Shroud's looking to trade back. Able to pick up one. Detailed is able to get this. A lot of really scrappy back and forth so far, but the A push still not completely finalized here. Oh, nice play there, though. Getting catching up the player there as Justin's able to pick this up. This is massive for Team Shroud.
Good initial trades, but I think the rifle advantage is... Oh, wait a second. Detailed. Really good shot. And oh no, guys, I don't mean to alarm you. We have a prototype op on the field. I repeat, we have a prototype op on the field.
We had not a gun we've had a chance to talk about yet. And exciting to see. Again, the term op, going to be familiar no matter where you come from. That one-hit kill from the body shot. We'll see if the snipe's able to come in. And Cam, we talked about it, how important the long lines, whether it's down B, whether it's in mid, super impactful here. We'll see if it's able to, you know, make a dent in this game.
So TENZ is playing Pinnacle. Okay, there it is. I was wondering why the Pinnacle International AIRA wasn't going at mid. I think they're going to be putting the Bloom Technologies player, which I believe is Justin, up there first, and TENZ playing out there as sort of the secondary backup. Again, I'm very curious when we're going to be seeing this prototype, considering it's a weapon that doesn't see a lot of play because of how expensive it is, but there it is, holding down A. It's going to be a peek from mid and down mid. Finds the first, Justin gets the second.
And a little bit loose on the attack as Justin and crew are able to rip this one apart. Full market control now. Seeing Detail trying to take something back and may actually be able to find a bit of a timing window here. Doesn't get that one-shot headshot. And this is what we're seeing the difference of this gun tier coming in. A little bit of a breath now for Justin.
Some more utility being thrown out by Detailed, just in case there was going to be a repeat from any of those angles into market, but with very low resources, not only in terms of bodies, only 2 remain, but also no map control. The Zeus is lost out in the open. High chance that it is being... Well, no, it's not out in the open. Never mind. It's still hidden in the cubby. They had to go fetch it. And where are they going to go from here?
I mean, at this point, you're down a gun tier. I think you just go and try and do as much damage to the econ.
Right.
I don't know if saving is really going to do as much here. So we'll keep an eye on this one, though, as they are looking to push in towards A, which Cam, weirdly, right now, a little bit less guarded. And as we're seeing
they're conceding the Zeus going down, but that's, again, they have this trap ready and waiting. You gotta walk through it or shoot it. Only 2 options. So now the information is there. They're gonna have the site. They're gonna be using a lot of Whoa! Where did he come from?
I do not know, and neither did they. Using that silenced weapon, the suppressed, I mean, just raining destruction from the corner, I think, lurking there. So, yeah, not ideal. Not ideal for sure.
I was looking at the mini map. I thought A was free.
It was supposed to be. And then,
I mean, okay, so let me theory craft here. Anyone on the VOD, go and rewind and see if this might be the reason. But this is these maps have like open skyboxes. Maybe Shroud just chucked his puck all the way from defender's start or even the B site and landed on A in the perfect time.
yeah, I mean, this is one of these situations where the second you let your guard down, well, we're seeing it here. So, again, got to reset. I think the big thing right now for Team Shroud is they have won every round they are supposed to have won. They have been playing the economy game on this beautifully. The question now becomes, can they win the ones where it goes even, or is this an opportunity for Detail to strike back? We're seeing the swing in now. TENZ continuing to do the
Zeus has
damage
been
here
planted.
on this site. Beautiful play. Dodge that shot as the Zeus has gone down. Nice fast attack from these attackers. Cam, this is kind of what I want to see. Do not let Team Shroud get set up.
KRYPTIC might be caught out here. There's a player currently hanging out in arcade.
Oh,
There it
an
is.
alert come through. Massive play from Justin. We're seeing the molly go down, forcing them back off the site. This is going to be a big one here. This post plant, a rough spot. Grenades coming in as well. Detailed, nice job though, trying to walk back these defenders, playing up in that high ground position as well. The meat grinder, beautiful post plant position. For a second there, I thought Team Shroud was going to have all the advantage, but the Zeus is continuing to tick down. They just have to hold, and Detailed is going off.
This is insane. Like, they're still on
No.
a weapon disadvantage of 5K for Detailed. Again, the Tempest coming in clutch. Who needs a fully automatic weapon? Just click heads. It's that easy.
I mean, absolutely dismantling them. That was massive because first, and that looked like their round to lose. Yes, they had a couple of bodies on the site, but that might be, Cam, what we talked about before this, just that little bit of additional familiarity with the angles. One smoke limited so many plays for Team Shroud. It forced them completely around that truck there on the B site. They had to constantly rethink how they were taking the angles, and the one player lurking up on that ledge, I don't know if that, it's not heaven per se, I guess, but it has that little call out there on the B site.
Little cubby.
Not expecting there to be a player up there as well, because again, that's an area you can only get, by using that duality.
Yeah. Can't climb up there. You can't jump up there. You have to throw a puck. Early mid play. Spotted out by Shroud. Not going to peek aggressively. Going to try and use the footsteps. Takes the fight on the first. Almost transitioned over to the spray on the second. Now KRYPTIC looks to find some more fights and swings out. Has TENZ's number on that one.
Traded back and then traded again. It's a bloodbath in mid once more. TENZ able to get the best of it though. But through all of this, 3-2. Cam, we haven't even gotten to a site yet and half the lobby is dead.
These teams are playing around each other quite well. They're both on attack and defense each, switching things up a fair bit to just never let their opponents get comfortable on what's going to happen next.
But through
Advantage
all of this,
for Team Shroud. But that can easily change. East side is completely open. Going to be rushing on in. A bit of use of utility, but they don't know that it's free. So you can't blame them for that. But I wonder if this is going to limit their options on the hold when Team Shroud comes back into it.
yeah, they're utilizing a lot of this util right here. But a little bit of a position given away here from Justin in long, bringing in that Spectre as well. That's going to be massive. So the key here is you have to wait. If you die while your Spectre is transitioning, it will not complete that. So good call there from Justin. They're trying to play off the back of this time, having that additional body, but it is still functionally 2v2, and we saw how well it went in that last one. But every trade here is massive for Justin. That was huge. It all comes down to KRYPTIC. KRYPTIC has been going off by MVP so far. This game finds one. Can they find a second? Yes, they do. KRYPTIC with a 5K. Detailed. Now, this squad up 7-6 on match point.
You can tell they got that first kill onto KRYPTIC on the back of the site. They didn't know for sure where that second unit would be. Ended up being in the back of the site, able to peek out, find them one at a time. I was wondering why they weren't going to use the nanosphere, which is that purple thing that just zooms around. It's a really good way to check corners because it bounces through things and it will stick and deal damage to any opponent that it finds. but I suppose the risk of pulling it out, throwing it out, bringing the gun back out was a bit too much in that moment. Regardless, came out with the win anyway, and it's 7-6. I don't.
Yeah, and of course we are playing where it's, you've got to win by 2. It's classic pack shooter vernacular here. If you're familiar with that, there will be no draws. This is a best of 1. The loser will go down to play up against Team STEAZE in that lower bracket. Of course, there's our double elim here for Spectre Divide Invitational. The first one, thank you all so much again for joining us as we're getting into this next round. It all comes down to this here on match point. Can TENZ continue to go off like you've been seeing, or will KRYPTIC continue to be the thorn inside?
I mean, yeah, the eyes are on TENZ for Team Shroud. He's been the one that's been popping off. The kill numbers are racking up in his favor. Justin's getting a lot of information off of his secondary Spectre hit in the corner. A double stack here on Depot.
Justin does end up going down there. Dicey finds it, but Justin coming back, finding multiple kills in response. Big play. So trading positive there is Justin. Still has that one Spectre up and operating.
Yeah, that double stack in Depot, that second unit finding a lot of value there. Unexpected by... Oh, well. I was going to say unexpected by Team Detailed, but Detailed is trying to answer back, but no, it's TENZ. Still cleaning the board. Team Shroud are over it.
Yeah, TENZ with that hyper-aggressive positioning, not expecting that in rotation. Details, just maybe looking at the mini-map, blinking, taking a sip of coffee. I don't know what it was, but hand was not on the keyboard, and TENZ able to do a ton of work, and I think there's a very good chance here we go round 7-7, unless KRYPTIC pulls out something absolutely monstrous.
Oh, this slow field, you saw everything in the kitchen sink being utilized on that push down long B, but hitting the slow field, I could feel their heart
Overtime.
sink at that
Win
moment.
by 2.
Yeah, the grasp comes, the hand comes up out of the ground. You're getting dragged straight down to hell. And not a great situation there if you're the last player standing, as we are now heading into OT. Cam, this is what you'd love to see. I mean, we've had such great... We're only 2 matches in.
I know. This just shows how close all of these games are, how good all of these players are. And I'll be frank, how deep and exciting Spectre Divide games can be. It's not a one strategy wins every round type of game. You need to be flexible.
And I think, Cam, the thing that's been impressing me so much is that we are seeing equal use of utility, teamwork, individual gunplay. You have to be firing on all cylinders, because if you give these players an inch, they will take a mile. That is just how good they are as the double push comes down through mid. Team Shroud back on attack, but Detailed just threading the needle with that one. Finds the angle, and now the push in here past Depot. KRYPTIC doesn't quite find it. Smartly backs up, smartly plays for the site, but that could have been huge if he'd found another pick there, as mid control is now fully in the hand of Team Shroud.
Doesn't want to overcommit. Quick little ghost field thrown out to stop any push there. If you're not unfamiliar, what that little... Never mind, we can go over it later, because it seems that the push is happening in through mid to A. But there's a lot of exciting utility being utilized. I want to talk about it.
Cam, I get you. It's fun to see these sponsors in action, as we're seeing. Ooh, trap coming in underneath, doesn't quite connect. Shroud peeking around the corner here, playing this game of chicken, opts to back up. Wow, hyper aggressive from this defender here, both trading out util. Of course, that smoke does actually damage, but KRYPTIC holding down the site so beautifully. Shroud's just got to go.
Stalling out in Depot. KRYPTIC is going for the shots. Shroud is now able to take Dicey down.
Distracting while the teammates coming in back through mid, gonna find the shot down in A short. That's absolutely massive. Detailed though gets caught. Justin somehow knew they were there. Justin going clutch. Been a little bit quiet this game, but no longer. They know where this final player is in an attempt to distract them from the players rotating in through mid and market. Ended up, giving away this position, and now KRYPTIC has got to go off. Vector wall comes in. Can they find the angle? Needs to play around it. Doesn't have a ton of options, and Shroud just says no.
Big crossfire setup there. The vector walls are useful, but again, they don't block bullets, and they kind of give your position away, give the timing away. And so at that point in the hold left click, one of us is going to hit them eventually.
And that's the danger, because it's not a huge surface area. You're pretty sure someone's going to be behind there. You just go back and forth. You're probably going to get a bit of a lucky shot coming in, but that was absolutely massive. Again, keep an eye on who's playing attacker and defender here. Of course, there will be swaps. We're looking to the win by 2. So if Team Shroud is able to pick up another win here, they will win I think what some people would consider an upset here, Cam, in the second match of the day.
Honestly, I mean, yeah,
What
as
some
far as
people would
expectations.
consider. I'm not.
No. It's true. I mean, because Detailed, a lot of eyes were on them because of their proven ability in this game specifically. But what, again, going off of what this is teaching us is how close all these teams are just in theory. Oh no! Shooting a dupe reveals your position. KRYPTIC's gonna take advantage of that. But TENZ is not done yet. Shroud chimes in with a third. They thought they had the sight. They thought they were so comfortable pushing the rest of the way. And Shroud says no.
And I love the way that Team Shroud is playing this defense here. There's so many situations where their crossfires have been just pristine, honestly. Because you see them, like, they're not afraid to commit 3 bodies to a site to go in and find these moments to really shut down these pushes. They have such a great intuitive job of knowing what's not a fake, what's actually a commit, as the commit is coming in now through market. As you see that Spectre lurking there in the corner, they will have awareness this is coming, but that Spectre is just hidden. They even see it. Finally do.
Lost the round.
Oh, they're actually able to make this one back.
I
That's
cannot believe that.
insane. They just
Zeus has been planted.
brute forced it.
And that's what I'm talking about. There's moments where the utility comes into play, but the sheer gun skill. There was not a second there. I looked at the setup coming in from Team Shroud. I'm like, yeah, they're going to hold this.
Yeah.
It's going to be the game. And no, Detailed and KRYPTIC just mowed through them like they weren't even there. Hitting those headshots, going clutch. Cam, it's 8-8. We're tied back up here in OT.
Infinite overtime, guys. Put the kettle on. Go order some delivery because we might be here for a while. How back and forth this whole thing is. No one team has been able to hold on for the momentum. I think we've had a streak of 2 rounds, max.
Yeah, it has been. Yeah, max 2 rounds. No,
That's
team
not
has
true.
won
Team
it.
Shroud won 4 in a row on their attacking side.
Oh, that's true. They did bring it back.
But that was in the very beginning, and it hasn't been like that since.
Yeah, both of these teams doing a really good job of sort of sussing out their opponents. And again, Cam, no 2 rounds have been the same. We've seen A pushes, we've seen B pushes, we've seen slow mid plays, we've seen long lurks. Like, honestly, like, I think a lot of folks, sleeping on just how complex commons can be and sitting up in this top mid position. Oh boy, the grenade comes out, they're going to know there's a player there. KRYPTIC and KRYPTIC. I'm kind of surprised they didn't just flip them in on that spray.
It's possible they had a consideration that it was from behind the nest, just looking at the trajectory of that. But yeah, and they don't want to give their position up themselves. But no, I agree with you. I was expecting a wall bang from that.
Yeah, and now we're seeing this push into B, long KRYPTIC. Looking towards market. This could be the angle. Trying to find this here. Both of these, going back and forth now. This B push. This one's scary. And TENZ is just going for it.
They have marking control. They have big blue control. They just need to get onto the site. They don't want to make any noise. They've made so much ground off of slow walking, but they found the information. The strike onto the site, and TENZ gets a second.
That spray, and that's what we're talking about. This game sense, the skill, but nice play there from Dicey, who's been a little bit quiet so far this game. Works in through market, but Justin and TENZ just a little bit too big. TENZ absolutely a one-man wrecking crew here on the B side. Zeus has got to come in, though. Only 30 seconds left. Playing for the open as well, which means long is in play. You can utilize this all the way down.
You know where Dicey is, at least where Dicey got that most recent kill. A full stack on long B, making sure they don't get backstabbed, but Dicey's coming in through market. Has to clear a lot of angles on this site, and unfortunately, the footsteps gave their position away. About to get found back.
Round lost.
Yeah, because that's not a super common hold. A lot of folks, we saw great defense there actually from Team Detailed in and around the back of that, playing in the little nook up in top B there, but completely saying, screw that, forget it. We're playing for long, or B main in this case. And feels like that should be B long, right? Just that's not me. That's just I feel like that's.
I think both are fine, but I will say you have to be up on the elevated position to have the best angle onto the B site. The most open plant there is still isn't super open for B main. It's a really well designed map in the sense that you can't just set up a prototype op and have the Zeus plant locked down. You gotta have some level of commitment onto the bottleneck. But regardless, yeah, good plant to utilize at least as much as they could of B main. And once again, Shroud with the advantage.
Yes, indeed. One more round will win this. Seeing the push coming in through mid. Hard, aggressive push through the smoke, trying to find the sprays, trying to find the angles. Oh, the crouch doesn't do enough. Nicely done, though. Justin's able to make this a positive trade overall for Team Shroud as the util is getting dumped in mid. The play into short A looks like it's going to be there as Team Detailed with the rush.
Aggressive maneuver out to reclaim some space. KRYPTIC finds the first. TENZ is there for the trade. Listen, if I'm on a team with a player like TENZ, I will entry for them every day. I will run to the site and give them the information for them to land the headshots because TENZ is winning out almost every single one of these duels.
I love this play coming up through mid. Dicey and Crew, beautiful play there, covering all their angles in through the spawn, which now gives them access to Laundry in the back there. But they're giving it up. They're pushing back in through market, forcing a response from Team Shroud because this B site is being held anchored only by one player and no hard committal yet. And Cam, they still have plenty of time on the clock.
Slow walking in from A mid. Shroud overlooking from Laundry. Spot out. Instantly pushes on head and backs away. Expects the second player to be there.
Yep. Finds it and finds the angle. Beautiful play from Shroud, not wanting to overcommit. As we're seeing Dicey, the last one standing. This is massive. The Zeus is going to go down, but it's a 2v1 situation and then some. Dicey needs to go off. The flash is there, finds one, but cannot find the second. TENZ gets the kill, will get this pickup, and Team Shroud will get the win here in match number 2. Cam, TENZ went absolutely off. Oh, playing with a little bit of sass going in here. Let's bring in the Spectre to make this happen. Forget the caster who's trying to make some end game call. No fun for them.
I appreciate TENZ identifying this feature for us. You can have your Spectre either plant or defuse, and as long as you hold down 4, which is the default plant defuse button, press X, you can move around with your other guy while that's happening. So appreciate showing off the mechanics that we have in this game.
Absolutely. Wow. Ben, heck of a game number 2. Holy crap.
Close as it was, and that outcome too. I definitely am not going to lie. I think I anticipated Team Shroud coming in as a little bit of underdogs, like we said, just by nature of how freaking much of the game these other teams have played. But wow, they just were showing up.
I mean, that's that champion attitude, champion mindset, and then the mechanical skill. I mean, TENZ was popping off. Like, I feel like a lot of newer players of the game, they might feel the need to sort of commit once they start to get into these fights. The second TENZ found an angle, because he knows he's giving away information, especially with the duality system, he was constantly repositioning. And I actually think that's my biggest takeaway from seeing his play. He never attacked from the same angle twice. He was constantly making his opponents guess. The second he gave away any intel, it was instantly out of date. And I think that's part of the reason why he was just such a threat there. And we saw an off come out, which is always fun.
Yeah.
I was also surprised. I was really quick to say, now one thing that is fun about overtime, which we didn't see, is that you are able to just barely afford the cheapest op pair if you buy light arbor. So no one went for that, but I was partially wondering if we would see a really spicy pickup with that. But yeah, crazy outcome. Huge game from TENZ. My God, almost 40 kills.
Almost. Just needed one more. But yeah, still, one thing I also want to use this game as an example of is there were, 2 of the not free sponsors on Team Detailed. And the not free ones tend to be a little more complicated than the standard default ones, but that doesn't mean that they're better. Sometimes simplicity is king. And I mean, TENZ played Pinnacle International, which is the most straightforward. If you've played attack shooter before, you should be familiar with Pinnacle's utility and playing off of it as well as he did. The constant flashes, even the grenades, they weren't that impactful, but they still cleared some space every once in a while. It was really cool to see.
I think looking at those sponsors from Team Detailed, the most surprising thing to me was, no Morgan and no Riker, meaning you had no traps. You had no way to actually put down, a hull mine or a hidden grasp and say, this angle is secured for me. You get a little bit of that with dupes. If I have a passive dupe sitting somewhere, still not quite the same reliability as some of those traps. So, I think it's a kind of risky comp they were in. And I mean, this is a very iconic pick for KRYPTIC, getting to run in there with Vector, be super aggressive, frag out. When it works big. But you can also see that, it gets hard to really control the map with some of the picks.
Yeah, and I think this was a great example. Commons, obviously the newest map that we've seen here. If you'd played in some of the earlier tests, maybe not one you'd be as familiar with, but honestly, it was so dynamic. And again, this multiple times we saw almost these full swaps. The fact that it seems like teams are so incentivized to cover so much ground on these maps. We literally
Yeah.
saw attackers and defenders spawn, defender and attacker spawn repeatedly over the course of this game. And market, yeah, exactly, these constant flips, and market being such a key factor in this as well. I just, again, there's so many cool moments where I felt like individual, like I said, individual player skill carried, but then there was that one hold the team detail did that I just went, there's like, Cam, there's no world that exists that they should have won that. It's just beautiful
Right.
angles.
Right.
But at the end of the day, when these players go off, I think, again, every time that sort of happened, I feel like Team Shroud learned from it. And
Yeah.
that's what we were touching on before this. The more information you give Team Shroud, the scarier they're going to be. The fact that they're still in the upper bracket going into this, now we see if they can make the run, because that would be very cool.
And if we could pull up the updated bracket, if we have it, this does leave us in a pretty exciting situation with our next matches. The next one we're going to see is Team STEAZE versus Team Detailed. They'll be running it right back after that one in the lower bracket, which will then be followed by Team TRUO and Team Shroud. What do we think of that match 3?
Match 3, I think, will be really interesting. Team STEAZE started off their match on Mill quite well, but the second half seemed to fall apart. And so I wonder, I'm curious to see how they would be recollecting themselves, because you know that they've gone back to the cutting room floor, they've gone back to the locker room and, you know, gave notes back and forth to each other. They figured out what they did wrong, what they did right, what they want to do more of, and up against Team Detailed, who just came off of a loss, but a really, really close loss. I don't know. I don't, despite this being a lower bracket, I think this could be another really, really good close match.
I like how Cam and I went to the exact same spot. That was 100% my thought process. Like, Team STEAZE had some downtime, which can be good and could be bad, because, you know, you're cold versus hot.
Right.
Maybe a situation to look at, you know, how things worked, how they didn't. I think the biggest thing that stood out to me, though, between both of these teams, and it's kind of making me lean towards Team Detailed a little bit, is that we saw a bit more, I don't want to say outright tilt from Team STEAZE in that first game, but maybe a smidge.
Yeah.
But Team Detail looked calm and composed, and I would much rather lose a game like, you know, 10 to 9 or whatever, 10 to 8, than go out, you know, in that first one. So I think right now, based on that last game, I have to give the edge a little bit to Team Detail. But I think if they can find a little bit of, you know, a little bit of communication, make sure mics aren't muted in rounds, I think the Team STEAZE could definitely get them round for their money. So that is important. Go figure. So no, I think slight edge to Detail, but this could go either way.
Lots of good thoughts. We're going to have more for you ahead of the next match after this quick break. And we are back. Welcome back to the Spectre Community Invitational. If you're just joining us, this is our first ever tournament on our channel for Spectre Divide. We just saw a really exciting match between Team Shroud and Team Detailed, which went to double overtime, taken by Team Shroud, and what we ourselves considered a little bit of an upset, but ended up being a lot more competitive and exciting than I think we may have initially thought. Any final thoughts on that game coming in out of that?
I think we could probably fill a book with our final thoughts on that one, but no, I mean, I think at the end of the day, what a display, like what a showcase of sort of what this game has to offer. Again, between individual mechanical skill, great rotations in team calls, really good use of util, great use of the unique sponsor mechanics. I mean, again, if you were building a trailer for what Spectre Divide is, I feel like you saw every single element showcased in that game. And at the end of the day, though, sometimes that champion mentality comes through and just able to take the W there. So big plays. Cam, I was honestly pretty floored.
I want to start a petition to rename Team Shroud to Team TENZ. Not saying that he was carrying them, but as far as like individual impact in the server, TENZ was flying off the handle, and like, I mean, he got almost 40 kills. So that has to
nearly dropping the 40 bomb.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough.
When you're like basically dealing as much damage as your other two teammates combined, I think it's probably fair to call it Team TENZ at that point, even though, you know, it's a little, you know, the back and forth still. I do have to say our scriptwriters got a little lazy giving Shroud the first ace of competitive Spectre history. So, I mean, I think they could probably make things a little bit more interesting in the future. Let's see if, you know, he gets to win it in some crazy clutch. So, you know, I don't know what they're cooking up next, but I do know one thing we're cooking up next, which is our guest we're bringing on. Exciting moment to have him here. We're bringing on community member, longtime playtester, and champion ranked player himself. Welcome, Bixel, Chris, to the stream here. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great. Thank you so much for having me. I'm really excited to be a part of this journey for Spectre Divide. Really happy. Love the game. Love the community. So, yeah.
And really quick, Bixel, when did you first play test Spectre? I know you were on pretty early, but I'm wondering when you very first started.
It was in, I believe, September of last year or August. I remember the game got kind of teased a little bit, not so much announced, and I DM'd the Twitter, emailed them, and I'd really love to play this game. Get me in there as soon as you can. So, yeah, it's been the better part of a year now.
Yeah, I know it's been super cool to see it evolve through that time, progress, and because you yourself obviously have been playing a long time and are just one of our foremost community experts on Spectre, I thought it was only appropriate that we take just a short amount of time to grill you on some very exciting Spectre trivia. We're going to be asking you a series of 10 thrilling questions, and for everyone you get right, my lovely assistant, Mountaintop Frog, in the Twitch chat will be dropping a code for the Founders Pack of Spectre, which can be redeemed on Steam for the first person to grab it. So keep an eye for MT Frog in the chat if Bixel is able to get the following questions right. Bixel, are you ready to win some prizes for chat?
I will do my best. I'm ready.
Let's do it. Okay, first one is about players in this tournament. Okay, 3 of these players purchased the Tier 3 Tempest and Cyclone pair more than any other weapon pair. Who is the one player that does not have that as their most purchased pair? Is it AIRA, excuse me, I'm going to get it right. AIRA, Relium, Detailed, or STEAZE?
Oh,
AIRA, Relium, Detailed, or STEAZE? Who do you?
Gotta be STEAZE. It's gotta be STEAZE.
Okay,
by at the least.
You're correct. Do you have a guess at what his most purchased pair might be? This is just totally off the wall.
Is it the Trident pair?
It is not. It is the Reaver pair. The only 2 players that didn't have the Trident, the Tempest went with Reaver as their number 1. So we will drop code number 1 in the chat. Congratulations, Bixel. Good stuff. All right.
All right.
Number 2, which sponsor has to spend the least amount of money to fully buy all of their abilities? There's only one in the game that costs $600 to purchase all of their abilities that aren't the free one. Which sponsor is that? I don't have waiting room music for this, sadly, so I can talk to fill space. But
yeah, I'm thinking it's I'm pretty sure all the smokes are at least 250, so it can't be Bloom, even though the heals are 200. I believe the Vector walls are 150, and the ball is 250, so it might be Vector. But I want to say Vector. Final answer. I want to say Vector.
Sadly, it is not Vector. It is Morgan, who only has 3 abilities. The mollies are 200,
right.
And the trap is also 200. So that is the only one up there. But it's fine because we can swing our back around. 2 sponsors are tied for the most expensive full set of abilities. There's 2 sponsors where it costs $900 to fully buy their utility. Which one? Can you name one of the 2 sponsors that costs $900 to buy all their abilities?
900 to buy all their abilities. Ghostlink.
Ghostlink is one of them. Why don't we bonus? Can you name the other one?
The other one is Umbra. No, not Umbra. No, I take that back. I'm recalling my answer. I think it's Pinnacle.
It is Pinnacle. That is the other one that is most expensive. You have those 2 flashes that are pretty expensive, and then you also have your Adrenalinks in there. Fantastic. Addy, why don't you go ahead and you can drop the one from the missed one because he got both the 900s correct. We'll be extra spicy.
Let's go.
All right, Bixel, can you name all 3 weapons that can be paired with the prototype op in Tier 5? What are those 3 pairs? What are the other weapons you can pick up with the op?
It's the Whisper, the Drummer, and the Blackout.
Absolutely correct. It is that suppressed SMG. It is the auto shotgun, and then it is that suppressed AR from Tier 4. Bixel effortlessly nailing all 3. This guy knows his Tier 5. Okay, other one, not too hard. This is mostly for newer viewers in the chat who might not know the answer to this themselves. Which one of these things does not trigger a Spectre warning? Is it an enemy running near your Spectre, an enemy jumping near your Spectre, an enemy shooting their weapon near your Spectre, or an enemy falling off a tall box near your Spectre?
Shooting.
Shooting
It'd be
is the correct
shooting.
answer. It does
All
not
movement
trigger
based.
Spectre warning. Yeah, exactly. So it is only when an enemy makes sound by moving near your Spectre. Got it. One more in the chat. This guy's on a roll here. A little bit of a tricky one, maybe. What's the maximum number of Ghost Link dupes a player can have active on a map at once? How many can you have out?
I mean, okay, so it has the passive, right? That when you throw your puck, you get that clone in the spot where it was, and it lasts for a minute. Now, I've talked with Met, the one who's built this ability, and we discovered that each of your Spectres can get their own unique one. So you could technically have 4 on the map at one time within a minute time frame.
You are correct. The answer is 4. You can have 4 dupes down on the map if you are playing it absolutely pixel perfect, precise, getting it all lined up. I don't think we're going to see too much of that because it's pretty hard to pull off. A little ridiculous to have that many out. Pretty niche, but it is still technically an option a Ghost Link player has. Congratulations on that one. Okay, little map one for you. Out of our 4 maps, one has 2 doors that can be manually opened and closed, and one has a door that will automatically open when you come close to it. Which 2 maps have those features? Which one is which?
Bill has the 2 doors that you can manually open and close, and Metro is the automatic door on A main.
Ding ding. Bixel scores another one here. He gets the 2 back-to-back. This guy knows his maps. Fantastic. We're just letting them all fly free in the chat here. Simple little true or false here. Morgan's Meltdown, their futuristic Molotov cocktail, will fully kill you if you sit in it for the full duration, even if you have heavy shields. True or false?
I know you can heal through it, for sure. But I've never actually sat in it for the full duration with heavy shields. I've never tested that, because I always just assume to get out of it. I don't think it can, though. I think it puts you down to like 10 HP.
Oh, a rare miss from Bixel. It actually will kill you. There's 168 damage if you take the full duration of it. Not that you're too likely to see that, but technically it would. Okay, last 2 here. Of our 12 players here, 1 has a very unique sponsor as their most played. Who is our only player who has Umbra Reconnaissance as their most played sponsor of all time?
K2.
That is correct. It is K2. I'm not so sure if we'll see it pulled out. That's a pretty tricky one, but that is the K2 special right there, the Umbra Reconnaissance. And then very last one before we can talk about our next match and cut to it. What is the name of the Mew Robotics friendly little healing robot that it can send out?
Oh, that's Patches.
That is Patches. Going to patch your teammates right on up when they need healing. Bixel, congratulations. Thank you for playing. We scored very well here. And again, if you did not get to grab one, sorry, maybe we have more in the future. But for right now, those codes are out. You can activate those on Steam. Let's now cut ahead, if we can pull up the bracket one more time, ahead of our next match. We are going to cut straight to the lower bracket where we're going to see the return of Team Detailed as they go up against Team STEAZE. Bixel, who's taking this one?
I'm going to be honest. I watched both matches very intently. I have like a whole page of notes. And from what I saw, Team STEAZE actually struggles when people start getting going and start, putting chain and multi-kills together. And I think Team Detailed's got multi-killers in spades. So I think Team Detailed actually has an edge here.
Cameron, what do you think?
No, that is a very fair point. And the fact that Team Detailed, despite losing their previous match, came off. I think they still have a lot of, shall we use the word, momentum on their side because they were fragging out pretty well. So hopefully they're still going to be in the zone. STEAZE was given the opportunity to go back to the drawing board and figure things out, but it's going to take them a little bit of time, I think, to like manually, mechanically warm up their little hands into this game. So I do think Detailed is going to have at least a little bit of an advantage, but I don't know. It's hard to really call still at this point. We've been proven wrong before.
Yeah, I'll join in. I don't disagree at all, Bixel. I think we have to give a slight advantage there, but at the same time, we did see individual pop-off moments from all 3 members of Team STEAZE in that first game. So I think if one of them can start to build some momentum and start to build the rest of the team around them and start to gain some confidence, that's where I feel like they could be a terrifying force in their own right. So also for the record, Mountaintop team, if you're ever going to make any cute plushies, Patches plushie.
Yeah.
I think that would be my
Preaching
that
to
would
the
be
choir.
my as a
Oh, yeah.
U robotics main. That would be my desire. Just putting that out there into the world.
The powers that be, maybe listening in, we'll see what happens in the future. You never know. I did just get the message that we do have our next lobby set up between these two, so I think we can get ready to jump into that. Bixel, if you feel like sticking around, Cameron, Paul, feel free to ask Bixel during the match for any of his exquisite notes. He's very familiar with all the players in this next match. These are players he himself has played with and against in small community tournaments on Discord before, so I'm sure there's a treasure trove of insight to be had here if we want to cut over and pull up that lobby.
I love it. We're gonna pick your brain, bud, because
I love that.
yeah, because I think this is a really cool opportunity. Because if you're someone who's been playing in the playtest, been playing now since the game has gone live, if you're playing, grinding up the ranked ladder, especially in that champion tier, these are 6 names that you're gonna know. You will definitely have run into. Every single one of them has put in some pretty wild game time. I think the big thing for me that really stood out, again, is I sort of mentioned in that last one, is that every single person here feels like they have the individual potential to pop off. Who are you, Pixel, if you're on ladder, who are you most afraid to run into out of these 6?
I'm going to be honest, KRYPTIC has always been one that's kind of had my number. He plays a super aggressive style. He loves running vector dynamics. He just loves getting in there, getting, even if he gets traded, he wants to get his own trade back. He's not afraid to take his TPs. So KRYPTIC is the one I definitely want to be watching more than anything. And then Relium is like a close second to that. Relium has really good aim. He's got a really solid Tempest. He's got a really good mentality in terms of getting himself back into games. So those would be the 2 that I would want to watch the most.
Yeah. I'm now looking. What's exciting is that we're getting a new map every single time. I don't know if this is something that was planned beforehand by the teams themselves to try and feature as much as they can. But now we're going into the Skyway. I have my own thoughts on this. I'm a big Riker main until I've unlocked Umbra, and I'm desperately trying to be good at that, but it is a difficult sponsor to use. But I still think that Riker is very powerful on this map because a lot of the long lanes and a lot of specifically the right angles that are featured on this map. What sort of angle Pixel do you have in terms of understanding this map, and what are some win conditions that it emphasizes for teams to approach, whether on attack or defense?
So on the attacking side, the A side of the map is a little bit more difficult to kind of take control unless you get the center of it. The middle part of this map is really underrated in terms of how teams like to approach it. You can stack it really heavy as a defender and leave an extremities a little more vulnerable and still get a lot of value from those A main rotates or late flanks through B main and whatnot. So I think controlling the middle part of this map is going to be a really important factor here. If Team Detail decides that they're just going to be going hard into B main and trying to take those long range engagements and flooding into site through drop in B main and crunching it, it could end up being a much more different game. But ultimately, I think the middle part of the map is really where you want to get your win conditions, and it just gives you so much freedom.
Right. But I will say, in my own experience, which I'm not a top level player, I'm pretty good, but I'm not that great. Mid can be very hard to hold on the defense, especially if the attackers take quick control of drop, because it just unlocks so many different angles to push through on. But instead, they are going to be pushing directly through mid. At least one solo player is looking for a fight. Laura's going to take KRYPTIC out, so it is still going to be an advantage for the defense after that. Oh, never mind.
Ooh, Detailed, nice pickup there, utilizing that shiv, trying to take over this big control, like you said, pushing towards A in a big way for the attackers to start this one off, looking to flood the site in through jail as well. We can see that coming in now. Multiple players, bringing everybody in here. I love this, constantly bringing through that Spectre in these moments, always wanting to have that body close behind so they can play off their own intel. That's something I've noticed a lot more the top players do. They're constantly bringing in their own Spectre just to have it right around the corner should they need it, and mid it in, nice quick plant. There comes the wave scan as well, wanting to watch this. Now they have to watch both angles, mid and both spawns, but looking really good here for the attackers.
Very clean take. You want to have your units spread out on the beginning for, again, responses, for change-ups, but the second you have the site, the second you're committed, you want to be full committed there. Detail with yet another headshot. Answering back, coming in from a flank.
Nice.
Ooh, wait a second. It's got a bit close now.
Going for these jump shots, going to bring out the smoke here, but work cut out for them in the 2v1. Going to try and chain these smokes together, trying to utilize the angle, but it's going to be a 2v1 situation. Finding both angles, not a whole lot you can do about that. KRYPTIC, a player I called out in the last match, Pixel called out as well. Definitely someone to keep an eye on. Those shots were crispy.
Another question for you, Bixel, though, is the economy in this game. It's something that Paul and I have discussed extensively previously, and we're still kind of figuring this one out. At what point, I guess after a pistol round is a key part of it, like would you choose to go for a full save versus full buying as much as possible every round? Because we see rounds get won by teams with inferior weapons routinely.
Yeah, so the economy in this game is a little bit different. You know, the round count's much lower. You get that economy surge in round 4. There's a couple strategies that get employed pretty consistently. One is full saving after round 2 if you lose the first round. If you win it, you know, like you get a huge econ boost. Your opponent is really, really unable to buy effectively going into that. And then buying T4s in round 3, whether you win or lose, basically. The other one is consistently buying tier 3 weapons because they're pretty strong.
Yeah, they are indeed. But big push here coming in onto the B site, and yeah, tier 3. I
Zeus
mean,
has been
that's one I
planted.
feel like a lot of you get as comfortable with those as you do with the main ARs, because you'll be utilizing them quite a bit and utilizing not something we've seen a whole lot yet so far. That fast recall zone there, being able to bring in the Spectres incredibly quickly. The Spectre warnings firing off here, coming in through the defender's spawn. Dicey and KRYPTIC just again setting up the meat grinder there. Beautiful job with the wall bang there as well. Players pushing in through mid and drop, but oh man, just already detailed, lined up there, has the headshot just perfectly pre-aimed, and that was about as flawless as you can get.
Yeah, the game even admits it. Well, this round 2-0 lead now. But weapons, hopefully stronger ones, are going to be in the hands of everyone across the board. There wasn't a kill for the defenders, so it's hard to tell how if they saved or not. I wasn't able to identify it yet, but we'll see if they have.
They definitely half bought,
Okay.
and you can kind of tell that because they're at 44. They're above the 4100 threshold, where you get the tier 3 armor. You can still buy a T4 weapon. You might be a little light on utility, but you do have that increased firepower.
Right.
You can see on the Morgan, on Team STEAZE's side, they still were able to afford the trip, and they bought T4s. So that's kind of what they opted to do.
Ooh, yeah, Reaver on top of elbow. You don't see this position played too much. It's a lot of high ground, but not a lot of cover if someone were to quick swing into you. It is the attackers going down mid.
Yeah, I'm seeing a lot more players prioritizing that. There's the box right back there that you're seeing. Players actually sitting back up that as well, keeping an eye out on the defensive side, but not opting to utilize that here. In fact, just giving up mid control and now potentially looking to come in and collapse from this A and B site respectively. But, and this is what we talk about. You know, this mid control can be so critical because you just start to lose track of players here. And again, you only have 3 sets of eyes. Yes, you have the little notifications that are, you know, tripping if your Spectre just hears someone, but KRYPTIC has been able to full send down mid, and no one was the wiser. Reliant just getting popped in the back of the head, and now you have all the Spectres coming in. The world is their oyster.
Well, Bixel, you said it. Mid control is very important. Pulling all of these units to the defender's spawn is KRYPTIC, but Dicey is answering back, getting a couple of kills with the Hornet. Or takes them out, but it is advantage once again for the attacker's side. This is looking like a pretty clear-cut round. Honestly, the beginning of a pretty clear-cut half.
Yeah, I
Really
mean, right.
uncharacteristic from Team STEAZE. Sorry to cut you off there, but
No.
they put the trip in mid. That's a really, really good trip. Not to toot my own horn, I made that trip. I put that down first. But they didn't rotate anyone to play off the information of it.
Right.
Yeah, a little bit surprised by that, honestly. And again, now we're
has been
finally
planted.
seeing the Zeus be planted here, but even a little bit of a delayed element on that one. And again, kills have sort of gone back and forth. It looked like kind of a clean opening here. It actually ended up being more scrappy than I would have expected.
Well, all's well that ends well with the Zeus being planted. They still got to retake this if they want to get the first run on the board for them. And, well, that was fast. Dicey says no. Quick little Reaver spray down headshot. Well, only headshot for the STEAZE, but regardless, 5K and a 3-0 lead.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen the economy surge coming in though now, so maybe a little bit of an, ability to come back and continue to fight on this. But Dicey has been popping off. Dicey, who was a little bit quieter, probably the player I talked about the least in that first game here from Team Detailed. It seemed like, Detailed himself and KRYPTIC ended up, catching a lot of the spotlight. But Dicey absolutely popping off here in this second game for them. And so far, it seems like Team STEAZE, that, we talk about the idea of momentum, the idea they have the opportunity to sit back and work on the strats and plan, but conversely, it also means this time they're potentially not playing, a little bit cooler. Cam, we know when you have these these longer days playing, intense match after intense match, that can wear you out a bit.
Forward push by the defenders onto B main, but it is going to be the attackers focusing on the A site. High momentum. Pushing in without a care in the world. Spectre danger. They know that someone's on the site. Wavescan is going to find them on the A site itself, not behind jail like they might have expected or suspected for a brief moment, but get one kill. Going to go for the plant. Bob's your uncle.
Here comes the flood. Yeah, I mean, that was absolutely flawless. Really only one player there. Caught out by the Wavescan. Nowhere to go. Nothing to do. Just the pinch. Flash is coming in. Enemy Wavescan as well. But at this point, the site is completely overwhelmed. Dicey is just continuing to rack up the kills. It's now 5 bodies to 2. This is a situation looking to try and play for the retake here. We'll see what angle STEAZE can find. Looks to try and find one. Nice shots there onto Dicey. Can he continue to chain these kills together, though? No, the double swing. And now a second one here. Not expecting really from the same angle, though. That's massive. But KRYPTIC is there to continue to clean this up. But hey, not too bad. Not too bad to try and at least get a couple back.
Strange. When I try and wallbang the corner of that box, nothing happens. But these guys are just better than I am, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing some solid play here, and Bixel, something we identified as well going into this, that we found that Team STEAZE maybe had a little bit of a problem. The momentum started to go against them. What would you do if you were on this team right now, playing with these players who have put in quite a few hours? What would you say to your team at this point to try and shake things up, taking a look at the strats that they've been doing?
I mean, I think they're just getting aggressive in all the wrong places. Team Detail's not really playing with any set patterns right now, and they're trying to play super reactive instead of trying to get really aggressive and kind of, put themselves in positions to get really good fights in. They're letting the fights come to them. STEAZE could change that right here, though.
Yeah, we are seeing the push coming in now. Heavy aggression over towards this B side. A lot of aggressors stacking up there on the attacking side, but playing around drop as well, and this is a big one. They do call it drop for a reason, because you will make noise dropping down there, giving that intel. Here comes the full response. The Spectres are coming in. Lore, beautiful shot to start this off, Cam.
Yeah, I mean, talking about going aggressive, they're pulling it back now, playing super defensive, and they're holding onto the site, and they're really fast rotation over to stop the take. The Zeus is on the site, but it hasn't gone down yet, and, well, it was the start of a good hold. STEAZE is trying to answer back, but now goes down to Detailed, and oh no. Okay.
Oh no.
Goes down to the molly. Hey, it happens to all of us, okay?
Yep. We've all been there. That's not super ideal, though. I mean, still a great position here for the attackers. Still only 2 left on the defensive side, but they've done quite a bit here, and we're seeing the rotations coming from both respective spawns, looking to try and get the pinch. But the Zeus will continue to tick down the wave scan, not finding any real info here. But at this point, Cam, no info is still info, as both players are moving in. Relium able to pick up that first kill.
Right? Makes presence known. I was going to say, the problem with the 1-1 pinch that the defenders are trying to utilize to retake is that it does put them potentially into 1v1s, which is risky. But now that they're on this side, coming in from opposite sides, behind blue corner, though.
Nades going in, pushing that off. STEAZE finds one. Great pickup from Relium. The player now just has to play around the Zeus. This is a terrible position. Goes for the first tick. Cannot find the kill. That was an absolute must. He's just going to be kicking down, and that's going to be the win. Great play there from Detailed. Played that absolutely perfectly. There was one instance where Relium could have gotten that win and couldn't quite hit the shot. Oh, that was so close. That's heartbreaking for Relium.
Bixel, man, again, looking at the economy, it's stacked so much on the attacker's side, on Detailed side. And at this point, it's 5-0. You don't have that many rounds, so there's no point in saving. I guess it's sort of what I was kind of maybe potentially alluding to earlier of if you start sort of full buying every round as much as you can, you got to commit to it. You can't change up the way that you're controlling the economy once you commit one way or the other.
Yeah, no, you can see Detailed economies, they're just snowballed completely out of control at this point. 5-0 is a really, really tough scoreline, especially on Skyway, where you need to be getting a couple of these defensive rounds. And Team STEAZE is on, they're getting free armors every round, but like I said, they're just not adjusting well enough, and so they're just investing all the time. At this point, they need to full buy out. They're losing way too many rounds.
The situation where they just, I feel like, have to maybe play a little bit quicker. They've got to try and go for a bit of a brute force play. It's not, I think, ideal at this situation, but clearly their version of the default has not been finding the most success. They're spreading out players quite a bit. Something to be said for potentially playing on the retake a little bit more, but no real openings. And I love the fact that, again, on the attacking side now, not afraid to just also slow things down and let the opponents get into their own head camp. Because sometimes that's the most dangerous point to be in. You're not 100% sure as the push is now coming in. Fox is there. Jail, they did spot that, though. There are players here on the defensive side. Spectre warnings are going off with a full push coming in here. Laura and crew picking up some kills. The defenders finally starting to make something happen. STEAZE has been sitting on this box the whole time and not yet dealt with. But finally, there comes the vision and will finally be taken down. That way we can't do it. Work. The players continue to look at the side, but Laura, no way you should win that.
Dicey landed the headshot. Am I wrong? Did I see something different? It looked to be the one fight, but it's one of those times I imagine is you land a headshot and your brain starts to consider the next move and you're not there to finish the spray. But hey, regardless, the defenders look to be winning this one. Relium holding the site itself.
Gonna be a 1v4 situation in terms of bodies, I should say.
But
details?
Hold.
Makes that 1v2. Doesn't have a lot of HP to work with. Going around the corner, trying to find a player coming in for mid. 14 seconds. Fakes the plant. Oh, and STEAZE there. That was absolutely massive. Not only the victory on paper, but to have it come from your team captain. Detail just almost threw that round on its head, but STEAZE kept it in his grasp. Cam, that was a must-win round.
Absolutely. And like Vixel, like you said, they need every single round they can get at this point. That's such an obvious statement to make, but to go into the second half with not a single round on the board, or even after this point with only one, they're going to want to win this next round. But with all the money that we saw still on the attackers' side, it's not going to be an easy one to sort of assume is said and done.
Last round of the half, I mean, you're full buying out no matter what. They, luckily for them, because they were able to win that round, they have T4s, they have utility, they have everything they need in this round to make sure that they can come out with at least 2 on the defending half.
It's a pretty heavy stack coming into B. A lot of footsteps, elephants stomping around drop, but someone's there to meet them. Wave scan up and over, but that's going to give their position away as well. A little bit of a catch with that information, and it's a second.
Player comes out, takes advantage, but Dicey should not have gotten that one. That snap was quite impressive, I will say.
Zeus was
still,
dropped.
Defenders are here. Zeus Kara actually ends up going down. STEAZE picking up a pretty key kill here as the Zeus is down towards mid, so players are going to have to kind of scramble a little bit to try and reclaim that. And honestly, I can already start to feel a little bit of change in the step of Team STEAZE. That was a massive win for them, the moral victory of being able to pull that one back. They need to win this next round, give them some sort of advantage. You haven't seen a big rotation over towards A as well. It looks like it will be a committal to B from both sides, Cam, which means it now comes down to who can hit their shots, who can find the angles, who's going to be able to properly leverage this util.
Someone's been located, and you can wallbang that, but Lore still comes out on top. Detailed is there for the trade, but still shouldn't have gotten away with that. It's 2 versus 3 and players on this retake. Oh, Relium goes down, tried to go for a wallbang, is going to get punished.
Oh no, Relium just not quite sure what to do in that situation. He's getting the second you start to hear that alert, your Spectre warning going off, it's just this moment of fear, and you don't want to get caught out. As we're seeing players get caught out right now, 2 players playing back on site. The Zeus is down. It's a 2v1 situation. And this last player standing, make it happen. And no, STEAZE is not able to do it again. Detailed snapping back. For a second, I thought Team STEAZE was going to be able to find that second round. But Relium just caught a little bit out there, and the rest of the team not able to play around and support him in that situation. That was a big one as we get into a 6-1 half. Team Detailed, hot off of that almost win against Team Shroud. Vixel, if you're in this situation, man, I mean, other than just win the damn rounds, what do you say to Team STEAZE?
It really feels like they're panicking in a lot of these mid-round situations. You know, as you said, when you start hearing your Spectre warning, your mind starts racing a little bit of what can I do? Relium just kind of didn't really do anything. He didn't really take aggression out into the main to try and catch them on any timing. He didn't puck and swap back. He just kind of did nothing, and it ended up falling on both of them.
Yeah, that situation there, we're seeing a hyper-aggressive defensive play, pushing out in towards drop. KRYPTIC, Dicey, oh my goodness, the 2 of them just not even making the attackers feel safe in their own spawn. A little bit of a rotation, but potentially a trap here as the push push did end up coming in through drop as well. Need to be careful. Good util as well. And hang on a second, that's the Spectre.
Ooh.
Oh,
I don't know if Relium spotted it. I don't know if Relium spotted. They got the kill on the first. No, they thinking no way that there are 2 units left behind there, but Lore trying to bring it back, but still a 1 versus 2, 1 versus 3, depending on how you divide it, player versus bodies. It's going to be a hard one.
and swapping to get the second angle from the wave scan. They know exactly where he is. But taking this one at a time, I would have waited. Dicey, you have teammates who can come in and, or a teammate who can come in and assist you in this situation. Now it's a 1v1. This is a big one here, and Laura's going to have some indication of where this other Spectre potentially is because of where the pulse from the wave scan came out. We still have to think about this Zeus cam that has not been planted.
That's the problem. I believe it fell below Catwalk, and it would have been reset back to the spawn if it was in an unreachable position, considering there were no more Spectres left on the field for the attackers, or in this matter, defenders to use. But both the defenders are watching over it. Laura has to land these shots very quickly.
Shots has to give away the position because of that barrier. Not quite able to land it, but the time was just not against them. Not a whole lot you can do in that position if you're Lore. Good attempt. That doesn't change the fact
match point
7-1 detailed here on match point, putting on an absolute clinic. And Cam, I'm looking at this after the performance they just put up, and now detail this. I mean, this squad, if they can continue to fire off like this, they've got to be a contender to potentially make it all the way up to these finals here.
I'm looking at the map now, and no, there's no mid presence at all. Once again. This time by the defenders. So it's important. Like Bixwell, I agree with you that mid is important. Like the difficulty of holding it is kind of showing its face here, and the lack of initial starting presence. We'll see if maybe there's no contact hit outside B or A main, that then they'll start to keep more eyes on that area. But well, contact is being made. STEAZE with the first.
I think looking at this now, big thing here is, again, what do you do after this first pick happens? Because a lot of teams, again, you have that second chance. That's what makes this game different. You do have another opportunity if you're out, but you need to step up. You need to try and trade back that life, and we did see that happen here. That's a big pickup here from KRYPTIC as this push is coming in once again towards this A site. Player playing up. This might be an angle they're not expecting, but it doesn't matter because Lore is just able to get the shots in super clean, pushing in position. Oh, and actually utilizing the util to sort of, hide the opposing player there. They're going to continue to push out in towards mid. A nice little bit of defensive posture.
Grenade up and over by Relium, swapping over to the other unit. Considered pulling their player back because they were in, admittedly, a vulnerable position. But with down to 45 seconds left, there's only so much teasing that the teams can do at this point.
Oh, but that was a big one. William just catching them off guard here, pulling back, knows the position is compromised, but 30 seconds, Cam. If you are the attackers, Zeus is down. You have to play around this, getting those Spectre pings, the warnings, but didn't quite check the angle here, potentially. There it is. One player goes by. Trigger discipline. Has to get it.
Killed.
Oh no, does get it back now. That's massive. Zeus Carrier is killed. 19 seconds on the clock. They don't know the second one is there. The gun is away. Beautiful timing there from STEAZE, but KRYPTIC with the 4K able to pull it off, and that's just GG. That match is in the books.
Like, none of these matches are coming out like we expect them. And I think earlier on, I think I was coming to that realization that throw all expectations out of the window. But I mean, Pixel, if you're still here, I don't know. What final thoughts of that do you have? Because 8-1 is very unexpected.
I mean, I kind of said it in the beginning. Team STEAZE seems to get a little bit flustered when shooters start shooting, and let me tell you, Detailed, KRYPTIC, Dicey, they're all really fired up from that overtime loss, and they came out swinging.
Guys, I am so sorry. My first real technical miss of this. I was muted on stream. I'm back now, though.
Hey.
I was going to just say, sad way for Team STEAZE to go out after a really compelling and exciting first game after, against Team TRUO, who I thought is one of the most just monstrous teams in this whole thing. And I think, a lot of respect to these guys for coming out and playing. Still all amazing players who've hit our absolute highest rank of champions. So no shade to anybody here, although it was a pretty one-sided game when you really comes right down to it. If you're going to, see that really one-sided scoreline, not really too much you can say, other than that.
I think the big thing that stood out to me, the results do, and I think the big thing that stood out to me there is on all the other games we've seen so far. I feel like there was a lot more sort of set strategy and responding to that strategy. But Team STEAZE, that last side there, the second I feel like the play started to fall apart, we saw this against Team TRUO as well. It seemed like if the first thing they did didn't quite work, their ability to sort of pivot on the fly collapsed a little bit. So, great job for the other team not to let them get comfortable, not to let them get set up. And I mean, again, not a bad stat line. Everybody stood up. Nobody was really, one person sort of above the rest. Everybody contributed. But at the end of it there, I mean, KRYPTIC, once again, a player that I think all have our eyes on, definitely going to be one to watch continuing on in this tournament. Big ups, Team STEAZE, put on a great performance in that game number 1. But I think if I'm anybody else watching that match, I've got my eyes on Team Detailed.
I do want to say, I do think Team STEAZE played pretty well this match, better than the scoreline implies, especially in the latter half of the not the half in terms of the side swap, but the latter half of all the rounds together. There were more and more close rounds that Team Detailed just happened to be able to clutch them out, but some of those rounds got very, very close. So I think ultimately, as far as the power matchup, probably closer to an 8-4, 8-3 rather than an 8-1. But still, shout out to Team Detailed for winning this one. A close match against Team Shroud, winning this one really confidently. This is going to be a scary team to face in the lower bracket final.
And Paul, I think it was you who called out in the match, but definitely my hero pick for that one. I felt like Dicey came alive in this one in a way that, felt like he was a little more quiet in the first one. Still not a bad showing by any means, but really pop-off performance for a lot of these rounds.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, really someone I got my eyes on as well. But Bixel, I think, want to get your final thoughts on this here, and maybe thoughts for the teams who are watching this. Anything that potentially stood out to you is maybe a weakness that could be exploited. We didn't see a whole lot in an 8-1 win, but maybe something to keep an eye on if you're another team going up against Team Detailed.
Yeah, I mean, for anyone going up against Team Detailed, they play really fast. They don't, like to be super slow and defaulty. They tend to go to one side of the map and play to that one side of the map. They don't tend to, like mix it up at all. They kind of rely on those gunfights. So if you can just stall out the side of the map, if you can read where they're trying to play, you can definitely get an advantage on them.
Amazing.
All right,
Appreciate
fantastic.
The insight as always, yeah.
Yeah, Bixel, thank you for joining us. We are going to let you go as we head to break ahead of our next match, and we will see you all back before that one.
All right, awesome. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Bix.
And welcome back from our slightly longer break here as we took a second to recharge after what was our most one-sided game of the day so far, heading into what I suspect will not necessarily be as one-sided of a match by any means. Cameron, as we look ahead to this next match and pull up the bracket, what are you looking for out of Team Shroud and Team TRUO as maybe their keys to success in this upper bracket finals here?
I don't know. This is going to be a really, really exciting one. Team TRUO had the entirety of Mill on lockdown seemingly the whole time. Team TENZ, might I rename it, taking over commons and really, I think in this matchup, if Team TRUO, hopefully they were watching the match number 2 between Shroud and Detailed, if they can figure out a way to shut TENZ down, they have a chance. The one question I want to ask you though is, do we have the map yet?
We do
know what they're going to be playing. Yes, what is that map?
They are heading over to Mill,
Okay,
and
back to Mill.
Shroud team is going to be starting on defense. So we're going to see TRUO attacking at the start of this, which we saw in the first half or in their first match versus Team STEAZE, that was where not necessarily struggled. They still came out ahead 4-3, but wasn't quite as decisive as their time on defense. So interesting choice from Shroud to maybe be paying attention to that after that first game.
Yeah, I think that's smart. And again, a Mill is one of these maps that people have played probably the most. I would say. I feel like it's, during a lot of the early testing, a lot of this kind of stuff, it was one of the maps that was always super prevalent in the rotation. So not surprised that teams are sort of going back to that as more of the default. Also, Ben, are you changing your sweater every single time?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, I didn't
I
think
might
so.
have been provided too much mountaintop merch at some point.
I'll take it
Don't
off
worry
your
about it.
hands.
I was gonna say, yeah, don't never
What
never
size- what
never
size
tempt
are
us
you?
with a good time.
I was secretly hoping that it would last longer before this was discovered. I have a whole stack ready to go, so we'll still see.
We'll
what
pretend we
happens,
never
but-
said anything.
Now I want to
Absolutely.
see it. Like
We'll
merch
get to
shop.
it.
Yeah, shop dash mountaintop. No, okay. No, I'm personally, I can't wait. I mean, this match to me is potentially. I mean, I'll be honest. Like Team TRUO, I've seen him stream probably the most out of any of these players. That whole team really looking solid to start this off. They definitely, to me, coming into this were one I really had my eyes on. But now after seeing Team Detailed, again, despite that loss in the second game, they're looking so terrifying now. I feel like they've really gotten warmed up. So more than anything, I think this is anyone's game. And I think the winner of this match right here is going to be in a really prime position. Because, of course, you do have the idea of the map pick versus the side pick.
Right.
And having that advantage going into the finals here. So this is going to be a big one for those watching at home, for those just tuning in. The team that will, come in from the upper bracket will have the ability to choose the map for map 1 and 3 in our best of 3 finals, as the rest of these are best of 1. And Cam, I think for this, teams do agree as well. We're back on Central, hopefully even ping. So this is going to be, I think anyone's game.
Yeah, I don't want to read too much into map sponsor meta because we're still in the early days. We are still in the process of figuring all that out. But I'm looking at Mill, and again, one of the things that allowed Team Shroud to have so much effectiveness on commons was fighting in through mid. The way that the mid on Mill interacts is a little different. You don't get a lot of immediate control. You have to take mid control and then pivot that to either banana exhaust or then intake into crossing. So it's a bit more of like a multi-step process. And I think good utility usage will be more effective as far as mid control. Obviously, utility is always effective on holding the sites themselves, but map control wouldn't be like on commons where it feels like you get one little kill at mid and you have so much control. It's a little bit more step by step here. And so I do wonder, I don't know who's going to have an advantage. I don't know what sponsors are going to be powerful here. Again, I have a preference towards both Riker and Umbra as the info gathering sponsors as they are. And I think on this map, they're both incredibly useful in a lot of certain key areas, but we don't see a lot of preference for either of those. So I'm just spitballing here. I'm trying to figure out some angle to come at this with, and really we're just going to have to see how it plays out.
I will call out as well that similar to what they were doing in their downtime earlier on, we did have another practice match between Team Shroud and Team TRUO, kind of similar to what they were doing against Team Detail at the start. They were playing on Mill, and it was extremely close. I missed the literal last round, so I think it might have tied. I think they had just a 7-7 with tiebreakers off, so very close match. Might have been TRUO win 8-6. So chat can correct me if someone was also watching the Shroud stream when I wasn't. But so either way, I think these two are both feeling warmed up on this map.
Oh
dear.
And I think it should be pretty exciting.
Yeah, I mean,
that will be
at this
exciting. The same map back to back, if they have that information. I know we said in the beginning that was a bit of like not a throw, but like it was a bit of we were curious about the decision for Team Detailed giving Team Shroud a practice match, and that still stands here. But also TRUO has already played a match, so Team Shroud could go back and get that data if they wanted to. But like at the same time, the tendencies go both ways, and so now they've played each other on this map before. Ben, I'm gonna want you to go back and like pick up like what sponsors they picked to see if any of that changed coming from that practice match into this one. Once we get this one started, of course. But it's gonna be, I don't know. I'm excited to see how this one plays out. If it stays as close as that practice match was.
I will make a bold prediction. I think we saw Shroud hit the very first ace in that first game. I think AIRA is going to hit a Tempest ace at some point in this game. That is my prediction. That is their most famous weapon. That is a weapon they were so good at. They are partially one of the reasons we had to nerf that gun before the game actually came out. They are truly the Tempest Whisperer, and I think we're going to see that here. I think they're feeling warmed up, and they're going to absolutely pop off with it.
All right, bold statements coming out. The ace for AIRA here in our second to last upper bracket match. Getting into it, Appreciate you all joining us here for this first community showdown. This has been so much fun to get involved in cast. And again, Cam, we had so many thoughts going into the start of this day. How is the meta going to evolve? What's the economy going to look like? What Spectres are going to be picked up? And sorry, what sponsors are going to be picked up? And so far, I'm actually super impressed with the range of sponsors. I feel like there's a couple of mainstays for sure, but I'm really curious to see if we start to see any of these more niche picks come out through this.
I want K2 to bring Umbra out, and yes, K2 brings Umbra out.
All right,
okay,
let's go.
So
There it is.
if you guys don't know, Umbra is one of the most complicated sponsors to use because the one of the abilities is a little heartbeat scanner that goes through walls. But when that thing is scanning, when you're on your other unit, you can then instantly cast down your other two abilities, the flash or the more detailed scan on the heartbeat instantly. And so being able to play around both of your units in such a clean fashion is very, very difficult. And I've tried it in solo queue. You need like a team to play for you to play around with to know exactly how you're putting your units. But regardless, I'm really excited for it.
Yeah,
This is just it's
Go
just a peak comfort pick, I was going to say, for K2. I mean, I've seen this guy playing Umbra, you know, back when it had placeholder VFX for abilities. This guy knows this sponsor on this map really well, and I think that makes him big fan.
Oh yeah,
I mean,
the
we're-
flash also goes through walls.
Yes,
But
it does.
TENZ holds.
I mean, that's incredible. I mean, you know, this goes to show at the end of the day, util is massively important, but you got to be able to hit your shots. Seeing TENZ holding the site. AIRA is picking up the kill onto Shroud there as the flood is coming in onto the site. Beautiful job there on the attackers to make the opening, but I mean, you just cannot stop TENZ. The only way to stop him is if he runs out of ammo. As we're seeing the push, the constant flood, but the defenders are now fully set up, easy peasy in a 2v1 situation, bringing in these additional bodies to hold this, and they know exactly where K2 is.
Has to back out of there. Thankfully has the Zeus, so could make a sprint over to B, and it does seem to be the play. No one spots that. Ooh, spots a shoulder, but wouldn't be able to get that kill. Oh, wants to go and get the kill. Ooh. Bit of a commitment. I don't know if that was worth it because the attention is now brought back towards mid.
If he can get this kill here, then it absolutely will be. Both of those Spectres, or both of the players there, ton of damage being done. He still has 40 seconds to work with. I actually don't mind this decision to hold at mid. They're fully opting to spread and commit, meaning the K2 is going to be able to take a series of 1v1s. Did end up buying that light armor there with the carbon, so we'll have that. But I love this aggressive flank coming in from the defenders. And we're looking to try and pinch here. Only 24 seconds left on the clock. The angle is being held. If Justin hits this shot, it's all over.
Ooh, angle looked away. The timing on that, and yeah, K2 was spotted. Or I think, I'm looking at the mini-map. Okay, there it is. 4K for Justin. Ends K2's reign of terror. Or attempted reign of terror. But regardless, very close first round. Very heavy hit on the A site. And I will say, if TENZ didn't get that initial double kill, one with each unit, by the way, so exploiting the duality right in the beginning, then this could have been an attacker win on the pistol round.
And I have to say, though, I like how immediately you call out the Umber pick, and immediately we see some sick tech. Going into Duct, being able to scan and spot behind the box on A site. Wasn't quite able to line up in time that flash there, because again, it does go through walls, it does go through terrain, but it is a little bit of a narrow avenue. And TENZ, maybe a bit of luck, a bit of skill, able to sort of dodge that out. The timing wasn't quite there.
Oops.
Oops, didn't see that, Justin.
That wasn't supposed
Fine.
to go there.
No, you're fine.
Another heavy approach to A from the attackers. Now it's Shroud to defend. Even pulls out the Vector Dynamics. They didn't catch that at the start, but goes down to a really well-timed push. A puck thrown onto the site. Gets taken care of. So,
Zeus has been planted.
or no, I
See?
think that might have been, that was also
Yes.
Shroud?
Yes. I think he may have fat-fingered at some point earlier, maybe brought his Spectre in and didn't necessarily mean to.
Oh, I know what it is. I know what it is. A quick little Vector Dynamics breakdown
Yes.
for you. The stim that increases your fire rate, you can reactivate it to pull your other unit immediately to you, and they get stimmed as well. So that's what that was. Probably double tap that ability, whether intentional or not.
And I guess not intentional given how quickly it went down, as K2 is able to pick up a follow-up kill there, going a little bit back and forth, but the Zeus is ticking down.
Their team
The
lost.
attacker's looking in a great position here. as we're seeing a 1-1, the tie up here from Team TRUO, be able to tie this one up. Nicely done there from them, and breaking the economy a little bit on the opposing side. We'll see what people are able to buy off the back of this. Teams have sort of been making a couple of different decisions here, so keep an eye on the guns cam on the situation. Shroud, not necessarily off to the best start, but that actually tracks with our last game, because this is the round, if you remember, he got that first ace.
Really leaning into that storyline, aren't we?
I'm gonna try, man. We got what are we gonna do here? Fellow Canadian, you know, I gotta hype him up a little bit.
Well, Team TRUO, they're really committed to the storyline of attacking A because they are set up for an A hit once again. All 6 members just outside of it. And if memory serves me correctly, this isn't how they approached Mill in their previous match. They were more spread out, more defaulty. But A is wide open for Team Shroud. They're taking mid very aggressively, not going to find anyone.
We're seeing one player there sort of in that mid connector. Otherwise, the site has just been completely taken over. AIRA was able to get that first pickup onto TENZ, however. We're hearing Spectre warnings going off across the board. It looks like there will be a bit of a flank. They need to keep an eye on the Spectres that can left back, sort of at the spawn side of things. And AIRA just continuing to absolutely go off. The one-man wrecking crew. We're seeing the pickup now potentially there in mid. What is going on?
At that range with the Whisper, you have to land, it feels like 100 shots. But hey, if you land them, and I think the timing... Oh, spotted the shoulder. Shroud still gets a kill on the TRUO.
Yeah, Shroud still able to pick that one up, but doesn't know. There comes the split grenade in the back and forth Shroud out. And AIRA's there with a 5K in this round number 3. Beautiful pickup. Still pistols out for both sides, basically across the board there. That one SMG coming into play as the economy surge is sitting here on round number 4.
5K's there, 6K's coming soon.
It wasn't Shroud, but it was almost.
Well,
the
no, but the AIRA Tempest 6K.
Oh, yep, that's true. That's true.
That's the other moment that we are tracking for. But it's a reset of approach now after 3 rounds of hitting A, going back to a default for Team TRUO. Look like they're going to take a little bit of mid control, a little bit of A main control, see what they can find there. Not a lot of presence outside of group, site, at least at the start.
We're seeing the defenders still holding quite a bit of emphasis over towards this A side, and given how these rounds have gone so far, I cannot say that I am surprised. Complete lack sort of banana control, though. We'll see if that's something. I mean, a little bit of eyes on it, but it will allow the attackers to sort of move out and play around there should they want to. And a decent amount of util that can be set up to sort of leverage potentially a push actually on the side as well. We've seen that connection in quite a bit. A lot of noise being made here at A, though, potentially looking to draw these defenders over.
This is really good by AIRA, putting some, capitalizing a little bit on the conditioning that they've made of Team Shroud, of stacking so many people on the A site, but also throwing those grenades to potentially loosen up the health bars of players that are playing in crossing, and K2 is there to take Justin out from that same angle. The Zeus has yet to commit one way or the other, but Shroud is getting trades elsewhere on the map.
Key trade here, just looking to pick up 1 for 1, still trying to suss out where the opponents are. Green box position being held by Shroud, and looking to try and hold back here as well. Again, keeping an eye on those rotations in for mid, but a very passive mid play from the defenders. But Cam, to your point, there's only 3 sets of eyes, even with the ability to swap between the different bodies. There are openings potentially for attackers to sneak through, but they're not opting to do so. They are committing now onto the A side. Here comes the execution.
It was all fake! Mid was all a ruse. TENZ gets 1, but of course it's AIRA getting a second. Tried to swap down to the low ground peak, but AIRA is popping off. No Tempest is needed. Any weapon is enough, but oh, wait a second. Caught out in the open. The Zeus still needs to get planted.
That's huge. There's only 20 seconds left on the clock. That was absolutely massive there from Shroud. Punching above his weight here a little bit in the 1v3 situation. The Vector wall is coming out. Zeus 1 going down in a slightly more defensible position. Back of Yellow, only 30 HP to work with. And at this point, ain't nothing you got to do but sit back and wait. You have to make Shroud come to you. All the onus is on him. And though I say this, here comes the second.
Not overcommitting on the spray, but still pulls a lot of attention towards the main approach. Wall allows the cross without too much punish, but
AIRA!
Another 5K. I can't even finish my thought before AIRA gets another kill. That aggressive, that fast. When I said Team Shroud should be renamed Team TENZ, this team should be renamed Team AIRA. Ridiculous. 13-3.
what we have not. This is the most dominant start from any player that we have seen so far in this tournament. Absolutely incredible play there. Whatever little warm-ups, we talked about before, the more information you feed to Team Shroud, the worse potentially it could be for their opponents because they can get the read. They have players who have played thousands of hours of high-level, competitive games across multiple titles. And then you just have AIRA in the situation saying, I don't care about any of that. I just want to click heads.
I'm just sitting here with my arms crossed waiting for the 6K. I mean, 2 5Ks still waiting, though. I mean, they're almost there.
How can you be disappointed after 2 5Ks? This is the one way. He's like, well, it's not good enough for me.
I'm not disappointed. I know the 6K is
aggressive
coming.
peek.
Well, not this round.
Not this round. Hey, well, they have a second
Actually,
life.
no, that's not true. Hold on.
I mean, I love that the aggressive positioning from TENZ. We've actually seen quite a bit of that, actually. A little bit of an aggro rip off the start. Try and catch one out, not thinking that they would have gone so far up into the barn. So I like that position there from the defenders, realizing they cannot continue to let Team TRUO play their game. But say that, the man himself popping off a bit, and AIRA, just the knowledge of where that's going to be cam, pre-aiming, like in any tac shooter, so key.
Map familiarity unlocks levels of performance.
Zeus,
that you would never
Zeus
expect.
carrier was killed.
Shroud, though, takes the Zeus out. That's good information to find. There's still a whole minute left, so moves can still be made. But with the dual amp popped out, ready to take this fight.
We're seeing the defender push. This is all Shroud all the time. Walking
Oh,
in
the
the
flash!
What is going on? They just run past each other in the smoke, and TRUO
down.
comes out on top. What an absolute clown fiesta.
But Shroud used the dual amp secondary ability to call their unit back, still up in the high ground. Got a second, still taking this fight. It's not done yet. Shroud is still holding down the B site.
It is still a 2v2 situation, but with more bodies here for the defenders. See what they're going to be able to do with this. Looping back around in through the mid, making a lot of noise, though. The Spectre warnings are going to be popping here, rotating in towards A. Pickup here from Team Shroud will be absolutely massive. Smokes are coming in, but it's actually a bit of a fake. They're going to go back towards B.
We're going back towards Shroud. Gotta watch out for this guy. He's gonna take them both down. 4K at the end. It was looking a little saucy. But it's getting back close to tied up, 2-3.
I actually love that play from Shroud, because that, sitting back at sort of this back half of B, those sort of attacker spawn sight lines, or sorry, defender spawn sight lines, actually give a lot more options for the folks to rotate in from A side and actually be able to offer a lot more support. So sitting back there, they can either together play the retake or do exactly what we saw there, which is sort of for that bit of an unforced error. So I actually love that positioning call from Shroud. But man, this has been a scrappy game so far. It feels like at any given point, one player can just totally pop off. Right now, it's the AIRA show. I'm watching who is going to be the person on Team Shroud to step up in response.
Another quick push out by Shroud. Finding nothing outside of B main, but TRUO finds TENZ. TENZ is second player, second character. Gets a trade, another peek outside from Banana. TRUO's pushed ahead of it.
The spot, the jump, the peek.
I heard that!
Getting the shot through the flash. TRUO, you
What?
mad.
Wait, I thought they were the one. Oh, no.
Nope. Sticks the angle, holds it, trusts the gut.
I thought that was their skull that got dinked.
Nope.
Ridiculous. Oh, wow.
That's demoralizing.
That is. That's one that TENZ
man.
just has to, like, you know what?
Go next.
Yep. Like, all right, cool. Sick.
And like all doing everything right too, jumping out, baiting out the location, getting the intel, perfect flash. And TRUO's just like, I'm just gonna pull the trigger though. Thank you. That's fine. I'm just gonna kill you if it's all good. And not a whole lot you can do in that situation. The attackers are repositioning. It's gonna come down to Shroud, the anchor of this site, the only one who's gonna have this intel. You see the stim coming in, Cam. What can he do?
Done it once before. Can you do it again? Pulls the second unit after the first kill. Drags his character away so it doesn't get swung on like that, but the timing of the transition after you die does punish him. TRUO ends up getting yet another kill now. Wipes out the entirety of Shroud. And it is all left to one player. It's all down to Justin. They're lurking from the B site, and that cross is being held.
This one's tough, and that's twice now that Shroud has brought in the Spectre when I'm not sure they necessarily wanted to do that. Now,
No, that
TRUO
one looked
popping-
intentional, and I like the idea behind it, but it required them to get that second kill. Maybe not expecting
Next round
the
decides
follow-up swing so fast. it was a big commitment onto the
Yeah.
A site.
Sorry, I just have to point out that I know we're talking about AIRA getting all these kills. TRUO is up in damage.
Yeah.
I mean, seriously impressive at this point, considering how many kills Ira's been able to pull out. But yeah, TRUO is saying, look, my name is still on the poster here, team. Still got to put things up. And now at 4-2, this is looking like a very convincing half for the attackers. So I love it. They're pulling back to a full default 3v3. I wouldn't be surprised here if they're going to try and bait out something. As again, we've seen a little bit of aggressive defense coming in from Team Shroud. At this point, I wouldn't be surprised to see things slow down just a smidge. And, give Team Shroud an opportunity to, well, do that.
TENZ has been getting shut down on this map, not given the same level of freedom, same impact that we saw on Commons. Solo player on the A site, where it looks like that is going to be the site of destiny again for Team TRUO, but they are making a slow approach, putting some more resources, gaining control of mid first.
I mean, they did such a good job of utilizing the util to block these line of sights. Like, A is a very open site. Like, A main, there's a, you can play from back, you can play from connector, you can play from L block, you can play from the big box. Like, there's a lot you can do from a defender here. But a couple of key smokes we're seeing are really shutting down a lot of these sight lines. And again, utilizing stuff up here, like we're seeing the snap on both sides. Kills are going out across the board.
This fight from TENZ to the player up in Duct still playing out. There's a quick unpeak by the Duct player, it looked like, after the shots traded past each other's ears. But there's still no sign of which site it's going to be. Though I think the utility being thrown now with only 38 seconds left should be the moment, should be the signal that it is going to be an A site take.
And that's what I'm saying. Those key smokes coming in, blocking the line of sights. It's all it takes. Very little util committed to get a full sight control now from Team TRUO, who is continuing to just absolutely dismantle Team Shroud. Justin getting knocked down one after the other, going bowling. Only one player dropped so far. Oh, and beautiful. Oh my God, if you're Shroud, what do you even do against that?
Don't get flashed, I guess? I don't know. It's hard, but I think that Umbra's flash is probably one of, if not the best flash in the game. It goes through walls. It doesn't go around corners, so maybe there are like some angles that the Pinnacle flash is superior on, but I'm a big fan of Umbra. What can I say?
I think it's just that experience coming in for, sorry to cut you off, Paul. I was just going to just say, like, that's where, like, that just massive amount of games played, like, on this map with that sponsor. He knows he can run up to that box. If I put it down here, this is going to be long enough to hit, this player who's contesting me from mid. I just think it's like, I don't know, I just get pretty excited seeing K2 on that pick. It's just really cool to see him be the first player in the tournament to pull it out.
To do so effectively as well. I mean, this is really just showcasing again how unique each one of these sponsors feel and how much of an impact it feels like each one of them can have just sitting here. And what's cool is, again, you can leave this set up, swap to your other Spectre, swap to your other body, and utilize the intel that you're gathering for yourself. That's just sick. That's just absolutely sick. So love to see how that's being utilized here with Shroud getting pushed a bit from door. Oh, the crossfire though coming in. Shroud, Rock the hard place, now trying to swing here with the Duster. Is able to get that one. Nice pick up there in AIRA. A rare miss given how this game is going so far, but only 26 feet to work with. To try and get the wall bang in here, making a lot of noise over on this B site as the committal is coming in through Banana with the shutdown from Team TRUO.
Bit of an overcommittal, if you ask me, especially with the Brat. You got to be well aware of the threat range of that machine pistol. It can get some kills at long range, but it is so lethal up close and personal. Want to play around tight corners with that. Swing around the side. TRUO, K2 both getting kills now.
Zeus is down on the field.
Seeing the push coming in now on the site. Great swings, great team play. Seeing the last dish push, but having the Spectre right there around the corner. The similar play to what Shroud was trying to do in that last round. But K2 able to leverage that second body, utilize the intel immediately. And Cam, just like that, 6-2. This has totally gotten away from Team Shroud. What started as a really even game has been Team TRUO all the way.
I don't think this is the scoreline that you can get away with full saving after losing the pistol. I know the idea of a tier 4 rifle buy on round 3 is tempting, but you're going to give your opponent match point. You don't want to have to play for overtime if you can avoid it. And playing with tier 2s, tier 3s can be just as lethal if you're good with it, right? Like you're not stuck with like Play-Doh weapons if you don't have a full buy.
No, honestly, like, you know, in the right situation, there's a lot of these guns feel really impactful, especially the single shot guns. Like, there's a lot of emphasis on like the DMR and the semi-automatic rifles, and I love that because it's really that skill expression, as we're seeing K2 bringing out there as well. In this case, with the sniper having a huge impact on the ability to sort of take it over.
Carrier's down.
You know, all the money in the bank. So definitely keep an eye on that. Is Justin pinned in again? Sight control here.
Yeah, I mean, also, I will say this take doesn't look particularly good by Team Shroud.
Oh.
Another multi-kill round for AIRA, but for Shroud, it looked like they wanted to do a really fast hit, but they were non-committal. They stalled at the entrance, and that heartbeat kill on the Shroud seemed to have scared the rest of them. If you hit a site, you need to hit the site, no matter who goes down on the process. You can't give your opponents a time to respond and pull any of their units over. You need to kill everyone there in a matter of seconds, or else it's all a waste.
I think one thing that stands out to me as really cool is also in that last round, K2 definitely one of the weapons I most associate with him is that light sniper, the Harpy rifle. Yeah. And I think what's really cool is that something about that gun, it does 101 to the body. So he didn't even go for that headshot on Shroud. He just hit him with the body shot. He just is expecting them to not have armor to be saving, probably watching their previous matches. He just can read them like that and had some big stuff happen in that round. But TENZ warming up in this one.
Yeah, they did go for the save, and they have full rifle tier 4 buys now. Crossfire set up by the defense as they approach through Banana. K2 with the double with the buzzsaw. Justin was able to take TRUO down. Still favors Team Shroud on the approach to B.
Now the Reaver in the hands of K2 as the rotation now coming in from Team Shroud over towards this A site. But will still be some defender presence as the wall comes out. Spotted, not able to pick up that initial kill. That was huge. Justin able to pull one out before he's traded back. Nice shots there from AIRA on the back site. It is going to be a 3v2 situation, at least in terms of bodies.
Zeus has been planted.
Going down, but rest of the attackers here, maybe a little bit spread. It really comes down that lone player on site who will now be spotted out. Shroud, they know where he is. Can they execute on this? Almost finds that shot through the wall. You know exactly where he's going to be as the blind goes in. Great util there. The Shroud getting forced back into the corner, and AIRA just a little bit bigger. Now, TENZ not in a great position. Does have the grenades to play around. It's not enough.
Defenders have
that grenade not quite there. And K2 was holding the angle anyway, letting AIRA go for the full defuse. 23-8, top scorer of the match. 8-2 victory. What another dominant showing this time by Team TRUO.
But one thing I want to call out, Team TRUO himself, the man, the myth, the legend, by 7 damage, actually outscoring AIRA off the back of that. So just barely, despite the kills.
Well, listen, I don't want to call anyone out when I say this, but there is a conversation to be had. If you're getting all that damage, why can't you finish the kill?
Teamwork, Cam. Teamwork. Okay, all right, baby. Yes.
Okay.
In that case, it definitely was teamwork though, because that's where I really feel like, and it's something we've talked a lot about. Minute one of the show all the way up to now, Ben, is this idea of folks who've been grinding on ladder, who've hit that champion rank versus some established pros, top players in other games, and sort of seeing those worlds collide here a little bit. This is really where I feel like the skill expression of Spectre Divide specifically really came through, because Team TRUO, yes, the shots were there, but I felt like their utility usage, their knowledge of the map especially, I constantly felt like through again, you know, in theory, no fault of their own, Team Shroud was out of position way more than we'd seen them at almost any team up until this point. It always felt like they were having to constantly juggle different angles.
That was kind of a slaughter for a lot of that. Not gonna lie, there were some brutal rounds in there. I mean, there were just there's like a point at which the other team hits you with like a 4K, a 4K, a 5K, a 5K, and you just, it's, you know, no matter who you are, that can be hard to overcome. I mean, obviously there's the economy side of that. Like the flawless round in the second half where you get to save literally 6 guns is kind of ridiculous. It just feels, you know, a little unfair in that moment almost. But no, that was an awesome one for sure. I think AIRA, I know, has already like played very great in the first game too, but like, oh my god, like what a step up. Like 23-8 is absolutely unbelievable. You know, regardless of damage counts alone, that there were some crazy carries in that.
Yeah, and now we have our eyes set towards a rematch from match number 2, if I'm not correct, where Team Shroud and Team TENZ are going to back to it again. And that was, I mean, so far it's certainly been the closest, arguably one of the most exciting matches we've had today. So to get a redo of that again is going to be exciting. Not to, get too far ahead of ourselves here, but Team TRUO going to the grand final. Maybe we weren't accurate with how it happened, but I think this was the end result expected from the beginning of the show.
I'm extremely curious about the map pick for this one. I want to say, not to get in your way, Paul. Feel free to make your point, but I think that first game on Commons obviously was our closest we've had of the day. Went to double overtime. Mill wasn't quite as successful here. Curious if, regardless, Shroud team feels like, hey, we've just played this map every time, or we played this twice in these practice games, once on the broadcast here. Is this just the warmed up? Is this just our map? We know it. Or are they going to hit us with a curveball? We'll find out.
I almost wouldn't be surprised if we see Team Shroud, if they have the map pick, go back to Commons again. Simply because, I mean, again, they won on that last one, but also it is the newest map. So in theory, it's the one that everybody's played the least. So it's maybe one where having those less defined setups matters a little bit less. And would that potentially get in the head of Team Detailed here? Or, I mean, we still haven't seen Metro yet at all. So, like, do we go in a totally different direction? Because if I'm Team Shroud, I do not want to go. I'm hoping you don't go back to Mill, because that was a bit of a bop right there. And I don't know if I necessarily want to try and retread that ground at this point. But if I'm Team Detailed, man, I mean, we almost went all the way into OT with that last one. There's so many opportunities here for them to sort of step back up. I actually have to give the advantage to Team Detailed, I think, as sort of a prediction goes. I think that given that last loss, given the fact they've had a chance to continue to eye this, the days progressed, I don't know. It's just where my gut's telling me, Cam. What do you think?
I've been made wrong on so many predictions. I don't want to go. I'm a little nervous to make one at all. I certainly see your perspective, but if there's one team that I think would be less susceptible to tilt, it would be Team Shroud. Again, with the storied competitive experience, and it's not unique to Team Shroud, but at the heights that the players on Team Shroud have hit is unique compared to all the other players. I think the ability to avoid tilt would likely be stronger on them. But again, I think the map choice, while we don't have the information, we don't have competitive history of these rosters or anything to go off of, that could be impactful. I wonder if we're going to eventually see Metro. That's the one map we have yet to experience so far today, so maybe that gets pulled out.
Yeah, and our odds are pretty solid in the best of 3 finals. If nothing else, I would love to see it. That's a pretty exciting map as well. Guys, we're going to cut to break one more time ahead of our next match, and then we will be back for the lower bracket finals between Team Shroud and Team Detailed. We'll see you there. Welcome back from a break. We are here again, still here with the Spectre Community Invitational, our first official tournament on our channel, seeing Shroud, TENZ, Justin go up against some of our community's finest. If you're just joining us, we are stepping into lower bracket finals, seeing who's going to be matching up against TRUO in the finals. This is a rematch of our first round. We saw both Shroud and Team Detailed play. And joining us briefly before this game, I'd like to introduce Judd. We have a senior level designer here from Mountaintop. How are you doing, Judd?
Hey, what's going on, man? I'm having a great day. Super killer watching all these matches, and everybody's having a good time. So,
what'd you think of that last match? If you had a chance to see it, there was some pretty exciting Mill gameplay here, especially Umbra being pulled out. When you see Mill, I can't say the map name. When you see Mill, anything stand out to you, like things you like to see teams doing? How do people win on Mill, or anything that stands out to you is cool about that map?
People always tell me that's the easiest one to learn. People like these maps for different reasons. Some people like the complexity, some people like the simplicity, some people like the theming. And people always tell me that this one's like really easy to learn. So it seems like this is maybe like a default map.
It did seem like, a comfort pick for these guys, and they were playing it off stream between their matches too, and they're practicing. Like, it's kind of one that does really set you up for success if you know your fundamentals well. Paul or Cameron, anything for you that stood out when we look at how players are approaching Mill in this tournament?
Yeah, and I think, I mean, Mill in particular, and I think honestly the trend is held a lot. I'm curious, Judd, for you, like obviously, the A and the B sites are key, but what do you guys really think about? Obviously, travel time in this game is so different from every other tac shooter with the duality element of this game. How does that really, for you, impact the way that you look to design these levels? Because that honestly is what jumps out to me the most. Is obviously they feel like big maps, but you can traverse them so quickly because of the utility.
Yeah, well, with dualities, it's really the density of a 6v6 game, right? But because you're playing 3v3 with only 3 active bodies, the defender rotate times to back each other up is super important for these maps. So like mid on mill, for instance, right? You can pretty much go from watching angle on mid to backing up your teammate on A pretty quick. It really is like 2 to 3 seconds where you can get line of sight onto main. And so I think that's one of the differences, right? Is really the fighting together and being able to back up your teammates rather quickly compared to some of these maps in the other games.
And if I can poke production to flip us over to Skyway, which is going to be the map we see next up with Detailed and Shroud, we could talk about that one briefly as well. Worth noting, this is Team Detailed's pick. So they come off of this really dominant win versus Team STEAZE, and they think, we got to run this back. It's our map. This is our home. Judd, I don't know if you were able to catch that game too, but as you look ahead to Skyway, kind of similar question of, what do you think are the most important things to watch out for on Skyway?
That was like this was the matchup, the really sweaty match that went to overtime.
No, that was the Commons one. This was the one that was kind of a one-sided affair from Team Detail taking down Team STEAZE. I think it was 8-1 or 8-2.
8-1, yeah.
Okay. I don't know. This map's pretty different though overall. So like you guys mentioned earlier, a lot of it comes down to map knowledge. So it's hard for me to really have a pick of who's going to take this one.
That's fair. Do you want to mention one thing that is interesting about this map is the rapid recall zones, if you felt like mentioning what those are for anyone who's unaware?
Yeah, totally. This map, one of the duality special features is a rapid recall zone. It's kind of like a green decal on the floor. When you throw your puck into it, your Spectre is going to recall there way faster. It's not quite an instant recall, but it's pretty darn fast. And so there's one on B site, and there's one on A site, and there's also one if you push mid going into defender start, you also get one there. That one's kind of my favorite spot, to be honest. Pushing mid and recalling into the defender start area just gives you an awesome advantage for rotating or getting behind a team. So for me, that's kind of like my favorite play on this map.
So you see those 3 on the map there as well that do have that kind of checkered pattern on there that aren't the sites. Those are those fast recall zones. So definitely keep an eye out for that in the match as well. You'll definitely get to see players fighting for control of those spots because it does let you get such amazing control when you're able to move a body over, especially for attackers to be able to like flood a site, push in there. I think a funny call out too is that one on A, you'll see it's labeled island there. You can puck throw to that from over the wall. If you want to get really crazy, you can literally hit that from, walking up, not even having to enter main, have your whole team throw it over if you feel extra risky. So, if you want to make a really spicy play in your own solo queue game, make sure to keep an eye on that. The other one cool duality feature on this map are those jail bars. There's certain areas of this map too you can't just walk through, but if you have a Spectre, you could chuck it through, recall into there. Are there any things that come to mind to you with jail? Is there a secret? Are you somebody who likes to run up and chuck it through, or are you taking it more cautiously?
I like jail as a post plant position personally. I like to plant somewhere on a site where I can guard from pit or jail, and I like to keep a body over there because you can get somebody coming from main, and I feel like there's some cool optionality. You're also kind of trapped in there, so it could be risky, but it's quite a long run around to get to the jail bar side. So it feels like pretty good to me. That's kind of how I like to use jail.
And I have received word that we have all 6 players in the lobby. So, gentlemen, I will push you for a prediction. Judd, who takes this next match? Is it Team Shroud or Team Detailed? It's all right if you're not super confident. It's just what your heart feels.
Let's go into overtime.
Okay.
And I'm going with Team Shroud on this one.
All right.
Sorry, everybody.
Paul, what do you think?
I kind of gave my prediction before the end of the last one. I'm going to lean detailed, but I agree. This one could be also another pretty close one.
I don't know. I got convinced by the 8-1. I'm going detailed harder than I'm going detailed like 8-4.
Okay.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah.
I will say not overtime. I will go crazy. I will flip from my last one. I'll say narrowly Shroud. I feel like they're gonna mentally recover from that last one and
Okay.
come in strong. We're gonna see the Shroud TRUO best of 3 rematch after this. Judd,
You got to go
thank
for the
you.
underdog sometimes. You know what I mean?
It feels ridiculous to call Shroud and TENZ underdogs and
So
anything,
silly.
All
but
right.
you know, at
So
the
silly.
same time,
No.
you know, I don't think you're that wrong. So we'll see how it shakes out. Judd, thanks for joining us. I appreciate you jumping
Thank you.
in, and we will kick off this match shortly.
Cool. Right on. Thanks, everybody. Have a great day.
Awesome.
Catch you later.
I have to say, I love hearing the insight from the devs, like from the folks who like legitimately works, like hearing
Right.
their mindset going into it. It's so cool. And I love the fact that, again, you guys, obviously Mountaintop's a small studio. So the idea that folks are just like more than willing to just like take time out of their day, be like, yeah, here's this community cup. We want to talk about this game. And I just love every single person I've interacted with has been so hype about this. And that makes me so pleased as we get into this next match. And yeah, I'm digging it.
I think the level designers have a truly thankless job in some way of trying to figure out how to make maps for a game where you simultaneously are 3v3 but also 6v6,
Yeah.
trying to get that balance of like, we need enough boxes for you to in cover for you to put Spectres down so you feel like you have options there, but then not so much that, oh my god, I have to clear 100 different points,
Yeah.
you know, to walk through anything. Really tricky balance to strike and trying to figure out, you know, how tall should walls be? Should you be able to puck throw over this or not puck throw over this one? Like a million choices like that you don't have to think about for other games that make it really just interesting and cool to, yeah, I love hearing their thought process.
Yeah, I mean, it's true. One of the things that was a little curious to see first players' responses to this game, who have come from other tac shooters, is being overwhelmed by the size of the maps. But like, as you say, it's the balance is difficult of 3v3 versus 6v6, and there are a lot of quick movement options in this game, not just the quick puck transfer green grid marks, but also just throwing a puck in general basically throws a unit. You can throw it all the way across the map if you wanted to. Granted, it would land virtually blind and maybe in the middle of the enemy team, but you could still do it. It's an option.
Maybe not the best.
Not the best, but it's
Not the
just
best.
saying it's
No.
there.
But no, I mean, I love that. Again, the idea that, you know, this map, when I first started playing this game, the maps felt big. But the more I played, the more I appreciated that, again, because of the nature of the duality system, they are the size they are for a reason. And they're really not as punishing if you've set yourself up well. If you have not set yourself up well for success, if you're not keeping an eye on sort of where your Spectre is at any given time, that I feel like is the biggest learning curve for players. In you know, I understand it. Maybe for some, maybe it feels a little bit intimidating. But once you get the hang of it,
Yes.
holy crap! Like so many options open up, and I'm just And again, I think seeing these players showcase what it looks like at the highest level, there have basically been no situations where we've seen like dumb Spectre deaths, people caught out. It happens so rarely because these guys have their heads on a swivel. They're constantly aware of what's going on. As we get into this cam, let's see what's going to happen.
I'm noticing some sponsored change-ups here. Shroud is pointing at the Riker, but hold that thought for a second because Team Detailed is hard pushing drop. TENZ did drop the hitting grasp, but the scan through the blue box gets wall banged, and Detailed KRYPTIC both kills to start off the match.
Yeah, that was not ideal. Great use of the wave scan there. As Shroud now trying to get one back, but KRYPTIC able to get that solid trade, and
Zeus has
Shroud
been planted.
absolutely dismantled to start this off. Drop not somewhere we saw prioritized a ton, funnily, in that last round of this map. But there's one.
That second headshot, I thought.
I thought first I was convinced we were about to see the 2-tap. Oh my.
Man, that was really, really close. It still would have been an uphill battle from there, 1 versus 3, but still, a 1v2 victory. Always exciting to watch. And there's the kill money that comes in as well. It could have some impact on the next round bye, but let's see if Team Shroud commit to the round 2 full save to hit the round 3 tier 4.
They've been doing that so far, so I wouldn't be surprised to see them continue that throughout. It's We see, detail potentially be seeing here. Hopefully able to get back in. Not sure if that's just a visual bug as well. So we'll keep folks appraised. If we need to jump back, potentially reset this, we'll keep you all appraised of what is going on here as we keep an eye on that going into this. Those look like they have, in fact, seen. So we'll see what the admins choose to do here, as we'll just follow along as normal at this point. Again, holding on to that drop angle now, just from the side of the defenders as we get this sorted, Cam.
Yeah, Detail's relaunching right now. It's possibly might start this match. Just waiting to see how long it takes him to get back in.
Well, in the moment, KRYPTIC doesn't need any help. Down to teammate doesn't matter at all. Full send in, all pieces of utility. Clearing the space, clearing the area, multiple vector walls, clearing blue. They can go for the Zeus plant.
There's no way they win this round 2v3, right?
Well, they have the superior weaponry.
I mean, at this point, it's looking pretty likely Team Shroud to have to try and collapse in from the attacker spawn. As
They're
well
hunting
as
this.
defenders.
They're hunting the DC bodies. That's so BM.
Knife kill, knife kill, knife kill.
Let's go, Shroud. Knife kill! Let's go.
Shroud with
get
the
your
first ace, the first knife kill. Ignore the disconnected bodies part of that statement.
As we're seeing the Zeus plant go in once more. Now, of course, they're going to know
Zeus
where
has been
Shroud
planted.
is. It is a 2v2 situation. Ooh, coming in with the Duster as well. Being able to find that, has the rifle to boot. This is where TENZ is likely going to shine, and we can see utilization of that fast recall zone there, like we talked about in the intro. Being able to pop out now with the less good gun, which is great. Seeing the angle being utilized. One, two, look to make it three. Pop back in and out. And trying to shoot in there through the wall. Ooh, KRYPTIC, though, utilizing the angles. We are seeing TENZ able to get this one done. Looks like we'll just keep on playing through with this defuse.
Yeah, the other swap of sponsor was TENZ going away from the Pinnacle and going to Gordon United. And instantly, one of the first rounds of this match, using the smoke shift to put their second body in that off angle that allowed them to get all of those initial kills before pulling out the picked up Tempest for the clutch at the end. Really, really good play on the comeback there by Team Shroud.
I have to say, I feel like watching the top players play more, I feel like the smoke shift is one of the most powerful abilities in the game. So I want to see, more utilization of that for sure, and sort of see how we go through it. So sounds like there is being an admin call being made though. So Ben, you want to jump back in on us? Jump back in here?
Yeah, really quick. Detail did disconnect there at the start of round 2, so there was only one round played, which that team won. We did double check with them, and they would prefer to remake versus playing that one out. He couldn't quite get back in time to play round 2, so we're just going to run that one back, start from scratch.
Okay.
Should be pretty quick to get back in there. I think that makes sense. Our only crash we've seen so far, so not really anticipating too much more. It happens. Game's still early. We still are working on bug fixes and improvements, but so we'll be back in there pretty shortly.
I think that's definitely the play for sure. I mean, just knowing at this point, you want to have the absolute best for competitive integrity because there is a $5,000 prize pool online here as well. We want to remind, we haven't talked about that a whole lot. We've sort of been talking more about bragging rights and showcasing the game, but there is still a $5,000 prize pool put up from the fine folks there at Mountaintop. So want to make sure that everything is looking good. And again, sort of to start that off, obviously, a little bit of back and forth there, but I have to say, being able to see the sort of different, usage of utility there and the sponsor swaps. I think that's probably the big highlight for sure, Cam, and something I definitely want to hear, your thoughts on for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I think ultimately making sure that both teams had a Riker is so important on this map. Mid specifically is such a long lane. Getting a single wave scan over the course of the entire section of mid on its own is, I think, an arguable enough reason to commit to having Riker on your team. Not to mention a bunch of other useful areas with the corners around drop. We saw it utilized around closet on B side. That's that big blue wall. Not elbow, which is on the opposite side, but the blue wall that you can shoot through. But yeah, again, I'm biased. I have the most experience with Riker over any other sponsor, but on this map specifically, I think it is, you really don't want to go without it.
I think it's crazy to see. This is just my personal take, and I am not a champion player. I am a lowly watcher and fan of the game, enthusiast. But I feel like it's wild to me to pick Riker without a Morgan, just because those free abilities just feel so naturally synergistic. Where you're getting the scan for free every round, guaranteed. Having some smokes you can put up to be scanning through, get that vision. I think is such a natural kind of combo between the two. I think I'm gonna blank on exactly who it was. I think it was Team STEAZE in the first game. There was a team that was running Riker plus both Bloom and Morgan just for that. Like, we want all the smokes down because we want to be giving you like as much pressure as possible to play around. Like, we're gonna just be constantly both blocking off your vision while also getting our own. I just feel like there's so much there. Also, kind of that stacking power of like all the Riker utilities, these 2 trip mines, you know, the scanning turret, and then also having a Morgan hidden grasp like trap on top of that too. Just like that is kind of overwhelming to play against a lot of the time. Like having to just feel like everywhere I'm looking, there's like something else that's scanning me. I'm looking at not just 3 players and their Spectre warnings, but now so much more too. So to me, those are kind of like a match made in heaven in my mind. But I, you know, totally, I see people disagreeing, so that's fair. I'll leave it to the experts.
I don't disagree so much as the wave scan gives you a lot of information on its own without doing it through a smoke, and it feels like a bit of a waste of utility to do one section of the map. If you want a quick, fast hit on a site, I think that's where you want to have a vector on your side. Whereas I personally view stuff like wave scan as early round information to make your first decision based off of, and to dump like smokes and a wave scan and then to set traps up on like the same type area is a bit of an overcommitment. You still need to rely on your own map control that you can get with your actual person itself. The traps give you a touch extra, but it doesn't do the work for you.
And I think
my only counterpoint.
I think one thing to keep in mind here too, as we get back into this next game, you know, like the information you get from like a wave scan, if you ping someone, you get information. If you don't ping someone, you get information.
Yeah.
If they kill the wave scan, you get information. So basically, no matter what you do throwing out that ability, you're going to get some sort of intel. So really curious to see how teams play around that. I imagine everything will stay the same in terms of locking back in those sponsors. But yeah, Ben, I think so far, let's see what happens. We'll see if that pistol round will continue to be as convincing here for Team Detailed.
I'm excited. We're looking at like I think these are the same sponsor picks for everybody across the board.
Seems to be the case, yeah.
Okay, cool. I mean, it was an exciting one. I wouldn't be shocked if it played out relatively similar, but we'll see. I mean, a lot of these pistol rounds just come down to pure fragging, just literally who's clicking the heads, who's getting in there. It is interesting if they choose to mix it up and go A, though. It looks like Team Shroud definitely thinking they're going to come through drop on B like they did the first time, but we'll find out how this works out.
Looking at the minimap, it's looking to be an A hit, and it's one of those sort of you think you know, but they think you know, and I know that you know, and back and forth, and it comes down to a coin flip once again, if they're gonna go for the same play or not. Wave scan coming out from Shroud from a site across mid while watching from jail. It tags one.
Nice of you. Pretty good intel coming in there as well. Push is still coming down through bot mid. Pushing in towards the big box down there. Trying to utilize that as Dicey and crew. Man, they have no chill. They are just absolutely hoofing it. Bringing everyone down, and we heard about that. Justin picking up that first kill, though, onto KRYPTIC. We'll see if Detailed can do anything here. Swing back. 2 players eyeing him.
Pops over, goes to the defender's spawn, but not expecting TENZ to be hiding above on the elevated angle. And so the frags temporarily going Shroud's way, and a nice flank through mid is going to continue to keep it in their favor, even more aggressively so. 5 versus 2. This is a really good start on the pistol round. Dicey stops Shroud's reign of terror, but now is the last player left. Can they clutch this one out?
I was going to say TENZ ended up fighting that one back, and seeing the momentum shift a little bit here. Team Shroud now able to capitalize. Really good movement. Both teams. Again, what I love about this, we've seen so many times where teams have the attackers end up on the defender side, the defenders on the attacker side. You constantly have to be thinking about how to push. We are going to see TENZ spotted out by the drone. The Zeus is down and multiple angles held. Dicey knows there's a player coming in. The dodge and weave peeking in here as well. Zero chance. Justin cleaning that one up. Nice round there for Team Shroud.
A lot of it based off of that initial wave scan. So again, Riker, I'm telling you guys, don't sleep on Riker. These information gathering sponsors are really, really powerful, especially in organized team play when you can synergize the different areas being held by you and your teammates.
Interesting. We're seeing the drone going down there, sort of in that B-Link scenario there. Just to help, you know, not necessarily keeping a body on mid, but just making sure that if someone looks to drop down, get aggressive, they are still going to have some of that awareness. So I actually really like this play, sort of playing around mid versus necessarily giving up. Because again, for the attackers there, you have that angle down from top mid. You definitely have a bit of an advantage, despite the fact that the defenders can pre-peek it. Should note that. But in a lot of situations, you know, if the attackers can flood from a couple different angles, it's tough for the defenders to keep in mind. So I actually kind of like that decision. Just don't even think about it. Just sit back, play for yourselves.
More utility being thrown out. A double frag grenade, cluster grenade thrown, but this is a pretty big stack around elbow. Dicey gets the first on Justin. Check the corner behind you, not expecting the backup. The double Justin in the corner. What is going on? I can't track all of these kills. This is so chaotic.
The bloodbath on the B site. Oh my goodness, Zeus is going down. Trades back and forth, but the defenders are getting absolutely ripped apart. Oh my goodness, that turned the snap. Oh my goodness.
All into TENZ, playing behind elbow. And they know more or less where he is going to be playing from. One player in closet, one player in drop on the attacking side. Of course, they're defending the Zeus plant. Going around. Ooh, got the first, but the instantaneous peek out by KRYPTIC.
Beautiful play there, actually, to play both of those angles simultaneously. Great comms coming in from both of them. Second that shot is in, instant response. I mean, instant, the same second. As we're tying this up, a 1-to-1. Really nice response. Again, there's so much chaos coming in here on the B site. And again, one of these situations, again, when all else fails, when everything else is disintegrating, the play call, you're all losing track of it. It really just comes down to who can have that initial game sense and response. And I think both these teams, you could make an argument on both sides. One has more time maybe in the game, Spectre Divide. You're talking about like tens of thousands of combined hours of competitive multiplayer shooters, tac shooters across the side of Team Shroud. So it's honestly, this looks like response is kind of a toss-up when you put all this in a blender.
Cluster grenade goes out, doesn't find any damage. Wave scan's going to spot one player bottom of mid. And it's going to be a very fast push towards the B site. Mine thrown over. Using the fast recall as well to get not quite onto the site itself, but pretty damn close. And Dicey with a nice one-tap dirt nap onto Justin.
Big plays, and now being able to utilize the Spectre there to see when the response is going to come in from the defenders. Beautiful site take. A lot of util done, but really selective with the shots. Oh, Justin not quite able to get that one there. Any rotation coming in from the defender spawn has been absolutely annihilated. The path is closed, and now it's, I mean, it's a 1v, but Shroud with multiple bodies to utilize here. No reason not to go in and just try and do as much econ damage as humanly possible.
Yep. Especially since they did save after losing that second round. No point in saving pistols, seeing what damage you can do. Wave scan is giving some good information, but the spray by KRYPTIC tried to go for the Duster kill there. Unfortunately, not going to be the case. So a good, nice round by Team Detailed, only losing one body, only losing one weapon. We had the economy surge. It's going to be tier 4s for Shroud.
So I have one fun Skyway fact for you really quick on this map, which I think is probably going to be more in the side of Team Detailed, having played this map a ton. Those blue walls, you see that kind of look plasticky, like they're like, you know, water jugs or something.
Yeah.
Those are able to be shot through by any gun, and there is 0 damage drop off. They are just literally like hollow plastic. Those are just wall bang cities. So in that situation where Shroud was coming out of drop, that would have been an awesome moment to just start spamming through there, try and get that kill on Cubby where there's often a body left. So I definitely would expect to see Detailed and Co. go for some cheeky wall bangs through us at some point.
Ooh, there you go, finding out all this hidden info. As we're seeing once again, TENZ going hyper aggro on the defense. He has done this play consistently. Doesn't matter the map, but finding these timings, and every single time it has not been expected the first time. He has pulled this crazy aggro play out. That was exactly what Team Shroud need to do here. They have the gun advantage. They got to push it.
Well, when you're against a team that, by all expectations, is more familiar with like mid to late game interactions, how to utilize map control, and really exploit vulnerabilities in the map design against your opponent, the one way to counter that is to go for an early fight where it brings it more into pure aim battle. And so TENZ very intelligently leaning on to his own strengths when it comes to this game, when it comes to this competition.
Now Justin's here to follow up. Going to try and carry off the back of this. Not a single body picked up yet. We're seeing Team Shroud systematic. Just moving across the map, trying to create opening after opening. No heavy overcommits here. Oops, spotted by Detailed though. Wavescan's going to come out. This is going to be full intel.
We caught one of them. So maybe not quite expecting the repeat. Getting out from the range of that Wavescan was crucial for that trade back. And it is perfect forces right now for Shroud as they push on. Or trying to hold the site, rather.
Yep, pushing in now. 26 seconds. Again, utilizing these Spectres. Additional info here. It's going to be one pickup, though, from Detailed. Nice shot there onto Justin, but either way, the Zeus is going to go down, is now in play. With the push coming in, the scans are here. Great peek from TENZ. Finds one, finds a second. Fantastic play, and just like that, yes, the Zeus goes down, but instantly diffused.
You can tell that Shroud has played this game extensively because these are a lot of really, really clever wave scan angles that I haven't seen too many other players utilize, myself included. I'm taking notes off of this. This is a really good mid-round utilization of wave scan. A lot of people, and I will include myself in this, see wave scan as something you use at the start of the round. Maybe if you don't have information, you just throw a blind wave scan out there. But he uses that specifically to get the tag on the opponent to be able to swing into them, him and his teammates to swing into them aggressively with confidence.
Because there's so much of these maps that can be shot through, like Ben just mentioned, with, in that terrain specifically, you can never feel safe. Even if you're scared, you're like, oh, maybe I'm behind cover. No, you can get wall banged through so many different options here, which is so cool. And again, being able to see where your utility is going to go on the minimap makes finding these lines so much easier. Makes it so much more accessible for new players. So yeah, sure, Shroud is hitting some of these crazy angles, but these are ones other people can absolutely replicate as well. And we are only scratching the surface of what's possible here.
Saw another attempt at a quick take of B main. Wasn't able to catch any opposition, but now it's going to be a push onto mid from A. KRYPTIC with the second knock onto the site.
Huge.
No one's been fully deleted yet. Everyone has at least one body. Well, spoke a little bit too soon. Shroud does go down now. It's going to be a Zeus plant onto the A side retake attempt. Now coming in.
Zeus has been planted.
3 defenders spawned.
Now the heal comes out as well, keeping KRYPTIC up healthy and in the fight. And it's Detailed continuing to fire back. Detailed, all it takes is one player slipping through the cracks and suddenly the defense is burst wide open. Beautiful timing on that flashbang as well. Pushing on back here. Justin and KRYPTIC going back and forth. KRYPTIC with the 4K off the back of an amazing mid push. Silent and deadly, that 4K.
Yeah, we'll see how this affects Shroud's approach to their default hold. They pulled away. The attackers pulled away from B for one round and looked like a really easy push into A. They might try instead throw more resources onto that side of things for Team Shroud. Though it also looks like they might be going for a B main take once again.
I'm curious to see if TENZ is going to play hyper-aggressive off the rip. I mean, I feel like a lot of the situations where Team Shroud has been up, it's when they've been able to find those early initial picks, because I often find that against maybe the teams who are a little bit more familiar, they struggle a little bit in the midpoint of the round, but then it really comes, there's sort of these ebbs and flows. Again, because of the nature of the system, multiple bodies in play here. Is TENZ going to continue to push his luck? No, just throwing out some util, making a bit of noise, but not overcommitting this time, which may be a good thing considering basically the entire team of Detailed is here. Dicey looking spicy, going to try and find something here on drop.
Refiring through one of the little hidey holes in drop, but answered back with cluster grenade. It finds Justin.
Zeus will be left.
And we're still not committing onto the site yet. Good flash out.
Love it, holding the angle just a bit away, giving yourself a bit of a second. The fastest reaction time in the world, can't do a whole lot. The Shroud and TENZ are there, but the trades are coming back in from both sides. Justin able to get involved in the conversation. The defenders are holding strong for now, but an aggressive push up mid. TENZ a little bit too aggro there, getting absolutely punished for that overextension. And now this opens the way for A, but the defender is holding strong. Shroud is there, anchoring both sites.
Anchoring very well, gets 1 kill, knows there's more coming, but decides to back away. They have the unit advantage. They can wallbang through this too, showing exactly how paper thin these things are.
Doesn't know the second one is here necessarily. Oh, as a sense, the second player is coming around the outside. The peek, the trades, can they find it detailed just a little bit bigger? Shroud not quite getting the angle that time. Both players are pushing in now. Beautiful trade. Would have loved to keep those extra bodies alive, but Shroud, still, the team is there. Tie it up 3-3.
Detailed made it close.
Last round.
Detailed made it close, but we are now on the last round. It is all tied up. This is another, potentially the beginning of another very, very close match between Detailed and Shroud.
For those who weren't here for our first match, we went into double OT when these teams played the first time. So curious to see if that trend continues here or if one team is going to start to pull away. I think it'll really come down to who can build the momentum off of this side swap, off of the pistol, as we're seeing once again the attackers stacking up onto this B side. But again, what's so fun about this map is your ability to continue to shift off of that in and around drop especially. You know, basically just accessing the rest of the map basically with ease.
Dropped.
Well, great start for Team Shroud again.
This time it's Justin too. I love it. Like they're always keeping them guessing. Oh, but great use of the vector wall. KRYPTIC, they were not expecting that push.
No, but when you see that vector wall, 9 times out of 10, KRYPTIC is going to be right behind it. You just never guarantee which specific angle it's going to be. That's the difficult part. Trolling in through mid. Not spotted out by the sentry bot.
Seeing the trades coming through. B still very much in play. Let's receive detail.
Loose carrier is down.
But nice utilization of the flashbang there. Team Shroud continuing to hold strong, but it is still a 3v2 situation. The defenders have this angle. The Zeus is down cam. That's massive. That is a huge force multiplier in making those opponents just have to stick themselves out of position. See what the wave scan can do. Nice utilization on that bounce.
Yeah, so the wave scan, you can throw it straight, or you can also have it bounce off of the first wall and connect on the second that it lands on. So knowing the angles is a huge part of knowing how to utilize Riker the best you can. Even the odds a touch, but there is a flanker. TENZ finds one. Suddenly, well, not even given a chance. Detailed. Blocking the 1 versus 2, collapsing in on both sides. 4 versus 3 lead for Team Shroud.
Halftime side switch.
I have to say, I loved the angled position there, though. The fact that, again, there's enough play there between KRYPTIC and Detailed, each holding both of those angles, baiting that left angle back at elbow, so that they knew that if the player comes out, you know you've got your teammate there to help keep that angle covered. Again, it wasn't quite enough. The body advantage was there for Team Shroud, but still really nice, small, nuanced play. And Ben, I got to pick your brain on this too, man. Is this what you were expecting? We were new. We were hoping it was going to be a close game. And I think it's living up to expectations.
I think this is a nail biter already coming in 4-3. I think I'm getting flashbacks to their first time playing each other earlier in the day already, and I can see the overtime in my mind's eye at the moment. So yeah, I am ready for this to go the distance. I hope this is a close one.
Ooh, man, amped up Rat hanging below drop is very, very
Zeus has
scary.
been dropped.
It's gonna find the first on Shroud. Whenever you get a kill, when you're amped up, it resets the length of the amplification, the amount of time that you will have that increased fire rate. So he is waiting for some more targets to push into this area.
You just have this like little machine pistol just getting so amped up, firing 10,000 bullets at you at once. The only problem you'll see if we do cut back to his perspective, is he's down to 1 clip left. He only has 12 bullets in his mag and then 2 in reserve. So he has to get ready to pick somebody else's gun up if he fires again.
Oh no. I don't think he'll be worried. I'll take that trade. Getting how many kills did he get? Holding down drop, and now Dicey is farming from elbow.
I don't think. I mean, those are the first shots that he's missed because he wasn't shooting at anybody. As Detailed now swings in back around. Wow, systematic dismantling of Team Shroud on that one. Started off with a couple of great kills at drop, but that is the most unsure I've seen Team Shroud yet in almost any game. They legitimately didn't seem like they knew where they were being shot from, which is kind of bizarre to me.
I have a bold prediction.
Oh?
Team Shroud is going to full save this round.
What?
I know. Bold, I know.
Crazy.
How does he find these analytical angles?
I mean, Cam, I'm gonna laugh really hard now if they don't.
If they don't, you're right.
If they don't, I'm gonna laugh. I'm gonna laugh real hard, just so we're all aware.
There would be just my luck.
Making a lot of noise here. KRYPTIC going in, gonna try and do it again. Does it again? Oh no! We're seeing now KRYPTIC finally getting shut down as Justin and Shroud Cruz coming back in, but bringing the second body to bear, and this is Spectre divide, baby. KRYPTIC ain't stopping as he's continuing to just absolutely mow down his opponents. Amp one more. Go for the ace, KRYPTIC. Let's go!
Oh my god.
Dual amp ace swaps to a shiv of all weapons, not even another primary. Oh, I mean, yeah, it was against saving players, but still getting all 6 of them. And they got a couple of kills there, right? Team Shroud, like that is still not the easiest thing to do, but it just shows the power of being an aggressive player, knowing how to push the limits of Vector United, of Dual Amp, and KRYPTIC is sitting at 22 kills in 9 rounds.
And I feel like this is one of probably the first biggest example we've seen where the sponsor is so directly impacting the weapon choice.
Yeah.
Going for these high rate of fire weapons, going for the machine pistol, the SMG, and really looking to leverage that, not just obviously on the map, the line of sights where you know you're going to be taking your fights, but utilizing these guns that already have high rate of fire that are going to benefit from this even more. I mean, if anyone's having a Brad Summer, it's KRYPTIC, seriously. I think I made Cambley have the call.
Yeah, no, that was great. That was great. No, I was really enjoying the amount of information that he was also getting at mid, jump spotting, and then being capitalized upon on this B main push by Dicey and KRYPTIC through again the paper thin blue canisters. Oh, don't overpeak. Shroud's gonna answer back.
Shroud and crew obviously they did save, as predicted, going into that last round. It wasn't expected loss. They do have the guns. Not able to do any damage there. Yes, was able to do some solid damage there as well, shooting in. So nicely done there from Shroud, predicting the movement. But they're in a rough position now.
Yeah,
they'll have to. They're scared playing around drop. They've had so many negative experiences around here. This is the first time I'm actually starting to see them playing. I don't want to say scared, but more cautious than I'd like to see from this team, who seems like they excel when they play aggressive.
So Justin has lurked into the A site. It is all clear except for this one player on the upper side and one player in jail. Pulling their Spectre unit over. The Zeus is already on its way. But control wasn't taken. The problem is the clock was running down. It was really the only opportunity that Team Shroud had, and they have to full commit here.
Now things have slowed right back down again. Detailed. Picking up Shroud on the rotation. Flat back a little bit here from TENZ. You know, the second player is here. Yes, does spot it, but missed through the smoke. Oh, nice play coming in from KRYPTIC. KRYPTIC again utilizing these weapons to their fullest potential, picking up a Reaver for good measure. KRYPTIC, who already had as many kills as his entire team combined, continuing to pad those stats. And now, Cam, for the first time in this game, we are more than 2 rounds apart in the score.
I know. Ridiculous. I think that overtime prediction is getting shut down.
Slipping away.
One quick kind of just funny anecdote is there's a Discord server with a bunch of the top players who will sometimes jump in to make custom matches together if they're not matchmaking, or they'll just use it for like finding people to play with. Right. Consistently, I have seen people say KRYPTIC is like one of the most annoying players to play against out of like the champ group, just because he does this. He just pushes out. He's amped up. You just see purple KRYPTIC running around a corner, and you just know it's over. And he's also somebody who really likes to get specific with people. Say, do you remember that time I ran out at you on mid on this map and like owned you?
No.
Like he loves calling that out. So I know he's going to talk about that ace. I'm going to hear about that ace for like the next like year straight. So that was definitely the right person to get it, having it happen to them.
I believe all of that.
100%.
One of the great things that isn't discussed as much as I think it should be about competitive video games is that you get a sense into someone's personality without talking to them, just by watching how they play games. And so to know that KRYPTIC will badger you with those irritating moments doesn't shock me at all. Because you have to be that kind of person to play the way that he does. But right now, Dicey is the one that's holding it down from elbow. Already got the first kill on the Shroud, trying to follow up with even more. The backup has arrived. KRYPTIC now coming in with 2K.
Ooh, but Shroud able to answer back a little bit. Nice timing there, pushing in through the wall. Xavier needs to watch not to get taken out. That will damage you over time. Really annoying on that one as they're pushing straight in. Dicey, though, picking up the player going behind. KRYPTIC up on the high ground. Beautiful angle. Leveraging here back in Cubby as the last player's forced to rotate from mid. And it's not enough. 7-4 Cam match point. What was such a close game slipping away for Team Shroud. KRYPTIC is just too big.
What can you do as Team Shroud? Because even when they're able to avoid KRYPTIC off the start, they're still struggling to find any real headway onto a site. They get locked out onto the main entrances, can't get onto the site to plant, and eventually they get flanked. Eventually a second angle becomes vulnerable, and there's no real answer.
I think at that point, it's got to look for a pick and mid, some description like this.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like we're seeing really hard commits quite quickly for Team Shroud. I would like to see them play a little bit slower, just slow everything down. Look for a pick, try and pick something up here, play a little bit ratty. Because at this point, the alternative is just not working so much. I mean, a nice opening trade here from Justin, but the team needs to be able to follow up on it. And KRYPTIC, who has just been such a menace, is continuing to do so here. Doesn't find the third. That would just be too much.
It's even. The trades are even, but at the moment there's only one person left on the A side, and it's KRYPTIC again, amping himself back up, checking to make sure that there aren't any secret players having snuck in under their watch, and Shroud takes them out. So the raid boss is officially taken care of. This is a must-win round for Shroud. Not just to mention it's match point already, but if they can't do it here, then when can they do it?
Shroud continuing to go off there, picking up Dicey as well, making it a 4v2 situation. The Zeus is coming in, but the pinch
Zeus has been
is here, coming in from both spawns. Keep an eye on this from TENZ. Going to try and shut this down wherever possible. Last player there stuck out in mid. It is Dicey. Going to put up a hell of a clutch to make this happen, and at least finds the first.
1-3. Holding the boxes to find it. Lands a good couple of tags, but Justin with the kill. 4K to end that round out, and they're pulling it back. They were within 2 of bringing us into overtime once again.
Yeah, and still will have guns is Team Shroud. This is a big one here, so we'll continue to have the utility to put into this. Kept quite a few bodies alive, which is big. On the other side, yeah, both teams will have enough here, it looks like, for the full buy. So it's going to be an important one here. Again, being able to find those picks, make those favorable trades, that was really the big one there. But I think the game totally shifts on its head once KRYPTIC is taken off the server. It is actually night and day to see how much quicker Team Shroud moves once they know they don't have to deal with that buzzsaw.
Showing some preference back to B. A couple of players on catwalk. But of course, watching for any initial B main presence. Not going to be taking instead. Team Detailed are going to smoke that one off. The KRYPTIC again with the mid peak. Always finding these opportunities. Checking back towards A main. Not going to see anyone there.
Not playing lazy either. Like taking the time to stash that other body back down bottom mid, going to constantly go back and forth. Oh, walks right out into the midst of different players there. This time we're following along with Shroud, who's gone back over to the B site. The push is coming in. Shroud down a bit of a rough situation. KRYPTIC continuing to rack up the kills. This could be the end, Cam, as Team Shroud is getting systematically ripped apart. 2 players here in spawn. They need to make something happen, but the defenders are holding strong.
It's Flash, forces KRYPTIC away, but here comes the amp. Increased rate of fire. Wavescan doesn't find anything, but that mine going off, the whole mine, is going to give some information. Instead, going with the Vector Wall, maybe not expecting that it's going to be a crossfire that KRYPTIC walks into.
Justin, though, going off, the last player standing over there at the B site. Justin
He's in a
needs to
1v1.
hold strong. That's it. It's a 1v2 situation. If Justin goes down here, that will be the match. That will be team detailed. Going on to the grand finals, it all comes down to Justin as the last player rotates over. He knows it's a 1v2 situation, but 30 seconds left on the clock. The Zeus is still not in play, holding a near impossible angle. Justin will have to go absolutely huge and have a little bit of luck to make this one happen as he's pushing in. But he's going to get flanked, Cam. He is absolutely sandwiched. This could be it.
Defenders have won
Yeah,
the
no
match.
clue, getting snuck over behind, the sneak around from elbow by Detailed, and that's going to be it. 8-5 victory. A couple of rounds towards the end, Team Shroud put up a bit of a fight, but KRYPTIC, man, popped off from the very beginning of this game. Complete raid boss through and through.
All right, was that
There's
false
some
prediction? Was it you who said it was going to be more one-sided for Detailed this time? I'm trying to remember. I did not write these down.
I
That was Cam.
thought it was more
Cameron?
detailed. I got my prediction
All right.
wrong by 1 round. I said 8-4. It was 8-5. I also didn't expect it would be the KRYPTIC showcase. That, I don't think anyone expected a 30-plus kill game by KRYPTIC in 13 rounds.
That was monstrous. That was unbelievable. I mean, kept coming through it and just like absolutely running that. I mean, that honestly reminded me so much of on the flip side how TENZ was playing when they first matched up in round 1. You know, we saw him just like hard carrying his team in that way, and like KRYPTIC's scoreline just is looking like TENZ's scoreline. He's, you know, almost at that doubling the rest of his team's damage number. Meanwhile, you know, TENZ underperforming a little bit. It felt like compared to that first time, just couldn't quite find that rhythm the same way. Actually bottom damage on his team, kind of surprising. So yeah, that was an unexpected flip for sure.
Yeah, I think really impressive. Again, obviously we're going to put a lot of emphasis on KRYPTIC because he's the one that's putting up those specific numbers and did a lot on his own. But it still takes the team, and especially in a game like this where it is 3v3. Like, and I want, you know, the audience to keep in mind as you remember this. If we're saying one player who may not be performing as well, or one player who's really performing out of their mind, it really does come down to they cannot do that alone. There is so much about utility, so much about how they're set up, so much about how they're empowered to make those big plays, or maybe sometimes a little bit left out to dry, baiting your teammates a little bit if things don't quite go according to plan, because all these players are mechanically excellent. So it really just comes down to the minutia, the small plays. And again, I think, you know, Detailed and Crew really set KRYPTIC up to succeed. Obviously, individual standout moments, utilizing the weapons, the amp, etc. But we'll see if they can continue to do so. Now up against Team TRUO, who've been waiting for a little bit, Cam. This is going to be a sick matchup. And I think what quite a few people predicted is maybe one of our potential finals.
Yeah, this is going to be a really exciting match at the end, especially because we are bumping from best of 1s to best of 3s. I expect Detailed to pick Skyway as map number 2, which is the pick that they will have. Seeing what TRUO is going to pick for 1 and 3, that's the big question.
I hope we get Metro. I want to see all 4 maps.
Yeah, right. Come on. Where's
Yes,
Metro?
come on.
It's not that
If you're
hard.
listening, Metro, Metro is scary for me.
It is.
Metro is scary. There are so many flying around subway, especially. There are so many lines of sight and ankles, and if you don't have your head on an absolute swivel. Ooh, but still, either way, I do hope we see all 4 maps here because that was pretty darn sick. And again, I think this could very well be a finals that goes all 3 games.
I think what's a little interesting to me is mostly that when I think about Metro specifically, like I think that map is like the best map for Ghost Link, just because of the ability you have to throw your wall through some of those other spots on the map, especially like the indoor areas. Like you can really get some pretty powerful kind of cutoff spots that aren't always possible in the other maps. So I feel like you know, we saw Detailed playing Ghost Link in the first game. Maybe that's just right in his wheelhouse. They throw us a curveball,
yeah.
but well, no, I think you know, I'm really hyped. I hope it goes all 3 games. I think these guys haven't played yet in the tournament. It's the first time we're going to see them together. It's one of the matchups we didn't get to see earlier. All obviously very familiar with each other. They played each other coming like leading into this ahead of time, and yeah, I think this could definitely go either way.
Yeah, sorry, I'm looking at, because we're talking about it, I'm looking at Metro now. I think if I had to guess, one of the reasons why teams have been avoiding it is because it's very claustrophobic. And to your point about the Ghost Link wall being able to go through so many different areas from one spot to the next is because of that reason. It's so claustrophobic. It feels that map control is the hardest to get on this map out of any other one of them. But again, in this best of 3, we could see it pulled out.
Yeah, I think that
Personally,
indoor
sorry.
area on a just one. Sorry to cut you off, Paul. Just
Yeah.
one last thing on that was that the lower ceiling on that actually compared to some of the other maps means that you have to approach it a little differently because when you're playing really heavy smoke setups or Riker scans,
Yeah.
like you can't really get those as far as you might otherwise. So different utility on that area on A is kind of needed to really make use of it. I think like nanosphere bouncing around clearing corners is pretty lethal in some spots. Like there's definitely a lot of options you have, but other things are adjusted. So yeah, you have to play it a little bit differently.
I was going to say, yep, basically exactly that. That A site can be such a nightmare, but also the long lines of sight on B, playing around from transfer mid. You see weird lurks coming in there as well. Even playing like teams around Nest. So again, a lot we can talk about, but I don't want to say too much because I know there's going to be more to come. There's going to be more to come.
Absolutely. We are going to cut to our last break. And just before we do, just once again, thank you so much to Team Shroud for playing today. I know, came in totally unknown moment here, playing against teams they're not super familiar with, names, that are, probably pretty unfamiliar to them in some ways. Maybe they've seen them on ladder a little bit, but I seriously like impressive performance for a team that just, doesn't have the level of like unbelievable hours put in together at least. I think especially I was so impressed by TENZ coming in. I mean, we know this guy's obviously ridiculously good at shooters, but still seeing him adapt to something different that does have some pretty big differences in how you have to take fights, shoot your weapons from Valorant, and even obviously duality coming in is going to be pretty ridiculous game changer. I thought Justin too also had some unbelievably good rounds at some of the, like pretty massive pop offs at more than one occasion. So yeah, super fun to watch that team.
Yeah,
cool.
I mean, every single team here has delivered. Even STEAZE, who unfortunately went 0 and 2, there were still at least a couple of rounds for each of the players on that squad that they can look back and say that they performed well. So this has been a very, very exciting event so far, which is only going to make this grand final best of 3. Fingers crossed, it's even more exciting than what we've seen up to this point.
I think you can't be too sad if Team TRUO ends up winning, especially if you come in and you're like, yeah, we did have some 4Ks and 5Ks versus these guys. Like, honestly, in a different universe, maybe this bracket shaped out very different. But we will have more to say about our finals after we come back from this break. And we are back. It is time for us to prepare ourselves for the finals. A best of 3 between Team TRUO and Team Detailed. Team TRUO coming out of the top bracket, Team Detailed emerging victorious against Team Shroud in the lower bracket after getting their revenge in the rematch after their very first round of play. Pretty exciting game. Cameron, I will ask you first, what is your thing you're most looking out for here as we head into the finals? Is there something that you think Team TRUO or Team Detailed really need to nail in order to come out victorious?
Well, I want to ask if we can pull up the maps first, because we know that they are. If we can discuss them, because I think that's going to be really important when we look at the matchup. Maps are always an important part of how matchups work, and in this case, we're not going to Metro, unfortunately. We talked about it for nothing. Instead, I believe the first map is going to be Commons, which was picked by Team TRUO. In Detail, they might have lost that map against Team Shroud on their first matchup, but it was a very, very close affair. This one could go either way. It's map 2. Team Detailed picked, unsurprisingly, Skyway. So that one, I think it's safe to say it's locked in for their victory. After that, we're going, of course, if it's not Metro, it's going to be Mill. So now that that's been broken down, I think this is still going to be a 2-1 victory for Team TRUO. But that first map, because we haven't seen Team TRUO on it yet, we've only seen Detailed. This one could be a bit of a shocker to us. But yeah, I don't know. That's just sort of the first thought that I have off the dome.
And Paul, I'll give you a chance to give your thoughts as well. But before we get too far ahead of ourselves, I do want to bring on our guest for previewing the finals really quick. We do have our game director, Lee Horn.
Hello,
is
hello.
Here with us. Hello, Lee. Thank you for taking time out of your day to come hang out, talk a little Spectre. How are you doing?
Doing good, doing good. Sorry, let me just reset my camera here. Try to get a little clearer. I don't know why it's not clear,
You're
but
all
I'm
good.
here.
You know what? But your voice is coming through clearly, and
Excellent.
you know the perspective you bring couldn't be more clear than anything else. So I don't know if you've had a chance to catch too many of the games. Did you happen to get to see that last one between Shroud and Detailed?
Yeah, super well played. Love to see high level teams play, doing coordinated attacks and fakes. It's like really something special that you only see when people have played together regularly. So awesome viewing experience.
And it feels like watching that game too, KRYPTIC must be just like a man after your own heart, just seeing him sprint around like a maniac with, you know, his brat out and Vector stimmed up. Like, I mean, because internally, especially, like, you're known as one of the especially aggressive players in our internal playtests. You know, do you think that's a generally optimal way of playing Spectre, just like the most fun? What is it about like aggressive play in Spectre that really works for you, or, you know, is exciting for you to watch?
Yeah, I think you know, the key of Spectre is you ADS most of the time, but there's a few guns in the right scenarios that you hip fire. The Brat is one of those hip fire a lot guns, and when you do it, you just come screaming around the corner and spray him down, which is awesome. And then, you know, reload and hit ADS and hit that far shot. So, you know, I love that aggressive Brat gameplay. Whisper is another one that I love to see. So anything in that vein, always happy to see people you know, flexing between ADS and hipfire.
And then you just realize that your Brat has no bullets left, and then you're like, oh my god, where's a pistol I can grab off the ground, as is
Yep.
tradition. We did see some cool Whisper play too. I think it was the mill game with both AIRA, excuse me, I'm going to get it eventually, and one other person in that team getting some really impressive long range Whisper shots. That was very cool to see. Lee, as you look ahead to the finals, do you feel like there's a favorite in your mind between Team TRUO and Team Detailed, or somebody that you're keeping an eye on for potentially the winners in this one?
You know, I just want to see a good game. I don't have a favorite. You know, everyone's a winner in my heart, but I just want to see, you know, I want to see it to go to 3 games, I guess.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah.
I hope it goes 3 games too. But like we were saying during the break too, it's like, you know, I mean, map 2 is Detailed and Co's map. It's Skyway. So, you know, hopefully we get all the way there. Question for you more broadly about Spectre. You know, we had Nate on at the top of the broadcast just talking a little bit about launch, where we go up to this point. You know, hey, really excited about some of the feedback we've been able to action on, improvements to the game that players have been asking for. As you look ahead, you know, not even specifically about just this, you know, competitive broadcast here, because obviously we know Observer, you know, needs some things that Chad has pointed out. Thank you very much for your feedback. But what's exciting to you to look ahead? You know, things that you're really excited to see in the game or seeing competitive with Spectre. Just like what has you amped up for the future of the game?
Yeah, I think you know, we always plan to evolve the game and shake things up. So I'm looking forward to the shakeups that are coming down the road. You know, like Nate said earlier, we are focused right now on improving the core experience, smoothing it out. But looking further, you know, we have multiple new kits coming out, so you know, we'll do that one by one. But the next kit, I've said, is my favorite and has you know, some combat tricks which are exciting for players that like that. You know, it's good for selfish players. Maybe Brat enthusiasts will like it. So yeah, excited about the new kit. We also have Battle Pass in the works. It's going to take us longer to do, but we'll have that, so free players can earn content. Players that want to support the Battle Pass can go infinite. You know, that's one thing that we really care about, is if you're going to spend your SP to buy it, you'll get your SP back. You can kind of do it over and over if that's your thing. That is a pretty meaty feature, so it will take us time, but we're excited about adding it. And then we have Map 5 that's getting arted up and ready to go. So Map 5 is in the works. You know, one that we've been playing for a while and has good reception, but yeah, just got to get it all looking right and release it.
I want Map 5 so bad. I want to spoil the art of that more than anything else. Like, that is just like so gorgeous. Like, I think far and away my favorite of the the looks of the map. So yeah, I'm so excited for some of that new content coming. Okay, now Paul, I'm going to cut back to you before I rudely interrupted you earlier. What is your prediction? We've heard from Cameron. Lee just wants everybody to have fun. Let's just have a great match out there, have some great competition. Who do you think's taking this one?
Oh man, this one's tough. I mean, I think just Team KRYPTIC. Yes.
Team KRYPTIC,
yes.
yes.
Team KRYPTIC.
All
yes.
right.
No. Thanks, production. No,
good.
I think, oh gosh, well, now they make it hard. Now they make it difficult. I'm still leaning towards Team TRUO because, while again, I think individual players on Team Detail have absolutely popped off. KRYPTIC, of course, being the most consistent of that, I would say. I feel like Team TRUO have kind of just they've been rocks, honestly. Like there's never really been moments where I feel like they've let anything get too far out of hand for them. They've always felt super consistent. And again, they've just, like these other players, they've been putting in the hours, but I feel like this is the one that's, other than that first match when we had basically no context coming in, this is one of the harder ones to call for sure. And I want to ask Lee, sort of swing this back around. I actually have a question again for Lee, because you kind of touched on it before as well. Obviously, you guys have been building this game with very much has this competitive thing in mind. What is this like now, this first time in this really more official format to see players playing it at sort of the highest level that we've seen? Is it like a cool moment for you as a developer?
Yeah, absolutely,
imagine,
absolutely. This is like kind of what we live for. Is we theory craft. We have thoughts on how we think players will play it, but until you see it in action, where there's stakes, right? Now it's not about I'm trying to have fun and do this cool play. It's like I'm trying to do everything to win. So they really focus on doing the optimal plays, the optimal pairings and strategies, and also what's right for their team, right? Like not every team has an aggressive play style. Some likes more trappy and ambushy styles. So it's really cool to see it, and it's nice to kind of, see it in practice. And like we see all the data in terms of how balanced are the sponsors, and everything's looking, really great. So that's exciting. I think, our one on the watch list right now is Umbra might need a little power boost. So Cameron has a nice, teaser there. That was not on purpose, but he's been alluding to it the whole time. Like, they're on the watch
I love this
list,
guy.
Otherwise, yeah, things are looking balanced, and the way players put it together is just, they're coming up with things we never even dreamed of. So it's a really awesome experience, and why we make games is to watch people do things unexpected with the tools we give them.
You heard it. Our 100% win rate sponsor Umbra needs buffs, but our 0% pick rate sponsor Mew is totally fine. No buffs needed. Understood. Last question for you, Leah, before we get into the finals. The first map we're playing on is Commons. Do you have any advice for the teams on how to win on Commons, or anything they should keep in mind, or even just specialties for you? You feel like, I always find the most success fighting in market immediately. Is there anything you would say to the players right now?
Yeah, I don't know if this is good advice, but this is my strategy. I always go market. Market control is my strategy. I feel like you can, you can basically, you can go B, you can pour out a mid, you can get into their spawn from there. And then a lot of the time, because you're in that area, once you've kind of pushed in the halfway mark, you have a lot of control. So they often want to come in and see if you've made the push one or the other, and you can actually catch them. So I'm a big market fan. I go there every time. The bouncer is growing on me a lot. I'm becoming more of like a soft bouncer main, and the bouncer is insane in market because everything is right in shotgun range. Right. And you have the nice like double box right in the middle where you can check the entry corners and then just like run straight at the box and like grenade over it. So yeah, go market. That's the play. It'll feel like the long street on A site is what you play around, but I think the secret tech is market control.
You heard it here first, gentlemen. I've also received word that we have our 6 competitors in the lobby ready to go. Lee, thank you so much for jumping on stream to join us. We will let you get back to game directing, and we will head over to sponsors. Yeah.
See you guys later.
Bye. Thank you.
All right. You heard it here. It's all about market.
All about pizza.
Cameron's
fair, you guys did put a giant pizza sign.
It's a big pizza sign. What did you think people would call it?
There are pizza callouts in other games. To be
Yeah,
fair,
come on.
in Cameron's defense.
Yeah, thank you. But no, the note about market being a really strong pivot point, that goes along with my experience as well as what we've seen from, granted, our single match that we saw on this, but market is a very, very powerful position. We talk about mid being powerful, but market gives you a nice pivot into mid. You don't have to go to B from market. You can easily go directly through mid to take A short into A, as long as you have market. So Lee is, I think, spot on with that observation. Market is crucial on this map.
100%. I mean, we've seen so many times, last time this map was played, the desire for teams to literally full swap going into the opposing team's spawns, and a lot of that control comes through mid and by extension market, and then A short as well. So those three things looking to be the key things to keep in mind here. But I think, again, we've talked a lot about the maps, we've talked a lot about the other stuff. As we get into this first match here, I gotta look at the players. I gotta see who is going to be the step up. If you're TRUO's team, I think any one individual player on the squad can absolutely make it happen. But when you have a member of the other team who has such a big target on their back, is that pressure going to get to KRYPTIC now that the money is on the line, this other stuff, or are they going to rise to the occasion? And who is it going to be on Team TRUO to shut them down? Cam, that's really where my questions start to come in.
Well, what we've seen from TRUO is that it's not necessarily one player taking over. We've seen limited matches by them, to be fair, because they're coming in from the upper bracket. But for them, again, to, I believe, our original point of why we think Team Detailed is very powerful, why we think TRUO is going to come out on top, is because AIRA has had a lot of pop-off moments, but even when they're not able to do that, it still feels like the entire team is a really, really strong unit all together combined.
Yeah, that's definitely what stood out to me as well. I mean, we saw instances where, AIRA, TRUO, like all of them, they had like near identical kills, near identical damage. Like every single person is pretty equally contributing here. As we get into this is the first game of our grand finals here. Thanks everyone who's been tuning in throughout the day, checking out some awesome matches. Not only, established veterans in the FPS community, not only top streamers, but also the folks that have been there on ladder every single day, supporting this game through playtests all the way here into launch. These folks who have grinded, put in the hours, showcasing their skills here for all of us and showing you, fans, the potential of this game. So thank you all so much for tuning in and joining us here. And of course, the winner of this in this $5,000 prize pool, so not just bragging rights on the line, Cam, as we get into the first fight here.
Oh, and KRYPTIC with a double. Of course, it's going to be KRYPTIC to start things off. So, TRUO takes him down. K2 at the second. So it's a bit more even, despite that first double kill that KRYPTIC is keeping it on their side. And I can't even follow all of this. The kills are happening way too fast. It was one really big collapse onto the B site and an even faster response.
Pray for our observers as this is now going to a 2v1 situation. The brats are going down, but KRYPTIC with the 5K. He's like, yo, I heard you were not talking crap. I heard you were praising me, and I wanted to be a part of showing why you should. Having the performance you did in that last game, dropping like 30 kills, 34 kills, and then coming back into this now to start the game with a 5K. That's a statement, Cam. That is a statement.
I know. Should have been a 6K. Then we would have just stopped this entire final and given it to Team Detailed.
Yeah, we're good. Go.
No, we're good. We've seen enough. We've seen enough. Stop it. They're already dead. We're good. We're good.
So now you're Team TRUO. You just watched on stream. You just saw what happened. It's one thing to see it, Cam. It's another thing to experience.
Yeah. Granted, it's only pistol round. It's a bit different of an experience. But again, KRYPTIC with the Whisper, the support of the scanner bot, taking market control.
Oh, beautiful play there from KRYPTIC.
How?
And is that both players dead? What?
How is this
Where did AIRA go?
The nanosphere backing them up, and they're running from Team TRUO are running from KRYPTIC. They're running from the B side. They're gonna now take mid control into A.
The util is coming in there. Oh my goodness, just continuing to sort of force them in. Icy picking up the kill on the AIRA, so looking to continue to try and make these openings here. A little bit of damage pushing in. The dust of serious damage at close range. There we go. And now last player standing for K2. This one's going quick.
and not a save round either. It's a bit of a light buy, so the economy won't look particularly great for Team TRUO going into the 3rd round. They won't be able to buy up tier 4 weaponry off of this. So this could be the beginning of a snowball. Which, again, we expected TRUO to be able to at least take this map. It was their map pick. Such a good start. HQ gets 1 kill, but no more reveal themselves after that.
Again, opting to pick up some weaponry here, not the full save that we saw Team Shroud do with perfect consistency. So the buy will be a little bit more scattered here, which, again, I'm not sure upset about because, you know, the weapons in Tier 3, I look towards the Tempest especially sort of being my favorite in that realm in terms of sort of the mid-class AR. Kind of hope to see a little bit more of that coming out from these teams, I'll be honest, because, you know, those are guns that we've not seen quite as much of over the course of these games so far.
Do you forget AIRA's Tempest domination from a couple of mills ago? Yeah, don't worry. Don't worry. If there is a team that will remind us that tier 3s are as lethal as tier 4s, it will be Team TRUO, or specifically AIRA. But speaking of which, they're going towards A, and another aggressive push outside, not market, but B main.
Oh, aggressive push down B main here, and not really finding anyone. This is a couple of times now we've seen this, the defenders going full send. And in fact, it is the A site that is the priority for these squads. So keep an eye on that as we're looking to the force kind of pushing in towards Depot here in mid, playing really slow, looking for this initial pick. But look at how perfectly spread the defenders are, Cam. They are watching every single angle and leaving Spectres on the ones they can't, looking for these Spectre warnings.
The one upside of that big resource dump onto Group C is that they were able to find the information that it was empty, which means it was somewhere else on the map that they needed to defend from. But K2 found an opening up through mid.
Finds 2 kills. Looking to try and pick up the 3rd here. Gonna just back up, reset, keep the health up. I like this. The damage has been done. The opening is created. Now pushing in through a short. Dicey gonna look to try and pick up these kills. Trading out here onto the site. Doesn't have the awareness, but does have the shots. Multiple kills coming in. And that is going to be the full committal here onto the A site with the Spectre warning and the danger. Spectre actually eliminated.
Did that looked like it almost made it onto the site itself?
I think it
just a second behind.
Oh no!
The elimination before. Thankfully, the Zeus wasn't on that unit, so the Zeus still able to get planted. Still a man advantage for Team TRUO, and it's going to be a retake attempt through a short.
Ooh, and I thought AIRA was going to get both of them there. AIRA nicely done. This is now a 2v1 situation for Detailed. The illustrious team captain with the big gun needs to make this one happen, but a rough angle to try and play towards Sight and Laundry. Totally giving up on Laundry, just has to full commit. This Zeus is ticking away. It's basically the only play you can make at that point. Beautifully played there from Team TRUO. That beautiful post-plant positioning. Okay, that thought was fast.
Yeah, that's hard. So, round goes back. Keeping it close. Not going to be a complete steamroll for Team Detailed. And we had the economy surge in play as well, it being round 4. So more money to work with. We'll see if Team TRUO, all of them, buy up to tier 4 weaponry. Only 2 of them had weapons left over, so likely that they are able to do so. And looking at the defensive setup, Detailed again, still going to be relying only on one player, KRYPTIC, taking market control.
KRYPTIC's going to go in, commit, chucking the bouncy ball out, and look to try and make something happen here. And with one piece of util, able to completely scout down that hallway into market. Really big play there from KRYPTIC. Now knows that he can push out pretty much with impunity.
A lot of free space, a lot of free information. And this is going to bolster the defense on the A side because they know that that's going to be where the rest of TRUO are once again going to be leaning.
Continue to push, of course. Only can go so far because of the walls. So only so far they're going to be able to push in here, but I don't think this the snap! Oh my goodness, Dicey almost got that. Nice play though from TRUO to pop that one back. And now this is going to be the opening they need full
Down on
send
the
here
field.
onto the site, but KRYPTIC, the walls have dropped, the swing is coming through, jumping in from behind, and now there's a ticking time bomb in the back of Team TRUO. They've got to push into the site cam because they have a lurker in behind them. They've got to make a call. They've got to go. But they dropped the Zeus.
Yeah, that's the problem. The lurker found the unit with the Zeus. They're gonna have to run back and find that in under a minute. KRYPTIC is going for a fight.
Oh,
gives himself up. There's still a player. Oh no, not anymore. Wait a second. TRUO is finding an opening. The Zeus is able to get grabbed. Well, Detailed is here in time to stop that from happening.
that was a disaster. I mean, of all the the Spectres to pick up, body sitting at the back there, finding the one that has the Zeus.
Yeah.
You could see the Blake call, push side, put. Wait, we don't have the Zeus.
Yeah,
like that is the moment of terror if you're on the attack, having the long lurk, the full, like all the way. The player went all the way down from B main, all the way through the spawn, found that pickup, and you could have not been more disastrous there for Team TRUO.
yeah. So when we've had these conversations about map control on the defensive side, you don't want to tunnel vision onto one moment because there will be a gap opened that the attackers can exploit. That goes both ways as well. And even though we agree that keeping the Zeus on an on your Spectre in the back at the start is a good way, it doesn't come. It's not without its own downsides, which we just experienced here.
A bit of a risk. I still think in general, for sure, one of the more optimal plays in positioning, but still, just showing how, like you said, how important it is to have that intel gathering coming in now from mid. It seems like this is sort of the default, totally giving up B and B mains, and actually the long lurk is going to continue to sit there, but the Zeus is still sitting back. So we need to see a situation where it could be. Oh.
This is one thing that is potentially a bad sign for Team TRUO is AIRA getting shut down. AIRA has been not an overwhelming, but still a very powerful win condition for the team in their previous matches. So if they're not able to get up and running, they're not able to get up to speed, how much behind will that put them, especially when KRYPTIC, the star player, shall we say, of the day for Team Detailed, has themselves shown no sign of slowing down.
I think it's tough, and like we called out before, like someone needs to rise to the occasion on the other side. You need a foil. You need someone to start to put out the same level of attention, grabbing plays like we're seeing KRYPTIC making, because it's the space that they create. The presence that's being felt on the field is big. Nanosphere coming out, looking to try and go in here.
Zeus has been planted.
Zeus will go down at this A site. Trying to hold the angle here from Laundry. Find one. Nice done from KRYPTIC, but forced back. Teammate actually body blocked him there. That was big. But Detailed swiping back in response, picking up two. Oh, but lurking in the back of sight, TRUO, the one-tap dirt nap, like you said earlier, bringing that back out. It's a 1v2 situation, holding on the site. There's 3 key angles to watch here, Cam. There's only one person.
Well, that's also scary because, well, they're about to come back into this. A very quick 1 versus 2. Popping that wave scan before it can give any information, but Detailed has the angle. I was worried when KRYPTIC went down because they hadn't brought their unit to Laundry, despite having the dual amps giving them the free ability to do so. Their other unit was still all the way buried deep in B main, but thankfully they were able to sprint back up and retake the site before it got too dicey.
Forced to hoof it back there, but still, nicely done. And I think, again, it's so interesting that the wave scan, Cam, you've commented on it multiple times and really showing the value there, because even though it didn't get off a single pulse, it still forced TRUO to give up his positioning.
Right.
Still had to turn and shoot it, and because of that, the pre-angle lineup, the fire was there. TRUO, like, you'd have to have like NHL goalie reaction time to be able to try and pull that one back off. The pre-fire was lined up. There's just not a whole lot you can do in that situation. So beautiful play there, great use of the utility. And now we're finally starting to see a bit of a swap up from the attackers. It's going to be towards B, but already, Cam, feel like that's going to be guessed as the players are lined up. KRYPTIC looking to do some damage.
They do this every single time. A bit slower this time around, perhaps expecting something. Detail gets the first. And then the double swing out from the low ground. All 3 members of Team Detailed are here, but not for free. AIRA and K2 both getting kills of their own, so it is still even. But the map control is... Okay, never mind. Scrap all of that. TRUO found an opening.
That's huge. That's actually massive. That just broke this map right open, going right down the middle. And mid control, we talked about it, such a key factor here on Commons. This central, it's such a long line of sight, but there's so many moments, opportunities to sort of, peek your way through and try and find these openings. And if you can, it just, again, just breaks the map wide open. Things have slowed down now. KRYPTIC looking to try and pick up another one of these kills. As teams are rotating over towards the B side, a couple of lurkers in towards A. The Zeus is still back in spawn.
Yeah, one of the members. Well, no, they're rotating from B over to A because it's spotted as free. What they don't know is that there was a player in depot. Luckily, K2 doesn't fully
K2.
check the corner.
K2.
This could
this is
ruin the round.
Especially with KRYPTIC getting that kill there
Yeah.
on TRUO and Market. That one's huge. The
Zeus
shot
is
in the
down.
He turned. He didn't see him though. Oh no.
Hey, what's that? Oh no!
Yeah, that moment of the double. I swear I could see the double take through the screen.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Knife out. All problem. As KRYPTIC is finally able to pick up K2 in response though. It's a 3v1 situation. Not the spot you want to be in.
Still, I'm still laughing at that. It was like a moment of like, if I don't react, maybe they won't react either.
Yeah, just jumps in the air, turns slightly, goes, oh
I'm
no.
dead.
Just right back out.
Last round before
Oh,
before
dear.
half.
Now it's 5-1. I think, a lot of us, given the performance that the Team TRUO showed earlier, I think they were favorites coming in the upper bracket, but being able to play a couple more games potentially here. I know they were doing the warm-up rounds and practice games in between here, but KRYPTIC has been able to hold momentum in such a ridiculous way. Like,
Yeah.
having a player have a pop-off game is sick. Player having multiple pop-off games is terrifying.
Yeah.
All right, guys, I
MVP
need IRA,
of
my MVP, to
the
sit up
tournament so far.
in their gamer
And
chair.
Looking at the numbers, we don't have like the stats laid out right in front of us, but this could also be a situation that like he's so far ahead, even if they lose, which it's just not looking like it's going to happen at this point. But even if he does lose, still going to be the MVP from the losing team because KRYPTIC has been that impactful.
Yeah. And again, just using one piece of utility to completely clear this out. And again, if the attackers aren't even necessarily watching this, they may not be even aware that's happening every time. But he has perfect intel that this stairwell is open. As it now comes down to this first pick. What can teams do once they get it? It's detailed. Showing up, finding AIRA with their pants down, unfortunately.
Oh,
Great response
clean.
by TRUO. One thing you need to be aware of that Riker robot is it does have a limited range. It's not unlimited range of what it will tag. So I think TRUO was just outside of range.
Oh my
They've
God.
detailed a sense of security. But yeah, now TRUO is getting activated. Team TRUO is coming back into this.
And I feel like they heard us.
Oh, you want to see a show? Oh, wait, KRYPTIC, 2 more. Okay, wait a second, calm down. Timeout.
Okay, KRYPTIC. Is this a Thanos moment? Fine, I'll do it myself. What is happening here? He's purple after all.
He sees the Zeus. He's right here. Oh, they just moved it out of the way. Oh my gosh, I thought he was going to find the Zeus back there. That would have been disaster.
Oh no.
Zeus has been
Damn,
planted.
the Zeus has somehow made its way all the way over to A site while this has been going on. This has been such a scrappy series of rounds. Like, I feel like there's so much planning that goes into this, but then at the end of the day, it just evolves into absolute bedlam.
And we're watching the mini-map, and I still struggle to figure out how KRYPTIC was able to get the Zeus planted on the A site so quickly. If you know how to use movement and puck throwing and initial control, it's that good. But KRYPTIC going down, Zeus on the A side. How's he going to retake this one?
I don't think you do, honestly. I mean, it is KRYPTIC. Pops the stim, pops the nanosphere. Bit of a rough bounce on that one, though. Not going to go into the site. Maybe we'll held that off a bit. They know exactly where he's coming from. He'll have the wall, but has to deal with the players. And okay, there's one, but the bomb is
No time.
Zeus is sticking down. That's not enough time to make that work.
Still featuring that vector wall and showing how useful it can be pushing into an area that you know is going
Halftime
to have
side switch.
a crossfire setup.
I feel like that TRUO play we saw was one of the most like classic TRUO Morgan plays ever. Is he gets a kill from an angle and then he immediately does his ult throw onto that exact same spot, like push out, take even more space, get aggressive. I think the TRUO Morgan plays are just so fun sometimes when he's feeling himself like that.
big stuff there for sure. And Ringen's back a little bit. 5-2 is definitely not the optimal scoreline that you want if you're a Team TRUO fan, but still, I think kept bringing back a little bit there, showcasing that. So we'll see if they're going to be able to make this happen. We'll see how scrappy this pistol round can get, because so far from the attackers, it looks like B is going to be in their sights.
A little bit of market pressure. A whole mine thrown out. Because it's thrown like a grenade, but it acts like a trap, like a mine. Thus, in the name whole mine, you use it to launch over areas. But a nice swing from market. TRUO gets one, gets taken down by KRYPTIC, but there is still AIRA on the side. Will they expect the final unit hanging out behind the site?
Ooh, I'm not sure. I'm not sure it's going to matter, though. K2, great utilization of the smoke there, popping up a perfect second. Just to catch KRYPTIC. Pants down a little bit as the pressure is continuing to come in here. Zeus has not yet been planted. There's still that one lone player back. The site cam they know is there, and everyone's flooding him.
Oh, good shots with the Shiv, but it doesn't find the kill necessary. The Zeus still goes down.
Big plays here. Shiv's now coming out in hand. I love seeing the variety of these. We see a lot of carbons. We see the Shivs coming out too as well. It really seems like it depends on the map and personal preference, as the wave scan is going to activate here. Now you have that additional pressure, forcing to drop the Brat. Now real surprise as that ammo does run out real quick. First wave scan comes out, and K2 getting absolutely obliterated. Firing squad from Detail and Crew. Not a whole lot you can do about that, unless K2 says, forget that, I have a second body, I'm gonna come back in. Finds the second one as well. Let's go, but can he find the Zeus in time? Yes, he can.
Yeah. More than enough time here. I was worried about that, but landing that first initial kill was so important. I thought it was over and done. That wave scan spotted out both locations of K2's bodies. So being able to answer back despite the information disadvantage, very well done. And it just goes to show information doesn't matter. Utility doesn't really matter. You can click heads. Just click heads. It's that easy.
Ooh, love it. I got the best laid plans. Like I said, at the end of the day, it comes down to holding your nerve. It's for K2 to go out, get double peeked, double shot, obliterated, and then Cam to just do it again? Just kill the guys.
Yeah.
Just does it again. He just goes, you're not going to do that to me twice? Shame on me, you know? Like, shame on you. I mean, that takes just some confidence. And to do that here when you're down 5 rounds to 2 in the pistol, that says so much to me about the state of K2's mental. That actually makes me feel that play did more for me for the sake of Team TRUO than almost anything.
Oh, look at this push! They had a wave scan come through mid, and they pushed into their own smoke because they knew the wave scan would tag the player, and they could shoot being quote-unquote blind. K2 a little over-aggressive on that second push, but regardless, very, very smart utility usage coming out from TRUO to get this advantage firmly in their favor, trying to get close to evening the scoreboard.
Absolutely massive. I mean, not quite able to hold that advantage. Dicey clawing one back, but again, Team TRUO feeling themselves after that one. Beautiful use of the util. Again, Cam, I feel like wave scan, more than any other single piece of utility that we've seen so far, other than maybe the smoke shift, has opened up so many potentials for crazy plays here. So I love seeing players take advantage of that. And again, really the team, again, I think what a showcase of teamwork in this instance. Dicey, 50-50 shot on that one, and just a throw.
Yeah. The wave scan tag is such a powerful aspect of that ability. It's not like a ping on the minimap alone. The tag on the other unit, the little hexagon, will stay on them. Which is why it's so important to clear it if it's thrown behind you like this, and oh, I thought the second was gonna happen.
Same. That spray transfer was so down clean. On the field. That had been with a full AR, that would have been just an outright sick 2v1. So we're going to see the trap being laid here. TRUO's got to move through mid. Only 20 seconds left on the clock, and
lost the round.
Down. Doesn't matter.
They're coming back. They're coming back into this one.
Coming back. On the back of that play from K2. Like, again, there's a couple moments, I think, so far over the course of this today, over the course of this tournament, over the course of these matches, where you can look at like a one round in a map and go, that made or break.
Yeah.
And I think if Team TRUO does end up coming back and winning this first game, it is because of that play from K2.
Yeah.
That decision to say, I don't care that I just got straight 2v1, I'm going to go back in 1v2.
Not just the comeback economically, because if they went down, like on the scoreboard, if they went down from what 5-2, then 6-2, likely saving the next round, or at least having a really hard time of things if you do want to buy tier 2, tier 3. Could have easily seen Designated basically win off of this round, but they would not, but also not just economically, but also just their own confidence into this. And look how aggressive KRYPTIC is pushing, however, wanting to bring things back. Cannot count them out. They're not done yet.
KRYPTIC just setting himself up for one-man army. This man is Rambo. Runs in 2 vector walls, amps himself up. Let's go. Detailed is there to help clean things up on the angle because they have to be so cautious. KRYPTIC, they know, is pushed into sight. Bringing in the Spectre as well. Turn. The team play is there. The shots are there. 1 HP and a dream. Not wanting to let Team TRUO run away with this. Detailed and crew back in this. The Zeus is in play in a 4 versus 1 situation. It's all going to come down to this last remaining player here from Team TRUO, and they got their work cut out for him.
When men helping KRYPTIC out. Had the Spectre warning because of the footsteps. Dicey's going to be the one to peek into it. Takes K2 down, 6-4. Just when we thought that TRUO was going to be able to spin multiple rounds in a row, get a streak rolling. Team Detailed bring it right back and keep the advantage at 2.
Am I crazy there? Did he have an option to pick up another rifle and he held on to the Whisper? I feel like he did.
I'm not sure. But listen, don't sleep on the Whisper,
I love the
especially
Whisper.
at that range.
Whisper's sick. And I got to pick your brain on this one too, because we're coming into this now. If there was almost the tie-up round, seeing Team Detailed keep themselves in it. What are your thoughts? What does Team TRUO need to do to try and close this one out? They're down a little bit. What do they need to do to get back in this?
Well, Paul, I hate to break the fourth wall here. I was helping our next guest get set up, so I did have to look away for a couple of rounds. I'm catching up right now, but I'm going to say click them in the heads real good.
Nice.
I love it.
When in doubt.
Oh!
See, as I suggested.
Just do that.
Oh my God!
Jesus. Okay. Take a breath. Talking to myself about anything here.
And KRYPTIC has the wherewithal to. This is they do not want to lose. Oh no.
Yeah, they felt the momentum start to shift, and then KRYPTIC just like reached out through the ether and was like, nah. Luckily, TRUO was there to help try and shut this one down. That was massive. KRYPTIC was about to start to set up, and while may still continue, I say, TRUO.
Yeah, give us more heartbeat.
Both bodies. That's massive. That's huge.
Give us more heartbeat, K2, please. We love it. We love it so much. These are loud footsteps. K2's gonna have the buzzsaw, but can't do anything with it.
And I gotta say, we haven't been shouting Detailed's name a ton here, but the play has been calm, consistent, so consistent. I feel like the rock, really the anchor for this team. Let KRYPTIC go off and be the star. Let them be the distraction. A lot of this, Detailed has been really, really solid here. AIRA, who's such a star player for Team TRUO early on this tournament, Cam, starting to step back up. The Zeus is in play. We're keeping running through this, swapping POVs here, and seeing what AIRA can do, pushing it onto the site.
Quick little headshot. 3-piece to end the round. AIRA bringing it back.
Your team lost.
I have no clue how to follow the momentum of this matchup. I feel like we're about to go into multiple overtimes.
Yeah, I was going to say, I
playing out.
really understand what the confusion is here. Like, Team Detailed is just trying to get into their overtime comfort zone before they can close this out. They feel the nerves right now until it hits that 7-7 score, and then the world just unlocks for them. Something turns on, and they feel like, all is right. Detailed locks in. Also, I have to say, between the games, we did hear from KRYPTIC in Twitch chat. They did mention that they are not the team captain. They are simply Detailed soldier. So we have the brave warriors coming in here, fighting for their brave leader. I just think, I'm expecting 7-7 is just very obvious.
Feels right. It feels right at this point.
It is the grand finals, so if there was going to be another time, go into OT, it will be now, but we need to see if Team TRUO can find 6-6 here. I am stealing that Riker setup.
I might go back and break that one down because that Riker wave scan setup that we just saw from Team TRUO was masterful, and it got so much information. They know that it's either going to be a slow approach to depot, or it's going to be what it is, which is a hard hit on B.
What push is coming in now? Oh, trying to hold too many angles, and Team TRUO holding it down. The crossfire of doom. That was the Bermuda Triangle if I've ever seen it. Holding that site beautifully. Did they even take any damage? They took a tick of damage.
Zeus is down
That's
on
it.
the field.
And now K2 and AIRA just continuing to push out, swap side, swap to the other body, push out through mid. This is a clinic. They want to bring this back to 6-6. Cam, they don't want to go to OT. They just want to win the damn game.
Whoa! Dicey almost had that. The crouch saves K2 and makes it a flawless round, 6-6. And it's still winnable if either of these teams takes both next 2 rounds in a row. We will be avoiding overtime, 8-6 victory.
I cannot understate how important it is that Team TRUO just did that without losing a single gun. Keeping
Right?
the econ fresh at this point, absolutely massive. Huge play there from them, because I think basically every piece of utility is being purchased every single round. I mean, from that initially that we saw it in the trivia earlier, that 600 buy all the way up to 900 on the most expensive end of things. So being able to keep the money high, not having to buy those guns,
Yeah.
we are seeing the util utilized to the nth degree, maximum potential.
Well, what's also important to note is that when you die, your utility doesn't go with you like your weapons do. So that does help things. If you go out early in the round, you don't lose all of the utility that you ended up not using. But every single dollar not having to be spent is useful regardless. Listen, was sprayed out a double for K2. Couldn't quite get the triple. Detailed comes in and stops that one, but still a favorable trade on the market hold.
Yeah, and that's going to make Team Detailed have to completely rethink this push. Losing 2 bodies there. That one's going to be tough. Oh, nicely done there from AIRA as well, baiting out the shots on the B side. Going to look to reposition this to try and capitalize, because they know if they're making a lot of noise like that on the B side, there's a good chance they're going to try and push it somewhere else. The walls are dropping. Now we are seeing the rotation over towards B. No real surprise here, given how fast the market play was shut down. Now the question is, can TRUO... Uh-oh. I don't think that's where that bounce meant to go.
A little bit underwhelming, but the Vector Wall is going to help them. They know someone's on the back of the side, but it doesn't matter. AIRA's able to get one. TRUO gets a second, but Detailed holding it down. Only one player left standing for it. Both units are up, but a 1 versus 3.
Zeus has been planted.
Zeus goes in. Here comes the wave scan. Got to identify both of these bodies. Will do so. The wall bang is there.
Hello?
I actually found the kill yet, though. Hang on. Oh, my God.
There it is.
Oh, no.
There it is.
Well,
Round lost.
Overtime locked in. Map point now for Team TRUO. It was looking very, very one-sided for a couple of
Match
rounds
point.
in the middle.
well, not locked in quite yet, Cam. We have to see Team Detailed get his.
Well,
back
no,
to this
overtime
7.
point locked in. Match point found.
Yes. Absolutely.
And
No, I
just from a competitor's perspective, knowing that you have at least overtime, like as a worst case scenario, is such a weight off of your shoulders.
Oh yeah. Again, I think we can look back to that round from K2. I know it's crazy to talk about how like one play can galvanize a team, but like Team TRUO was looking pretty down and out. It was 5-2 at that point. Coming off the half, able to completely rally on this, it really feels like they found their footing. The big thing here is KRYPTIC has not been able to have those same pop-off plays. That's really been one of the huge deciding factors here. Like, KRYPTIC has been such a menace, and he's used the wherewithal to try and shut him down. Seeing the push out here in mid. Doing so again, K2 just going a little bit bigger. There's no way he should have gotten that kill.
The backup, it's not just one person, it's not just a hero play from mid, it is a full designated team organized push from depot to mid control. These constant takes backed up by the wave scan. And now it's all into Dicey, 1 versus 6 to bring this into overtime.
Do it, Dicey.
I mean, that's
Do
light
it.
work for Dicey. I've seen Dicey pull back harder. It's fine.
You heard it there. Heard it there from Ben. Let's see what he can do. He's got full
Anyways,
shields.
so game 2.
that timing would have been so funny if the wall wasn't there.
Yeah, get him next time.
Yeah. I respect the attack.
Here it is.
Oh, wait, that's one. Calm down.
Five
Dice
to
cooking.
go. 5 to go. Absolutely.
There's one. Okay, couple of hands down. Oh, there's a couple more. Oh, there's the whole team.
Oh, you know. He got cheesed. It's not even his fault.
TRUO and K2 with 25 kills apiece, though?
I know. That's crazy. Total reversal from previous game where we saw AIRA just absolutely be the carry.
But I think that plays into the sort of storyline that we've observed coming into this grand final, is that Detailed, it's a good team, but it seems to be really hyper-focused on KRYPTIC performing well, and the other two teams supporting that, whereas Team TRUO is more of like a consistent mixed bag amongst the three of them.
Yeah, that was definitely my notice as well from the first game we saw. All three of them, again, the ebb and flow. When someone needed to step up, they did, but really consistent play across the three of them. Again, not that the members of Team Detailed aren't all individually finding moments where they're stepping up. They absolutely are. Yeah. KRYPTIC for a while there was stealing the show, but again, really well supported by the rest of that team. You know, Detailed sort of being that anchor to follow up off the back of the opening, the space that KRYPTIC would create. Again, Dicey had the moments as well. So I think the big thing here is I think TRUO's team's a little bit quieter, but a little bit more consistent in the play execution. So it's really going to, you know, on this next map, though, I think all bets are off. I think we all predicted this to be Detailed's map. They've won it twice so far today. I don't want to talk too more about it because I just kind of want to go see the next. I want to see stuff.
Even more than that, we're going to bring on even a more personal expert opinion on this as well. I'd love to bring on one of our actual competitors from earlier in the match. We have STEAZE joining us. How are you doing, STEAZE?
Hey.
Great. Thank you for inviting me on. Pleasure to be here.
I mean, you have plenty of time to come on broadcast now, you know.
Yeah. Unfortunate, you know.
No, yeah, come on. Speak up, STEAZE. You got to feel good about yourself. You got to, you know, talk right into the mic. You got this. No, I think, you know, you had, you've played these two teams a million times before. I mean, both in tournament and out of tournament. I mean, how did you feel about that first game? Was that what you expected, that comeback? Were you thinking it was going to be one-sided?
Yeah, you know, just going against TRUO again, it sucks. I hate playing against TRUO. I always lose the tournament in TRUO, you know. It's just like the running meme at this point, but you know, they're great players. I respect all of them, you know. I picked up a ragtag group of players like last minute, you know. Picked up the little rank stack and I said, heck it, you know. We'll see what happens. We'll see what comes of it. But yeah, I mean, it was a fun time playing TRUO.
Well, what do you think for that game one though? I mean, were you thinking it would be that close? Did you think it was going to be more one-sided on commons? I know last time we saw Detailed play on it. It went all the distance for crazy overtime. Were you calling the comeback in your head when you saw them down?
Oh, yeah. When it was 4-3, I was like, this is actually doable, you know? We win pistol. We can make dreams happen, you know? But unfortunately, we couldn't pull it out. Yeah, we just had a lot of solid single pop-off moments. And I thought maybe, you know, we could carry the momentum, but unfortunately, that wasn't the case. They kind of locked us down. We overbought after winning. Was it the second round where we forced tridents? And then we overbought on third. And then it kind of ruined our econ for the rest of the game. So it was kind of downhill from there. But yeah, I was hoping we could bring it out.
For Cameron or Paul, do you have any questions for STEAZE, you know, looking ahead to game two on, you know, the psychology of these teams, the strategies we should expect, anything you might want his perspective on?
Yes, is the short answer. Hey, STEAZE, welcome. Absolutely. No, I mean, obviously, again, you played against these players a ton. You just watched their first game there, seeing that comeback. In your opinion now, do you feel like, obviously, this is Detailed's map pick on paper, and they've been playing super well on it all day, as you've seen. Do you feel like TRUO and Squad have done enough now, both coming into the upper bracket and that game one, to overcome that, or is just Detailed Skyway, you know, just too strong?
Well, after watching TRUO hit the one tap, you know, the guy jumping across backside and then smoke shifting into CT, killing two more. After that momentum, it just kind of swapped, and then they just took control of that last commons map. But I think on Skyway here, if I don't know, I don't think these teams have actually, like, from my recollection of them playing together, I think the only time they've seen each other on ranked ladder is on Mill. So I'm actually more excited for Mill. I think Skyway, I think on Skyway, I think if TRUO locks down mid very well and they play with K2, I mean K2 being my old teammate, I know he knows how to lock it down. I know he knows how to play Skyway very well. I'm actually really excited. I think I kind of am leaning more toward TRUO and K2 on map 2, but that's just, it's because they beat me in round 1. But
Right.
it's okay. And with K2 being my old teammate, I mean I respect all 6 of these players, of course, obviously, but yeah, I'm kind of leaning toward TRUO and K2 on this one, especially after a comeback. It's so tilting to like have them come back on commons like that, and then going into
Right.
map 2 with not as much of a break as we've had in like the previous matches here. Yeah, I am kind of leaning toward TRUO, K2, AIRA, and yeah, that's what my opinion is.
I'm going to push you for one more prediction. Who do you think comes out of this game 2 with the most kills?
Oh, it has been a
Both
KRYPTIC show.
teams.
It has been a KRYPTIC show. I don't know. I'm excited for an AIRA pop off. I kind of want to see an AIRA pop off. I want to see they really enjoy this tier 3 force into like constantly looping their economy, hoping that they can string some rounds together, maybe pick up some tier 4s off the ground. I'd love to see some crazy Tempest AIRA clips. I'd love to see it, especially on live broadcast. But
yeah, we've had a couple already, but who wouldn't want more?
yeah,
right.
What changed for them? They started buying Trident. I was seeing more burst rifles out of AIRA than I've ever seen before.
Well, with the Trident bug fix, with your clicks being properly registered now, it fires a little bit faster and it feels less clunky. And then the Tempest being ADS nerfed a couple patches ago, they definitely swapped over to being more Trident friendly, more Trident abusing, instead of picking up the Tempest and just one tapping everyone. But yeah, I've seen it a lot on Rank Ladder. If AIRA brings out the Vector v Vector, I'd love to see it.
Oh.
I would love to see it. AIRA has a lot of Vector tech. I don't know if it'll come out on Skyway, but you guys definitely need to keep an eye on B main on this game. AIRA on Ranked Ladder is just a demon in B main. So, observers, just take notes. Just watch AIRA. You see AIRA go B main, just know there might be a highlight reel incoming,
If we could pull up the map of Skyway 2, that would be awesome. So as we're talking about this, people can see that preview. I think it was you who did coin the phrase in a 6-man scrim versus AIRA at some point. You were the first person I ever heard yell, like, I can't hit him, he's purple. Like this dude's purple. Like there's something about, the dual amp visual effect that I think it might be a mental block for some players. How much of it is, their actual ability to shoot faster or the ability to reposition with that versus just the mental warfare of the purple glow? Is that really what it comes down to for you?
Oh yeah, it's definitely just a mental block. I see purple and it's just unhittable. I don't know why my bullets they just don't reg on purple. I don't know. It is what it is. It's the same thing with Pinnacle. You see the Pinnacle glowing eyes swinging around a corner. It's over. I can't hit that either. They're just so fast, But hopefully, Detailed and the boys, they can focus in and they can hit the purple heads. Hopefully, KRYPTIC keeps doing what KRYPTIC's doing. I don't know. Maybe purple is just a nice buff for KRYPTIC. Maybe that's why he's popping off so hard. But
let me while we have you here, while we have the map up, and we're about to head into Skyway anyway. We know that B main has already been not just AIRA here, but also previously we saw TENZ play a lot of B main aggression out there. It can be a very strong point of this map. What's your perspective of like the conversation that we've had of basically B main versus mid control on this map? Like obviously both are usable, both can be powerful, but what's your perspective on like one maybe being more desirable than the other?
Okay, I think as a defender, B main is like really nice and easy to take because there's just that one choke point you kind of have to focus on. I mean, they can go through like the upper ladder route in the drop and then take B that way. But yeah, I think just holding B main is pretty simple. I think AIRA said it best in a 6-man server once, that you just put your crosshair in the middle and all of a sudden there's heads in your crosshair, you could just pop off that way. But I think also taking control of mid also gives you control of Snake, which leads into A main, leads to easier flank routes, allows you to flank fast even as a defender. Or even if you take A main control, then this entire side of the map is clear. You don't have to worry about reveal walls either because Snake leads right into mid with no reveal walls. You can do this early in the round. But yeah, I think my personal take on it is that I feel like A main's a little more important because you also can take control of mid after the fact. But when you have a player like AIRA in B main, I mean, B main control is going to be nice,
Yeah, and I mean, this is obviously a situation where, and we've seen Detail's team really go off and lay down similar situations. So having someone that you can lean on like AIRA, who also can do that setup play there is huge. And one thing that we haven't really touched on so far, and again, I think it's a huge props to the Mountaintop team and to Spectre out here, is that it really hasn't seemed like we've had too many conversations around like teams preferring attacker or defender sides as well, which has been super cool. But I think for you, maybe for you, personal preferences, do you have a side on this that you kind of prefer? Do you feel a little, maybe you personally feel a little bit more comfortable on, or, and maybe then to extrapolate off that, do you feel like if one team gets ahead on attacker defender here, it could be a little bit tougher?
Oh yeah, I think I definitely would say that I enjoy defense more on this map. I think that's just coming from more of a Counter-Strike background. I like to start more on the defender side, kind of control the pace of play on defense. Take a lot of space or like take control of the space. Unfortunately, we didn't get to really show it off. But that's it is what it is. Oh well.
Next time.
Yeah, next time. Maybe next time. But I definitely like defense on this map. It allows you to explore your options, kind of control the pace of play a little bit more. But if they're feeling it with the Morgan TPs, I've seen some TRUO clips walking around on Twitter, where he smoke shifts into A link here, and then sends a second smoke shift into alley. It just gets crazy with the smoke shifts, just cause absolute chaos in A site. That might be their ploy. I know when we did play Detailed, we ended up getting map pick, and we chose Skyway, and they chose attacker side. So maybe Detailed has like a different opinion toward mine. Maybe they really enjoy attack side. They enjoy setting the pace. They enjoy letting KRYPTIC off the leash, letting him be that soldier that he can go out there and get the kills, But I prefer CT, but it could be different. I've seen stats everywhere where the whole game is pretty much 50-50, I think, stats wise, seeing them. But yeah, I think it's just all down to personal preference.
I think Detailed is basically a Pokemon trainer, and he hands KRYPTIC a brat and says, "Go kill," and then he just like sends him up through drop, and then he just makes the magic happen.
Hey,
Super
best
effective.
IGLs have
It's working.
made similar calls in a bunch of different games.
Oh yeah, they definitely have. They have KRYPTIC go kill, and then they have hey Dicey go heal KRYPTIC. That's kind of.
And then KRYPTIC go kill again.
Yeah. KRYPTIC go kill again. KRYPTIC reactivate your TP, but oh yeah, it'll be a fun time. It'll be a fun map for sure.
Wow, underselling Dicey, who was top frag for one of their matches.
Oh, he top fragged against us. Not just one of their matches. It was against us even.
I wasn't going to be specific. If you want to be specific, I mean, more power to you. Should we talk about it in more detail? No, it's okay. Was there anything, any secret strats or tech that you were like saving for finals, or like if we make it, I'm like gonna pull out this one crazy wall bang or anything that like wow, we had Mew robotics prepped, we didn't pull it out, but anything that you wish you could have shown?
Oh yeah. Oh, I was really hoping, we'd get to finals and I'd see Shroud in finals, and then my one and only game ever against Shroud in all of Spectre was on Skyway, and I picked Vector and I won V5. That's all, it's a story I'm gonna tell my children. And I was hoping to pull out the Vector on Skyway against Shroud in finals, but
oh, that's cool. Can we pull up the VOD of that match, by the way? Is that somewhere everybody can see, or
unfortunately,
darn.
Silly alphas and NDAs, unlucky, but unfortunate,
Yeah.
Why are you antagonizing? Okay, it's
if there's one player in this tournament I'm allowed to antagonize, it's somebody I know in real life who is STEAZE. So, I was secretly rooting for him just a little bit. There might be a tiny amount of bias, but it's okay. He's got him in the next one. He's going to overcome the TRUO mental block. It's going to be awesome.
Well,
anyways, STEAZE, were you thinking you wanted to join us for this game too, or are you going to head out?
Oh, I'm gonna go head out and eat dinner. I'll join the rest of these games on the TV,
Absolutely.
on the big screen.
Oh
Thank
yeah,
you guys for having me. I appreciate it.
All its glory. Anyways, thanks for joining us here. Fill in a little bit of time while we set up that next lobby. We're gonna cut over to it and get into it. We'll catch you later.
Perfect. Thank you so much for having me. Bye, guys.
Thank you.
See ya.
Cheers. Oh, well, darn. There was even a question I wanted to ask, too, but that's okay. We got to get into this next game. We got to get this next server set up. We got to get it going. Appreciate everyone's patience getting into this game number 2 here. And the question, maybe, Ben, maybe you're someone who's more familiar, because if I'm watching this, if I'm a player who's not necessarily involved in this first invitational, but I look at this, I see these opportunities these players are getting, what is your suggestion out to the community how they should look to get involved? Are there Discord servers? Is it streaming on Twitch? Is it grinding the ladder? For you, what are the things for players to keep an eye on if they want to get involved in competitions like these?
Yeah, so I would say this one is a little bit of an outlier where it came together very quickly. Really appreciate everyone's patience while we've been working through some, technical things, figuring it out as our very first one. So this one was mostly me looking at players who had pretty impressive accomplishments, things that stood out to me. TRUO being our first ever player to hit champion both in alpha and then post-launch. Detail being our player who was number 1 in the closed beta and then had first player ever to have 2 accounts in champion rank. And then STEAZE just being the literal hardest Spectre grinder in the world, who has over 2 real world weeks played in match, absurd number, dominantly
Not even
number
in
one.
lobby, in match.
No, in match, not with the game open while he's doing other stuff, like literally playing games. Who's also a champion rank player. So I picked these 3 out for them to field teams. They went out, tagged some people who they'd played with regularly who are super high rank. So I would say this is not necessarily the normal way I would recommend, but I'd say getting a high rank, streaming the game is awesome, creating content of all kinds, but also for future tournaments, definitely would love to have some qualifiers, have something a little more formal for signups on that. So yeah, definitely people getting out there. Yeah, and Anti-Party is also linking it in chat, but our Spectre Divide Discord is a great place to hang out and chat with us and give your feedback, report bugs, all that good stuff. So yeah, we're definitely going to keep getting more people in as we get bigger and better. Anyways, we can get into the match.
And it is going to be B main push by AIRA, not with Vector, but instead with Pinnacle and a nice flash. No kills coming. Oh, well, I spoke too soon. It's going to be a double with TRUO getting a third. The momentum has not stopped on that long delayed approach to Skyway.
Oh my goodness, the absolute mad lad goes in, finds the shot. KRYPTIC there to follow up as well. We'll see what they can continue to do. KRYPTIC continuing to lay down the pressure here, as we can see.
Zeus is dropped.
POV. As AIRA continues to put down more kills downrange. Oh my goodness, KRYPTIC and AIRA just going back and forth. And the 4K coming out to start this off.
Okay, it's 1 round. We know Detailed are still really, really good on this map. So I don't want to call it too soon, but at what point?
First round.
Yeah, I'm just like the comeback
it's impossible
on
to come back from here, Cameron. You are so right.
Huh?
I said you're right. It's impossible to come back from this much of a deficit. Also, did Detail disconnect again? Hold on.
Oh no. All right. Keep
this going. All right, we are gonna check to see if he gets back. If not, we might be round 2 in the reset. For some reason, Detailed's computer does not like Skyway, but anyways.
My point is, like, it's
here.
still looking confident. It's only 1 round, but it's still looking really, really confident for the way that TRUO is playing. AIRA might not have top fragged the previous round, but coming back in this with a 4K to start things off, just being able to take control of this game, whether it's in the middle of the round on a deficit or in the very beginning of one, there's a reason why we have been favoring this team in most, if not all, of their matchups from the very beginning of today.
Oh no, Dicey. K2 with the grenade kill. Yes, Cam, 100%. There is a reason we've been talking about that so far. We'll keep an eye on the status here as we look towards this. So far, obviously, just playing slow, looking to play out the time, letting that reconnect come on through. We will keep an eye on this. As now the defenders, I think, aware of what's going on. Everybody trying to be respectful, but still going to look to push up here and see what can make happen. Oh, here we go. There you go, K2. Second time's the charm.
One of those times that you kind of underflick because you expect your opponent to react. But still, just a stable, solid play. Spectre eliminated. Nice to find 1.
Oh!
And a second. Okay, so the odds are evening up.
AIRA is there to pick up the return kill. Come in from jail. And now rotate around towards the A side. The collapse is coming in. As they collapse, the 1 player who is left looking to do this is a 1v4 situation. To get the Spectre out of there, just try and keep it easy. It's that fine line. It's the Goldilocks zone of keep your Spectre in play enough that you can use them to detect when your opponents are coming in, but obviously not so close that they're in danger. And that's really, I think, the balancing act that is Spectre Divide.
And it's a balance that even the best players won't be able to manage 100% all the time. It's definitely an extra level of skill
Team
to
lost.
this game. If you're first playing this game, if you first try it out, it's going to be overwhelming. Trust me when I say this, it's going to be overwhelming with using both units in an effective manner around the entirety of the map. Stick with it. It'll start to make more sense, and you will be amazed the plays you'll be able to make after.
Yeah, it's huge. And I think that's really the big thing, again, for new players who are coming into this. Once you get the hang, it's because, again, once you get the hang of it, the potential, again, and I love the fact, and we talked about this earlier looking at map design, things like verticality, things that aren't really a factor as much in other games. Places you can only access by chucking the puck, by getting up there, by utilizing that duality feature is so cool because it opens up so many other options. And even little stuff like we see, like the way a vector wall will, as it flies out, will drop and move around terrain, all that kind of stuff. Again, the fact that so much of the terrain here can be shot through, opening up that as well. Not destructible per se, but that would be pretty nuts. This idea that you can continue to shoot through it, how much of a factor wall banging is going to be as well. So once you get kind of those few things down, but really I think utilizing that second body, it's huge. And I'm so excited to see, again, we were teased earlier more sponsor or another sponsor. I'm personally hoping for something that is a little bit more on the complex end, that has one of your characters doing one thing that can then be utilized with the other, because we see a little bit of it right now, but I would love to see more of that, because anything that helps up the skill ceiling for any of these future sponsors I think would be super cool. So.
Yeah, like it is very exciting, and this is something that I clocked in the very beginning, playing a couple of rounds of Spectre way back in when I first tried it out, is the duality feature lowers the floor, because if you die early on, you can still play based off of that information. You can make a response. So, but at the same time, it also raises the skill ceiling because you have so many more tools at your disposal to make plays.
100%. And I again think, especially if you're used to playing 5v5 tac shooters, if you peak early and are knocked out, you're potentially sitting there hands off the keyboard for like the next 3 minutes until you're back and playing again. And that's not,
like 5 TikToks.
Yes, God, I hate that that's a unit of measurement. Thank you, Gen Z, we love you. But again, no, this time not only are you back in the game, but you can actually utilize the info that you gathered in order to make future decisions and calm and do that as well. And it was funny, I went back sort of on one of the breaks and actually took a look back at Shroud's VOD a little bit, just because I was kind of curious to hear what it was like. Surprisingly not over the top with the comms. They were pretty coordinated, despite the fact that they weren't actually being super verbal, super over the top, which I thought was really interesting. So I think it's going to be really curious to see how much of this is more like cerebral, natural, organic play versus what is hyper scripted, hyper planned out, as we start to see more and more of this competition coming out and these teams playing more and more together. Because obviously these are teams that are put together by these sort of team captains, but I'm really curious to see what happens once like more official teams start to form, because I think that's when, again, we're going to see just continues just more and more levels up.
Yeah, this was as Ben was saying earlier, a invitational with very, very special circumstances. But this is a teaser for what organized play could very well easily look like in this title. And if this is just the beginning, the potential for team play, I think is, I've been theory crafting a bunch of this for a while, but seeing it in practice only causing me to wants me to double down even further on that. I am so excited for the future of this game. It is such a good base experience that can only get better from here.
And I think the thing to remember too, this game has only been out, like
like a month. Yeah,
not even. I don't even think it's been a month. It's been hasn't even been 3 weeks. It's been like something, maybe.
Yeah, something like that.
Something like that. So the fact that we're again having this fun pop-off moments, I'm legitimately excited watching some of these plays. The fact that we're already having these and the game has literally been out for less than a month.
It's
I think
been 2
says
weeks.
a lot for what's going to.
I just
literally 2 weeks. So, yeah, hugely excited to see again how this kind of continues forward. Again, more sponsors, more maps, battle pass, skins, all that good stuff. So, yeah, excited for the roadmap for sure. And I know we're going to try and get back into this next match ASAP. Just to have that one disconnect because again, it's still only been out for 2 weeks, so we're still working around some of the tiny stuff. And Ben, we feel like we're going to be back there soon.
Yes, sorry, we were figuring some things out. Still trying to figure out what's up with Detailed. He crashed at basically the exact same time as in the first game. Finished round 1, boom, crash. We are going to just restart from scratch. We do not really have a lot of tools available right now as we're still early on. Unfortunately, just the reality of working with limited tools or limited resources. But We're going to get back into this 0-0. I do believe we're ready to get back into game in just a second. Yeah, so it should be good. We are going to be consistent with what we did earlier when this happened with Shroud. So in that game, we just did full reset, even though they had, won the first round. So in the same way, just going to be starting 0-0, just fresh game, go next. We would definitely love to have pausing in the future, would love to be able to remake from specific economy states, all things we would love to see. But for our, short setup, scuffed setup here, we are going to run it back.
And I worked at ESL for 5 years, and I know the Counter-Strike team, when they finally got that was like, trust me, it took them years and years and years, so don't worry about it too much. So yeah, awesome. I'm excited to get back into this, though. Again, starting things off 0-0, easy peasy. As we get into game 2 of our grand finals here. Again, reminding folks, $5,000 prize pool. The first, being able to put sort of that crown on your head for this first real
the first ever Spectre Divide champion.
Yes. Thank you.
That's what we're playing for here. That is called a legacy.
Yes.
Too much?
Exactly. With all of that gravitas. Thank you.
Good. I try.
Good.
Here we go. Same sponsor picks. AIRA still going with the Pinnacle. I imagine they're going to go for that main push again. Not just because it worked out so successfully, but at least according to STEAZE, it seems to be a hallmark of them as a player on this map.
Yes, indeed. Jump back into it again here on Skyway, the map that we've seen played the most so far, and one that we've seen played a dozen different ways, which is so cool. We've seen full sends in through drop. We've seen hard B main pushes. We've seen long lurks towards mid and A side. We haven't really seen too many fast jail rushes. I think that's sort of the one thing that we haven't seen a ton yet. Nor have we seen that cheeky box throw into the A site. We'll see if that's going to be the case here, as we are seeing the full stack here back towards the B site. Once again, team detailed on the attack.
So it's going to be a quick take of B main and a delayed wave scan to make sure that AIRA is in position to capitalize on it. But a counter wave scan is going to catch them out. They know that someone's here. We see the dual amp. AIRA is going to go down. KRYPTIC with the set. K2 answered with a response and got a double, but the push is still committed onto the B site.
Yeah, we're seeing the push go in, not able to keep the buff up going. That wasn't able to get the quick reset on the kill there. KRYPTIC still going through here with that Brat, an absolute demon.
Zeus has been
now
planted.
with the recall, bringing their
God!
players out. Does a ton of damage though before going down. The full swing coming in from the spawn, but the Zeus is in play. The rest of the defenders now rotating in. KRYPTIC actually a little bit far back, didn't actually get a chance to bring out that second body, so a little bit out of position here, but not capitalized on by Team TRUO.
Yeah, there was still detailed watching over the cross from this defender side entrance, and detailed gets the headshot onto TRUO. Answered back, but KRYPTIC is there for the re-swing, and it is going to be the round claimed by Team Detailed.
Am I crazy? Is this the second? He got a 4K in the last pistol round.
No, AIRA got a 4K.
AIRA got the 4K. That's okay. I got it backwards. The response now. The response.
This time around, 1-0 lead for Team Detailed. How are they going to pivot this into another good start? Because remember, they had a good lead, certainly going into the second half of the previous map before the comeback by TRUO got mounted. So they're going to want as much of a lead here as possible because they know no matter how much it is, it's not going to be safe.
Yeah, I mean, they were up 5-2 in that first game. And, TRUO were able to claw that one back. So we'll definitely keep an eye on this, not wanting to give them any room to breathe at all. As you're seeing the wave scan coming in, pulling this all the way back. Does end up finding someone, so knowing it's not a full commit onto the B side. Actually tagging multiple members here. Great use of that, swapping over to the other Spectre and having full vision of this pushing in towards the A side. You can see on the minimap the immediate response.
Yeah.
Team Detailed.
Yeah, I mean, throwing a Pinnacle cluster grenade on A main because that was enough pings to be confident that it was a huge A main presence from KRYPTIC and the rest of Team Detailed. So they have yet to make their way onto the site, but look how many defensive bodies there are just outside of A. Speaking of the fast recall,
Yeah.
Judd talked about that earlier. KRYPTIC considering throwing it over onto the island fast respawn.
It actually tried to, didn't quite succeed there. We're seeing now the push coming into the A site, but the setup is well and truly here. Beautiful time, flashbang. AIRA's going to pick that one up. The rest of the team's going to jump up here, shutting down the push in through jail. As we're seeing the tag now coming out multiple times on the wave scan, bringing in multiple bodies here. Surprisingly, not a huge deal. That was a little bit softer of a push than I was expecting here.
And it's not a bad pivot to mid after pulling all of the defensive resources onto A, but we're at 30 seconds left. They need to commit to a site, and they won't really have the time to get all the information to know whether, for example, B is going to be clear or not. It looks like they're going to go back to A anyway.
I think they were maybe hoping that there would be a bit of overcommittal and a swing back towards the defense. Instead, all the members of the defending team are still posted out here. But only 12 seconds left. Got to get the Zeus
nice.
in play. Will be able to do so. I think we'll have the time. Yes, Zeus does go down. The swing comes in. It's there. AIRA with a beautiful shot. Back to back. Detailed and dicey in quick succession. The defuse coming on in.
I mean, really good play by Detail to fake the Zeus plant to then get that first kill necessary with just enough time to get the Zeus plant the second time around. Regardless, though, AIRA still reminding us why they are such a force, and even though their score didn't look as impressive the previous map, they could easily pop off given the right opportunities, the right circumstances.
Yeah, I mean, again, had a 4K at the start of the last time, then saw Detailed do the same thing, or saw the other player do the same thing, and then come back and saying, look, I'm gonna raise you, and I'll be up to a 5K myself. So that's the kind of play that you need. Again, it helps galvanize the team independently as well. So being able to have a player on your team that you know can consistently pull off that kind of play is huge. And again, we're seeing back over towards this B-side play. We'll see if the defenders are going to play a little bit more aggressive. And yes, I think that is absolutely going to be the case. We're seeing that pushing up in towards the B-side.
Solo take of D main. The grenade going out doesn't get too much damage, and the wave scan is going to eventually find AIRA. It was an initial pivot over to that platform to the right to try and catch a quick push off guard, but they are sticking around. They want to take this fight, and the swing is going to land the first one.
Not allowed to do that. Oh, goes in, pops the Adrenalink, pops back out with the enhanced vision and movement speed, but shut down there by Detailed. Again, Detailed, such a consistent player, finding those headshots. Absolutely massive, and this opens the way to go in here onto the B site.
5 versus 3 advantage. Zeus plant going down.
Zeus has been planted.
No one's on the B site itself, on the defenders. So this retake gonna have to be fast.
Ow! I know the player's coming through elbow. Nice use there, though. Morgan Kit to push the player out. Spectre is in fact in danger. KRYPTIC and Dicey grabbing kills respectively. As Zeus continues to just chip away. They know there's going to be players coming in from spawn. They know they have to keep the eye on elbow, but drop as well, potentially open here. No! Nope, not even have to worry about it. They know exactly what the player is.
Lived by the Tempest, die by the Tempest. AIRA gets shut down. 1 bullet is all that was needed instantaneously. Round 4, Economy Surge. Who is going to be taking the lead as we head into the second half of the first half? Will a gap be formed in the scoreboard, or will it stay as tight as it did at the start of Commons?
I mean, given how well these players have played throughout the day, given how consistent they've been, how resilient to tilt, which I have to say is a big one. I mean, even when we haven't really seen too many massive mistakes, really. I mean, other situation, you look into sight, you look right when you should have looked left. It was a 50-50 chance. What I love about these players aren't letting those moments get to them even a little bit. Like, it absolutely can be frustrating. And we're not seeing that in the gameplay at all. We are not seeing any sort of undue, over-the-top like plays that look stressed. Like, you know, even when we see AIRA pull plays like this, it feels confident. And why would it not when you can pull off shots like that?
I'm not, like, a master at Spectre movement tech specifically, but, like, bunny hopping out to take a quick peek like that is some wild, confident stuff. KRYPTIC, though, answering back.
Speed, so.
Purple KRYPTIC, that's another scary sight.
I just love this. Again, I just love the fact that not only the utility, not only does it impact the map state, but being able to utilize it as a combat multiplier or a force multiplier when it comes to, you know, movement or shooting or gun speed. Oh, we're seeing it again here, popping off one more time. 2v1 in this situation. Not quite able to find the shots, but that is where having that sort of semi-automatic AR not quite as effective as Dicey's able to push in, gets the kill.
I think the commitment to the enhanced vision gave enough of a window for the attacker rushdown to really get an advantage there. I wonder if AIRA tried to be a bit too cute with it. We've all had those moments, oh, this is so clever, but like it takes too many resources in terms of time and all that stuff. But speaking of time, 35 seconds left. They might have taken B main. The team detailed still need to take the site.
Yeah, pushing in now, finally trying to leverage the angles here. Oh, the shots coming out from the Duster. Able to find it! Oh, the snap from TRUO. Huge, absolutely massive play. That's exactly what the rest of their opponents are. TRUO's now here trying to play both angles. Finds one. Can they find the next? Absolutely huge play from this team captain. Knows exactly what the opponent is. Gets them down one after the other. Absolutely pop-off play from TRUO. With 9 seconds left on the clock, they know the plan has to come through. They can hear it. Is it going to be a bait? No! Going for the full stick. KRYPTIC. Absolute nerves of steel here in the 1v1.
One of those coin flips. Was it a fake? Was it a full stick? But TRUO was not worried at all. One bit of 5k and a Zeus defuse to tie it all up 2-2. This is still so very close.
And that's what you love about this team TRUO. Any single member of their team, when called upon, can answer, can rise to the occasion, can step up, can pop off. Every single one of them has shown us that they can do it. And that's what makes them so scary. We know the team Detailed can do it as well, but Detailed and Dicey have really been sitting in more of these support positions traditionally today for KRYPTIC. I think we're seeing it on the scoreboard. So consistent here. Either KRYPTIC needs to pop off, or the two of them need to go off the rails.
Rifles on the board. TRUO still using the Tempest here.
I love it. The confidence play, man. He's just like, nah, I'm just going to clear. I only need one bullet. We're good. We're good.
I mean, it also, the back and forth has meant that both teams' economies have been a bit unsecure. So even with the economy surge, being able to afford full tier 4s across the board is not the easiest thing to do if you're constantly dying and buying and dying and buying back, even with like round 1. So whole mine discovered, whole mine spotted, puck going to be thrown out across from Island, right in front of jail.
KRYPTIC waiting for the util to come through. Oh, but all located. That was a huge one. That big wave scan, catching multiple members of the attacking squad, making them rethink how they want to go about this. Does pop the adrenaline. Including the angles, that was AIRA once more, but absolutely slaughtered. Oh, I didn't even see the player that killed him.
They're not done. KRYPTIC on the send. 2 headshots with the Reaver, but TRUO answering back. The Tempest, like you said, only 1 shot is necessary if it's in the dome.
Was the Zeus dropped up on the high ground, though? That's something that's going to have to be thought about here as the rotations coming through spawn. Oh, my goodness.
No, it's not on the high ground.
Okay.
It can't be on the high ground. If it was on the high ground, because there are no Spectres left, it would be reset back to spawn.
We'll be able to go through and grab it here. For that moment. You go pick that up, get that in play. 2v3 situation. Great flashback coming out, though. Perfectly timed from the defenders. AIRA, absolutely clean. That's exactly what they needed, because KRYPTIC looked like they were about to start building momentum, Cam. You cannot let that happen.
Yeah. I just, again, to that moment about the Zeus and understanding the mechanics around it, it's such an important thing to know, especially as a new player, on how the Zeus works on a couple of small key details like that. So if there's ever, most of the time, it's not something that you can really control or like specifically play for, but if there's ever a concern that the character holding the Zeus will go down, try and avoid them being on the high ground so you can avoid running into the awkward moment, the walk of shame, going back to attacker spawn when there's 20 seconds on the map.
Yeah, that's not an ideal situation. And one thing I do want to point out, because we haven't actually talked about it at all here, we talked about the economy quite a bit, but you can actually buy weapons for your teammates in this game as well, which does help sort of offset something we haven't talked about, something that I know from Valorant personally that I absolutely adore, and I'm so glad it's been carried over here, but I'll put that aside for now because we've got a player going purple. We got AIRA on one side. We got KRYPTIC on the other. Who can pop off first? Who can find the moment? Or will they find each other? But no, instead it's team... Oh my god, it's Team Detailed across the board, taking the pain to Team TRUO, and they just took over.
There's a okay, I was gonna say there's a Crusader right in front of KRYPTIC, and he kept the Whisper, but you know didn't want to overextend to grab that. It looked like potentially a love of the suppressed SMG, but it's scary whenever KRYPTIC goes purple. That's always a scary sight.
Now with the Blackout in hand, my personal favorite of the ARs, and then one a lot of the top players do tend to enjoy as well, that higher rate of fire, a little bit easier to control the spray. Again, it really comes down to, I think, also a confidence play, or just for fun, quote unquote. I know a Reaver for a lot of folks is something that they enjoy using just because of that one-shot potential. Those pop-off plays, finding those headshots. So we'll see if that stays in the hand there. I imagine it will. How it'll be utilized as we're going into this. Cam tied up 3-3. It literally does not get closer. Of course, Team TRUO up 1-0 in this series. Detailed and Crew, they need to go off here. They need to start off at the end of this round right, and they need to go into pistol strong.
Place, Wavegang going out. TRUO finds one, but gets traded, but AIRA is still there. Well, not anymore. Detailed takes care of them. What? This is awkward. Okay, so if you're able to find lineups that you can land wave scan on top of things to make it more difficult for enemies to shoot and take care of it, those are key lineups to try and remember.
That is a monstrous lineup. Oh my goodness. Oh, the distraction? Oh, that timing was almost flawless. Who's this player down in mid? Actually leaving an opening here. Now drop is being taken. Drop is open. This is massive. This is the exact opening that they need. Take over the B site, knowing that they have a clear path in. But will it end up being a bait? I'll laugh if this ends up being some sort of like crazy cross-map play over to the A side. But no, instead, Cam, why go crazy? Let's make it simple.
Keep it simple. The wave scan's not going to spot the player sitting behind the box.
No. They think it's clear. They think it's open.
Yeah, they think it's completely free. The Zeus does go down, but K2 finds KRYPTIC.
Now the Zeus is in play. Nice flash coming out there, delaying the slowing at KRYPTIC. The long-range shots, absolutely flawless. Holding down at this side of the map. The rest of the team going in here, trying to clutch up the defuse. They're able to do so through the smoke. Can they find the player forced off of it now, going back into the defuse, trying to find the tap in response. No, KRYPTIC just going too big. Oh my goodness, this player does not stop.
Yeah, and Dicey as well, a really good push in from B main to make sure that the retakers didn't have full control of even half of the site to get that defuse of the Zeus. Side swap now, 4 versus 3 advantage. It is an advantage, but it's the narrowest of one. So even here, I don't think Team Detailed can be too comfortable.
No, I would think not. It's so funny. We came in today, we're like, yeah, this is going to be fun. It's a community tournament, etc. Don't have to get too crazy. Cam, I'm finding it so hard to control my hype right now. I'm sorry. These plays have just been so nutty. And seeing some of these individual players just have these pop-off moments. Again, KRYPTIC, we've seen what he can do here at drop. The only reason it's not going to happen is because the team is very smartly over a day.
There it is, another wave scan area that cannot get cleared by the opposing side. Spot a couple of members in jail. I don't know if KRYPTIC's secondary unit was recognized. But smoked off regardless. But nice detail from KRYPTIC, but didn't expect the re-swing by AIRA. But still, it's all coming up yellow in the kill feed. Go back to AIRA. AIRA's popping off. Zeus still needs to get planted.
Still hasn't gone down. Still plenty of time on the clock, though. We're seeing both teams just trying to posture and position in around mid. Nobody wants to overcommit to this A site. It is a wasteland right now. The body's just lying there. Sort of an indicator of the skirmish that started us off here in this round. A minute left on the clock. Instantly dealing with the wave scan. Still, intel gathered. Oh. You shouldn't be allowed to do that, AIRA. That's not cool.
You agree? Here's the push. And the Zeus being dropped behind Jail is very, very awesome.
Seeing trades coming back and forth, though, from both sides. 36 seconds and counting. The Zeus being down here. So difficult. But if it's anyone who's going to make it happen, AIRA, who has been so consistently popping off, they don't realize there's a first player there. They spot them both. This gets the first one. That's 5. Would it be an ace for the win? Can they make it happen? Needs to go in. Picks up the gun. No, the timing. But AIRA with the 5K. Oh, no. KRYPTIC, absolutely nutty there at the end with the brat of all things, too.
I don't know where to go from here. What team has momentum? It's so back and forth. I mean, yeah, it's team detailed 5-3, but so many of these rounds still are so close for Team TRUO, and I think if they can win this next round, team detailed, then we'll say it could be a confident enough lead to go ahead with the win. But man, the comeback potential from TRUO we know is going to be up there regardless.
And I think at this point, too, it's, you know, we knew going into this was detailed map. They've won on it so far today. They are the favorites going into this. But so many of these rounds have hung on a knife's edge. And it really just comes down to which individual player can step up in that moment. And I think which one can play their life that little bit better. Because we've seen so many players not necessarily succeed on the first round. But it's when they come in, it's when they bring in that second body to do the work. Though, if you're detailed, you're just limiting those options like crazy because picking up multiple kills in the mid. Good luck trying to push them in there. Oh, and not having detailed, getting punished for it, though. So focused on that other Spectre, and that's the danger. You don't get that warning. You don't know what's going on. But instead, ooh, nice shot.
That hipfire hit the head, so quite a bit of damage onto KRYPTIC, but KRYPTIC still finds the second on the K2, unable to get traded. Ooh.
Just continuing to posture here in jail, wanting to make it so that the opposing team, Team TRUO, is not confident to push in onto this A site. He is completely clear, but the Zeus is here. The Zeus is at A. They have to commit now. KRYPTIC is continuing to put up the damage. The Buzzsaw back in hand, going purple, continuing to extend the buff. Only 22 HP. Continuing to put it down. With that, the kills come through detailed. The final one, 6-3 Cam. You said that would be the break point for you. It's going to take, I don't want to say a miracle, but something close for Team TRUO to bring back this game number 2 and clutch at 2-0.
With 2 rounds lost in a row, they have full armors gifted to them as a helpful comeback mechanic. It's not quite the economy surge, so I don't know how good of a buy they'd be able to come into this next round with it. And also, as far as tilt goes, this was detailed, like Team Detail's map that we expected to go their way. So hopefully, if it does end up tying it up 1-1, maybe I'm talking too ahead of myself here, but if that does happen, Team TRUO hopefully will be able to reset going to map 3 mil.
Which they
we'll see if they let it go that way to begin with.
I mean, you don't want to think that way. You always want to believe you can come back. You never want to until it's over. We've seen crazy comebacks. I mean, the 9-2 meme exists. You know what I mean? Like, we've seen some nonsense in tac shooters over the years.
And we saw a comeback in game 1.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah, they can wave scan catch someone at mid. They're taking more space to counter wave scan back. Pushes them away.
Very quiet opening. All the members of the attacking squad over here towards A, looking for this opening pick. They're wanting the defenders to get a little bit cocky, a little bit over aggressive. They're going to try and bait it here. Activate this, go in, activate the adrenaline, look to try and pick up these players. AIRA been doing this all day long, finds one. The smoke comes through, can still spot through. As we are seeing the push now coming in onto the site, going back and forth, can activate it a second time, but getting a little bit too cocky there, Cam. We've seen this multiple times now. Just trying to get fancy. Just go in and shoot. AIRA, we know you've got the shots. You don't need to go over the top with it.
But the trades are there. K2 is there to back AIRA up. And now it is a player advantage while the Zeus is getting planted. The lives might be the same, but the players who are still being favored. Okay, now it's a bit more equalized. But Zeus down. Advantage attackers.
And it's a 2v2, but also a 3v3. So again, keep in mind, 2 players up for both squads with 3 bodies total between them. Just sitting here, AIRA on this. K2 picking up Dicey, though. That one's absolutely massive. Getting that first kill, getting that advantage, starting to swing their way is big. And we're seeing K2 just continuing to put up the damage. Oh my goodness.
I don't know if KRYPTIC would want to go for this. Granted, I believe KRYPTIC, only has a Whisper on this unit coming in from that drop hold. There's no reason to save an SMG! And if you can deal any economic damage, that's going to be useful.
Clutch!
Now, in defense of the Whisper, I will say there is an interesting reason that you might choose to save it. Not saying KRYPTIC is the player who would do this, but that is one of the weapons that you're able to pair.
That you can get the prototype off with, yes.
So there is some small argument depending on if, hey, if we're talking about TENZ, someone who did play the op earlier, maybe that is valuable enough to want to save if you're going for that. I don't think that's KRYPTIC style, but for anyone in the audience who might be thinking, I want to save the Whisper. One consideration.
Yeah, that is something to always be thinking about at the end of a round when you see multiple weapons in front of you. It's not just, do I want that weapon instead of the one I'm holding? It's knowing what having that weapon allows me to buy for cheaper at the start of the next round. Oh, JK.
Yeah, that was, you know, maybe I'm good. Maybe I'm fine. We're seeing this now coming in. AIRA once again, just utilizing the full kit here, pushing in, super confident, but can't hold both these angles. The defense is there, detailed, finally getting traded back. But KRYPTIC and crew are here, looking to try and make this 7-4, looking to try and get on this match point. KRYPTIC making it look easy to do so, keeping that buff alive, staying purple, and now making this so much harder for Team TRUO to try and clinch this.
The Zeus is being brought through mid. It was a full rotate over to the B side. Well, I say that. The detailed was holding out mid. Catches the first. AIRA with the trade. Last player standing using the stim for a heal up. Only 3 bullets left. Should go for the reload.
Does have the Zeus. Does have the Reaver. Does roughly know where the opposing team is. I say that.
No, you say that.
They do not.
Nope.
Roughly no. Very roughly, as it turns out. Not expecting that rotation in through bottom mid.
Match point.
Oh dear. The proverbial caught with your pants down.
Yeah, not the most enjoyable feeling there. 7-4. Match point for Team Detailed. The comeback is not with like out of reach.
No.
For Team TRUO. I would like to see AIRA stop with the enhanced vision back and forth. I really do think it's a bit of a overcommitment onto that ability. You'd be surprised how much that swap can sort of delay not just the timing of the push, but also the mental reconfiguration of getting back into your other body. And they might disagree, but
no, there have been multiple. Yes, but there have been multiple times now where they've swapped back, and the gun hasn't been up yet when they've started to push out. It's happened. They've died at least twice now because of that we've seen on stream. So it's definitely been a bit of a factor. I get you got the enhanced movement speed, you got the enhanced vision, but like we know AIRA's a crisp enough shot. They don't necessarily need to worry about that.
Did KRYPTIC know exactly where that wave scan was going to go, stepped in front of it to not get spotted at drop? That is some insane game sense and understanding, for lack of a better term, the meta of Riker wave scans on this map.
Yeah, that one was pretty big, because again, that's... You would expect there to ping someone there, you know, and also to not hear the sound of having to rapidly move out of the way. Talked about this, though, from AIRA, and again, doesn't end up being the huge factor, though I don't think that was really a...
That wasn't an issue with the enhanced vision. That was more so just an unlucky angle of the peak. they
Once
start
again,
to add up.
certainly.
Advantage again, still maintained for Team Detailed.
And they continue to extend that. Oh no! And you'll notice there again, folks, if you're looking to improve your own game, hold that aim, hold that reticle just outside of the curve. Give yourself a fraction of a second to find that. And well,
Oh,
not saying you're
my
necessarily going to hit
Lord.
shots like Detailed, but darn does it make it easier. Holy crap!
Defenders have won the match.
There it is, Detailed with the 4K,
GG.
8-4, tying this series up. We are going to mill.
And to be fair, I think this is kind of what we expected or hoped for. Anyway, knowing that this was going to be a good chance that the Team Detailed took this map number 2, they did so in style. And now going to map number 3, now we have the question: does the map pick for Team TRUO versus the momentum of Team Detailed, what is going to reign supreme here in game number 3?
All I'm going to say is we still have not seen Team Detailed, recently do quite as much on any map but Skyway. So we haven't seen them really show, that they're going to take it on mill. I don't think we saw them on. We saw them on Commons, then Skyway,
Then Commons and Skyway.
So
yeah,
we've only seen these 2 maps from them. I don't think, it would be hard for me to predict really either way at this point still. I mean, I do kind of still think Team TRUO would be my favorite on that map. They looked really good. I think especially if K2's pulling out some Umbra shenanigans they're not ready for, I think there's a lot of possibilities on this. I don't know exactly what happened, or I mean what my expectations were necessarily, but I feel like I definitely expected a little more from TRUO out of that. I mean, he had that one, we remember he had that one amazing round. He got 5 kills clutching up on that round. They were not favored to win. There was a save round, and then he ended with 11. He got 6 kills outside of that one single round. Just felt like it was a little off that game, and I really hope he can bring it back for this last one, because he is somebody we've looked to consistently and said, this guy is like the star of this team too. I mean, how everybody else is obviously incredible, but hey, this is the captain. This is the guy who so often is the one making these huge plays. So yeah, I would love to see him pop off in this last one.
yeah, it's really hard to tell, because I think ultimately that last map, Detailed, we know that team is very comfortable there, but this wasn't the KRYPTIC pop-off show like previous Skyway performances have been. But it still, regardless, it still felt that they had all the momentum in every single fight. Whether or not Paul and I are a bit too precious, a bit too picky on the use of that pinnacle stimming that AIRA was leaning into a lot, because it does give you a good advantage, not just the enhanced vision, but also the move speed on the swing. It still felt that every round, especially from the second half on, Team Detailed had control of every single fight, even the 1v1s. So they might have looked, Team TRUO might have looked a little lost at the end of that, but again, we've seen so much like a solid foundation from them this entire tournament, this entire day, that I still I still think they're going to win mill. I'm going to say it right now. I still think they're going to be winning mill. The only concern is, can they reset in the limited time that they have between these 2 maps?
I think that's it. I was going to say, I agree. I mean, we've seen 2 teams be exceptionally dominant on 2 maps. We've seen Team Detailed on Skyway, and we've seen Team TRUO on Mill. And where are we now at the final game of the day? After this is our 8th, 9th match of the day, wherever we're on now, or game of the day. And at this point, Team TRUO, again, all the pressure on their shoulders. But I want to remind folks, again, this is the first round through. This is the first official title. This is the lion's share of that 5K prize pool. This is still bragging rights. Still being able to play on stream for all of you. So that's what's on the line for these players as we're getting into the last match of the day. Team TRUO, Team Detailed. Let's get this going. It's been awesome, Ben, being here today, checking out this high-level play. We've been theorizing about it for ages. What is it going to look like at the absolute highest level? And I have to say, Ben, these players have delivered 10 times out of 10.
I'm sad to see it come to an end, honestly. I mean, I would watch these guys play a best of 7, best of 9, whatever we want to throw at them. They can go all night.
I think maybe.
I mean, I gotta eat at some point.
Yeah, say I had a
as
kimbap
much as I
earlier,
would
that's
love
it.
to
Like,
be
that's
here.
all it's, yeah.
But give me like a 30-minute lunch break, and then I'll be back and ready to go for sure.
Be in there. Let's go. As we're loading back in here, Cam, sponsor predictions. I need to hear it from you.
Ooh, will K2 bring the Umbra back on Mill? Because we saw them use it before. Vector is still going to be used by KRYPTIC. All right. I mean, I only got 2 out there, but they're accurate, so yay me.
Nice.
Though,
Nice, yeah. Oh,
strangely enough, didn't AIRA use a different sponsor the first Mill that we saw?
I think they might have been Pinnacle.
Were they Pinnacle?
Or no, I'm sorry, they might have been Vector. I'm not 100% sure.
No, I don't think it was Vector. I think AIRA was Bloom earlier. I could be wrong. Listen.
No, I think you're right.
Paul is right, though. This
They were
is the
throwing
8th
down
map
walls.
of the day. So
we have had a few.
Yeah.
You going into this.
Yeah. So, regardless, they feel comfortable on Pinnacle here, even with perhaps a bit of a slowdown in their own performance at the end of the previous map. The pulse find from K2 immediately goes out to scan B main and instantly pulls to their other unit to watch A main. The only thing of a concern now will be mid.
Seeing the push coming in now through Banana. KRYPTIC going full aggro. Oh my goodness, the rest of the team is here. They know. Someone to follow him. Where's the peek? Where's the poke? The game of chicken pushing around the corner. K2's actually a little bigger, but Detailed is there to find the trade. Is already the push coming in towards Banana and the B site. Will there be an overcommittal, an over-rotation on the defenders, though? Will Detailed and crew hard commit to this? I don't think they will. Cam, they're already pulling back.
Nairo is ready and ducked. We saw them... sorry, Hall, not ducked. Hall, the opposite flank angle. But it is going to be an A site take. AIRA sneaking around. Those footsteps should have been heard.
Oh.
Look behind you. Oh, completely missing the Spectre that they crossed. Well, that was their teammate Spectre that they crossed, I think.
Okay, no, we're fine. Same thought.
I'm not sure.
Zeus has been planted.
Either way, the Zeus is going down.
Ooh, KRYPTIC and Dicey landing some really good shots. It's all going to be on AIRA now. 1 versus 3, 2 versus 4 with units, and a good cluster grenade. Been set up. Long range shots with the carbon. Not the easiest.
Yeah, rare miss there too. Not even missing a single one. Great use of the grenade, but in the end, just too many bodies here for Team Detailed. I don't know how they'll try and make this one happen. Well, the simple answer is they aren't. The Shiv comes in, twisting the knife on that first round. And I think, despite what a lot of us were expecting, potentially, again, predicting Team TRUO here, not looking quite as clean here on this last mill of the day.
1 pistol, and there were some good interactions at mid. It wasn't a complete fold. We'll see how they respond here. Oh yeah, it's going to be a full committal. The Tempest brought out by AIRA, or are they going to be the B main nightmare that we saw previously? No backup. Only 1 extra player at Banana. Okay, no, they back away. They're not going to commit to it. Which is probably the smart decision.
They're going to go through door.
Ooh!
Instantly coming out here. Looking to try and get that initial pick here. And there's a very good chance I think they do. This is not necessarily going to be expected. We've seen all those saves and not the first one. And no! KRYPTIC, what with the whisper at that range?
No justice.
Wow,
It feels like he
those
should
shots must
get
have
away with that every time.
Oh dear.
Now Dicey with multiple frags pushing into the B site. Basically claimed at this point. The main approach from the defenders that we need to worry about.
Going out with the vector wall here. Grenades being dodged. But AIRA slightly bigger. Despite KRYPTIC getting a little bit of the opening there. Dicey's just continuing to put up the shots. Both teams committing into the guns here in the second round. The Zeus is down.
You gotta worry about the flank from Banana. Dicey is able to find it, and then KRYPTIC holding the buzzsaw at the angle. Takes AIRA out. Dicey with the 4K to end round 2. 2-0 lead. And with that buy coming in from Team TRUO, the economy is a bit of a concern. Again, this is not like other TAC shooters where if you force buy after losing the pistol, you are out of money. You can still continue to buy. It just you'll just be waiting a bit longer in order to be able to afford tier 4 rifles.
Yeah, so I think they're actually probably pretty okay with that last round, even though it feels bad. You still expect to lose that second round after you lose the first one.
Right.
Your goal is just to buy light so you can come into that round 3. Your magic number is kind of 4,100 is what you need to afford a tier 4 AR pair, and then you get that heavy armor for free.
Right.
On that loss streak. So I wouldn't be too upset if I were them in the situation. You know, you see TRUO opting to buy a tier 3 and Molly instead of tier 4. Maybe he couldn't just quite afford it, but yeah, I think they'd probably feel pretty all right.
Maybe push onto the site. Only one person left. Try and defend, and well, AIRA's gone down. KRYPTIC makes good, quick work of them. A site claimed. Zeus going down. TRUO finds one in return to kind of even the odds.
Yeah, we're seeing the pressure coming in nicely. The K2 with multiple kills finally getting picked up by KRYPTIC. What looked like a really clean entry there. Caught off a little bit as now the rest of the squad needed to rotate in from B. Cam, that might be the fastest plant we've seen yet today.
Really, really fast. The M49 Fury pulls out, and man, very low fire rate, but if you boost it up with the dual amp, you'll be looking good. 1v1.
He shot. TRUO knows.
Yep, goes in, gonna go for this. Does have the grenade.
Throwing the bees!
Stick it. Oh,
Not
so
the
close.
bees! No.
So yeah, I mean, Ben, you're right. My math is poor. My understanding of the economy still has some work. We saw some tier 4s on the defender's side of things, but regardless, 3-0 lead for Team Detailed. This is starting to look a little scary for Team TRUO.
Yeah, and again, we had such high expectations for them. They've done so well traditionally on this map, and then the question became, TRUO himself not having really great game number 2 in the series, will that necessarily affect the mental there? Because you're right, he scored 5 kills in 1 round and then 6 in the rest of the game, which is a little bit tough. So having to try and push back this, AIRA's obviously stepped up in a big way, but I need to see TRUO put this, you know, like, this is his team. I need to see him step up. I need to see him pull off more stuff like that. I call, he answers, he needs to keep doing it.
Heavy mid control coming out from the defenders. They got a kill. They got multiple members of presence. Wave scan gets shut down before it can give too much information away.
Oh. You need to win that.
Oh, it's falling apart. No.
Well. This is disastrous, Cam. I mean, I know it's just a couple of kills, but TRUO and they not only need to win rounds, they need to win rounds dominantly. They need to start to build up some economy because, yes, even with the boost, even with the free armor, it is really going to start to hurt if they cannot consistently find some of these rounds. And now the rotation coming in towards the B side as well. I love this. Having the bot go in. Doesn't end up being enough, though. Great prioritization from K2.
Yeah, I was worried seeing K2 in the back of the site that the timing for Detailed would be off, but KRYPTIC is there for the response, there for the answer. Quick little wave scan back at mid to give some more follow-up information because there was enough time there for the rotate from the defenders. And there's another member back onto the site. The Zeus still needs to go down.
Still do they know? They do now. Caught with a grenade in hand, but a great trade there from Dicey. Exactly what they needed. And now it is a 2v1 situation. The stim is coming out. The Zeus is being planted. Both players looking to try and rotate, and they need to get this kill. Need to do it quick and need to do it clean.
TRUO is being very mindful of not stepping out into B main. Knowing there's likely an angle held, and indeed KRYPTIC is able to win that fight. TRUO not able to readjust that aim in time. 4-0. The streak has yet to get stopped.
Yeah, this is where it gets scary. This is where you start worrying about like true runaways where, you know, we saw in some ways I'm getting flashbacks to the match versus Team STEAZE on Skyway again of, you know, you just see a team start taking over. When does the momentum swing back? Will it?
It needs to happen now. They need to win this. I think, again, we saw 5-2 and still able to sort of come back from that deficit, which is not insignificant at all. But I think even getting up to 5-0 would be catastrophic if I'm Team TRUO.
Pulse Finder once again, looking at B main, giving AIRA the opportunity to push out of halls. pretty much for free. And now the search through Banana is going to get further information that it is likely an A hit.
Yeah, here now, haven't fully confirmed that the flash goes up the secondary toss. Just try and keep this pressure back. Will take some of this additional damage, though. Try and find the angle. Players poking in and around. Detail goes down first. TRUO is there. AIRA to follow up. There we go. That's exactly the series of picks they needed. The defender's not quite able to line up the angles. Now instantly rotating back. We'll see what the job is from these defenders here. Will they be able to find this pickup in mid? That'll be clutch. And they are.
K2 finds Cryptic. Now this is the Team TRUO that we have been expecting, have been waiting for.
I was going to say, one of the things we've talked to you about is just being disciplined in really little ways too. And I really love how on site AIRA starts that recall for their Spectre and then knows to not peek out, even though they know there's an enemy ahead. It's like, I'm going to wait for this to finish, then peek, because I don't want this long recall interrupted. If they die mid recall, they're going to make this long walk back from B. And that flawless round is unbelievable for them at this moment.
That is hugely important because Cam, if what is now 4-1, could very easily be 4-3 if they can continue this momentum. Keeping all of the guns, their economy has been right on the line. They've done a beautiful job balancing it, but razor's edge.
Yeah, it being a flawless is not only good for their mental and their confidence, but also, as you say, for their pocketbooks, for their economy, not having to buy up. Sure, I think one of them, is still on a tier 3, but that hasn't been a concern for them most times. Like, they're all so strong with the Tempest. I imagine holding onto that weapon and not forcing the tier 4 and giving themselves a little bit of a buffer going into next round, which would be the last round of the half.
Pretty big. And also, I want to call out, we haven't really talked about it so far, but obviously these players, AIRA, these players had infinite money on the tournament server, which means we get to see all the fancy skins. And I have to say, it's been so nice to see all the fancy skins. I can't wait to get my hands on some of these. Just as an aside, as a random note, I saw it in Lost One. I was like, that's a cool skin. Uh-oh. I don't think this angle is going to be. Ooh,
the timing.
Accidental best timing? Accidental best timing?
Hey, accidental or not.
You're lucky than good.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Cryptic's looking out. Okay, but that little scan by the Umbra kit is going to reveal that there was someone else on the B site, and so Cryptic cannot walk in without keeping their own head on a swivel.
Playing around this door angle. You hear shots coming out from mid as well. TRUO able to pick up Dicey. That's massive. Here comes the spot. And the run. Oh my goodness. Beautiful team play here. And just like that, the B site is wide open. Cryptic, the one-man wreck. Well, not even the one, but the scan to follow up, Cam. So many times we have seen this wave scan just open up the site.
Has been planted.
Knowing the angles of wave scans, that is a make or break. It's looking like for a lot of teams, not just on this map, but for all of them.
Seeing the pings come through now as Team TRUO all stacked together, unfortunately. They're going to try and find these angles, find one. The trades continuing to come back. The players closing up to the site. They're going to try and keep this going. Can't quite find the ace. Comes down to a 2v1 situation, but the Zeus is ticking down.
Wave scan not tagging. Going to be destroyed. 10 HP left. Has to go for the reload. The scan comes out. Baits the defuse to try and pull some targets into the scan to have the information on the peak and hopefully have the advantage. The round is lost anyway. 5-1 lead is still maintained.
Last round before side.
That's their team detail. They've winning 4 rounds in a row, had enough of an economy built up that even a flawless round wasn't enough to really make a dent in it, which means they were still basically even. And what you hate to see that, it's so odd, such a dominant series of rounds for Team Detailed, a flawless for Team TRUO. But Cam, right now, it's looking like a flash in the pan.
If they can end this 5-2, the comeback is possible. 6-1?
What is?
I don't know.
6-1 is extremely scary. You basically gamble everything on pistol at that point.
Yeah.
Because you typically expect that, the team that wins pistol is going to win round 2. You have, if they lost pistol and they're 7-1, you have to just all in, hope that you can make some magic happen. It's just pretty difficult position to be in. So
it's ballsy by AIRA. AIRA is still committing to the B main take, even though they've been shut down quite a few times up to this point. But this is leaving a gap at mid that is being exposed by Detailed. K2 goes down, wave scan over to A.
Seeing the pulses coming through, and I think, you know, Ben made a great point. Puts so much pressure on your future self if you let that get out of hand. Basically zero margin for error. In order to keep themselves in this game, Team TRUO, someone on this squad needs to go off. TRUO has had his moments. AIRA as well. K2, we know independently, individually, any single one of them can make it happen. Someone needs to lead the charge, and who better than TRUO? Who better than the lead captain to make this one happen? Streams off, frames are locked in. They need to continue to find these kills, and K2 to follow up. That's exactly what they're looking for, Cam.
Second, I thought AIRA was going to go for the enhanced vision play once again, playing behind big yellow box, but AIRA gets one regardless. Wave scan out mid by KRYPTIC, hanging out below duct, trying to get some information to figure out whether it's free or not to push onto AIRA's position, but K2 is going to be here. Oh, the crossover.
Uh-oh. Oh, Detailed finding an absolutely crazy opening. And now the shots coming in. Beautiful use of the util. Cam, it's falling apart. Detailed.
Zeus
Just
has been
luck
planted.
a little bit, finding their way through. Dodging, weaving. How the heck did they make that one happen?
Yeah, I saw AIRA's attention get split on that peak with the nanosphere, and then expecting a close player, seeing another player at A main. That is one that you need to have, like, a strong mental focus to be able to respond effectively to. But it's still tied up. It's still 2-2. Now it's still 1-1. But no, Detailed doesn't let us get any build up on the hype on the retake. It's just going to be a 6-1 lead on the half.
Switch.
Well, I have to go back to a comment you made too, talking about, hey, these guys did have a lot of money on the tournament server, and they got some great outfits going. Detailed, I think, might have one of my favorite. He has these matching two orange bodies together. I love seeing them in the scoreboard. They, you know, they say in life it's drip or drown, and by God, Detailed is floating.
I'm going to steal that. That's too good. I mean, they say skins for the win, and, you know, I love it. And the fact in this game, too, you can customize every single element of it. So, gotta love that as well. As we get into what could be some of the final rounds of this. Team TRUO, so many of us identified as the favorites, needing to step up and then some as we get into the pistol round here. Game number 3, the grand finals, the first invitational. Can they make it happen? Cam, it all comes down to these next few seconds.
Defenders take mid B, attackers are going A. A tale as old as time, and TRUO is getting the frags, getting the entries.
Ooh, and they're making it happen. Just brute force right down in, right to yellow box, right on the site. Follow up there as well, and that's how you get it done. Zero margin for error, zero room for mistake, zero space for doubt. You have to have full confidence in your ability to get it done. Clutch or kick, Cam, it comes down to this. Still 3 bodies left, though, to try and throw at this. Will it be a problem for Team TRUO? They need to get this first pick on the retake.
A little bit of jump spotting by KRYPTIC at mid. Yep, there it is, waiting for it. Has the amp, the dual amp coming out, and the swing over to the right. Trying to bring this one back, but it's not going to be the case. It's all down to Detailed and TRUO with the 4K. The captain bringing the team back into this game, not letting it fall out of reach. It is still an uphill battle, but they have the economy advantage to try and tie things up.
Bye. That's what they're going to do here, and they absolutely need to. They need to keep the momentum. They need to take advantage. Not only do they need to crush this round, but they then need to respond to the inevitable buyback that's going to happen after that. Because that's that third round and a half, that's where things get, well, there's Dicey's in the lobby. It's going to get just like that. Because that's when your opponents are going to be on that tier 4, potentially, unless they also have to buy here. And instead, it looks like Team Detailed is actually going to save Cam. They know exactly that. That's what they're playing for.
Yeah, if you have such a round lead, you don't need to worry so much about stopping the comeback at this point. Get as much of an advantage as you can going into the next round with full tier 4s, full armor, full everything. So it's not KRYPTIC, but looking for an opportunity. Thankfully, K2 is back.
And I think you said it there. You know, the economy is not just dollars in the bank, but it's rounds on the board. all things to play with. Your HP, your util, everything is a resource to spend. And they are spending that here knowing that they can basically sack this round to come back with a gun advantage and then try and squeeze these last 2 rounds home. I love this play call here from Team Detailed, but it just means that Team TRUO have to work it out for them. They need to absolutely murder them this round. They cannot let them, they cannot lose any guns.
Yeah. Oh, and they should know that I was there. They saw the puck trail. I was able to get one. They're back with the second.
The opponent's won.
Already. Ooh. Not too bad. 4K for K2, but not quite as clean as they would have liked. That's a little bit unfortunate. Not even keeping one of those 2 guns across both players there. I think it was AIRA.
All right. Now here is the real test. They know they're going up against tier 4 weaponry. And their investment from the previous round is going to put them at a slight disadvantage. Because, like, unless they wanted a full save on the second round, they won't be able to buy tier 4.
You can't. You cannot do that. You have to push your round advantage.
Exactly. But that means that right now they are going to be at a disadvantage in terms of weaponry. So being intelligent about the zones of the map that they take is going to have to be what is on the front of their mind.
Seeing the traps going down. Defenders playing here. Banana going to be a key point of contention. I love the fact that we've seen a pretty good balance here. A seems to have been the favorite for a lot of teams, but we've seen a good amount of pressure coming in towards B as well. Playing around more of that sort of standard mid control. But we'll see if this play around Duct is going to be able to make it happen, and in window as well.
For a second, I got worried that TRUO is going to go for the reverse window where you throw your puck up onto that ledge, and then you immediately are sad because someone was watching that very spot.
I've tried that a few times. I thought I was so clever, and 100% of the times, it's worked 0% of the time.
The worst kind of clone, you have to say. Yeah, not ideal. As we're seeing now the rotation coming back in towards A. Like I said, this tends to be more of, I think, the comfort, but Detailed. What is this position from Detailed? Hang on.
It's a tricky one. There's very little defense. There's nowhere to go as backup. But if you pull it out only every once in a while and don't get flashed, it can be strong. But the takes are so powerful. Such aggressive maneuvers onto the site. Flash bangs everywhere.
Seeing TRUO stepping up exactly when he needed to. Beautiful play. Sitting in hell, looking to try and get a bit of a saucy angle, but the flash is absolutely flawless. And now Team TRUO is here on the site. It's 5-2 in terms of bodies. They know exactly where the defenders are. At this point, Cam, you just save. Oh, that was the answer. They're going to continue to go back in. They know they've got the guns. They want to try and make this hurt. But
that was so close.
Rare miss. TRUO, another 4K.
There was some, like, equalized polarization on that crosshair. It just wasn't able to get brought onto the head of the player at A main. It kept bouncing off.
Listen, all I'm going to say is that in Twitch chat after pistol round, I did see Spectre Expert STEAZE typed 8-6. That was all he typed. So we'll see if he's right. I want to get ahead of myself, but it's a good start.
That would be the most. That would be the second most rounds run in a row we've seen today.
I will say, like, STEAZE did hint at this matchup on Mill being hyped. Unfortunate that we weren't able to get more details on that, but I'm starting to believe now.
I'm not going to let myself, because the second I do, I'm going to internally jinx it. So I'm just going to sit here and float and vibe.
You're gonna pull a lead and just hope that everyone has a good time.
That's where I'm at. You know, that's where we're at right now. I just want to see us go to OT. That's all I really want at this stage. Can we get to OT? Can we go all the way?
The night is still young.
3.
I want more Spectre.
We'll make this happen again. As we're seeing the push out now on the B side. Not something we've seen before. It reminded me of TENZ from the earlier rounds, going hyper aggro on this site. Now the flank in from K2. Just keeping an eye on Banana. Like ships passing in the night, though. B is so awkward right now. Oh, Cam, they're not seeing this coming at all.
No, it's a big open gap during down mid through Banana or even the main mid itself. Spotted! Still, TRUO with the advantage. Detoad wasn't able to adjust.
TRUO finding 2 before K2 finally picked up. Finding 4! Oh, no.
Oh, Dicey, no.
Oh, Dicey, that's heartbreaking. And the flash as well, pouring salt on a wound.
And that's just, I think, is this the save? I asked in the last round. The answer is still no, apparently.
Still no.
Hard. I think it should be. I keep saying it like I want to will it into existence. I think at this point you just save.
There it is.
Or
They
just do
wanted
that.
to give
There
TRUO
it
the
is.
ace. We called TRUO out for having an underwhelming performance previously. TRUO is back. It took a couple of rounds, but with an ace, 1 round away from tying this up, I'm a believer. I am a believer now. Team TRUO is back. It was a small little trip. They didn't see the rock in front of them. They did not see the banana peel, but they are back on their feet. Moving on in. Coming in from the upper bracket, the dominating Team TRUO.
And from the upper bracket, from the top rope here after the start of this game, not letting them down. And I also want to say, I asked for Ace some sort of music or something way back in one of the earlier play tests before there was one. Coming in now in this patch, so very glad to hear it. That's what I love to see. Thank you so much, Mountaintop Team, because we love to hear an epic ace as we're coming now 6-5. The flash in mid, the defender's poking out. K2 finding multiple, but the response is there, but TRUO just a little bit bigger. KRYPTIC absolutely shut down in the back half of this game. A name camp we did not stop saying all day long. Going so quiet in this game number 3.
Now you got me thinking about potential future music packs for this game, where I can have the most obnoxious bass boosted sound whenever I ace.
Just bonk every
Yeah.
time.
Yeah,
Just bonk.
basically. But after all of that kerfuffle at mid, Team TRUO find an open ace site.
They're calling the save.
Straightforward plant.
Are they?
Zeus has been
I
planted.
guess they just
Surely you're gonna
stack
save
the-
this round.
Surely.
No, they're walking up.
Oh, don't. Guys.
I mean,
just
it is
play.
3 of them. It is all 3 of them still with 1 body
It
left.
is. There is. Okay,
true.
they all 3 have bodies. That's fair. That's fair. That's fair. I love the TRUO flank position. Oh, what is that spot?
I don't know.
All right.
That's
Little
silly. That's silly.
Giving KRYPTIC an opportunity. KRYPTIC, who I called out literally earlier in the same round, but getting cut in half. Collat shots coming through.
Tied
Team
up.
TRUO is there.
They got 3 kills on the approach, though. That was looking
That was
very,
big.
very close. If they weren't already on a streak already, I'd be worried about Team TRUO's economy after all of that. But tied up 6-6. It was 6-1 on the half. What a comeback.
And it sounded like you wanted to chime in on something there, because now's the time, bud, because we're
Oh, man.
coming into the potential end of this. 6-6 is nutty.
What happened? I think there's like skill vampires like between Detailed and TRUO. It's like literally like they just inverse each other. Last game we saw Detailed up top, and now it's TRUO up top, Detailed at the bottom. They're I don't know, something weird in the air. It just feels like TRUO's got some plot armor coming into this.
Does kind of feel that way as we're seeing the hyper aggressive defensive play. I love this, holding the angle for the teammate. The shots don't immediately find the kill though, and that's massive. Forced back. I love the thought though from KRYPTIC and crew. We've seen this played on B side, but I think that's the first time we've seen that hyper aggressive play in Barn.
Yeah, a little bit. They don't overcommit to it because the high ground catwalk area of Barn is a bit too much of a threat. But K2 finds the opening, once again, finding an exploit through Banana.
Yep. We're seeing first pick there on the Detailed. Again, once through the mid, but this time not done, completely hidden, not completely secret. They know they're here. The shots are coming through, picking up 1. Can they find the trade? KRYPTIC, a name I feel like we are constantly saying. Always making an impact here. Gonna smoke shift back.
Yeah, that was
teammate here.
the fastest transfer, fastest teleportation. Using a smoke to get everyone over, but Detailed is also here. Gets a second. Crusader is finding heads.
And the second it feels like Team TRUO is going to look to run away, Detailed says
Stop it. Stop it.
absolutely not. You may have plot armor, but I'm not losing this plot. Absolutely not. As we're seeing now, 1v4 situation, but who's going to do it? It's TRUO, the player who stepped up so far today, the player who's put in the hours, put in the time, put in the shots, putting this one away. Not quite able to get it done.
the lead not being conceded, and now it is
Match point.
match and series point for Team Detailed. But they're only one away. Last round of regular time could still easily be won by Team TRUO, especially with the economy that they've built up. They're going to be full buying into this as well. They're not dropping down to tier 3s, tier 2s after that loss.
Oh dear. And now Cam, I think is the biggest question we've had to ask this entire tournament. Because if you're Team TRUO, you're on a roll, you're on a roll, you're on a roll. Momentum's building, it's building, it's building. Confidence is getting high. Heartbeat, the adrenaline is pounding. Hands are getting a little sweaty. You know, the jitters may be coming through. How you can now respond after the loss. This is the question. AIRA be getting a little bit too aggressive. KRYPTIC taking advantage, at least K2 bringing one back. But I think there's a very good chance we see Team Detailed take this, being up 2, right, or
2 kills to 1, yeah.
This, but it's going to be close.
Yeah.
It's going to be real close.
Yeah, really strong hold, and now the approach from the attackers is going to have to be rethought. They're pulling the Zeus out of A main, going to go back up through mid. They hoped, I imagine, that the conditioning up Banana would have been enough to pull the resources away from A, but the gamble didn't work out, or rather, it might have worked out if it was a gamble for Team Detailed. But coming up mid, coming up through exhaust, A2 is looking for the opening once again. Ooh, it traded by TRUO, but still, with the advantage maintained.
And the big thing here, of course, it's while it's 3v4, it's 3 active players versus 2 bodies. Well, as I say that now, 2v2 situation is TRUO is picked off. Detailed stepping up here, the team captain. They know exactly who these players are. The flash comes in, beautifully timed. That is absolutely massive. That was the kill they needed. But now the crossfire, the angle is there. Not expecting the player to still be on site. It all comes down to this. Zeus Carrier is killed. These final shots, these final moments. Will they be able to bring this one back? The players flood the site, and that's going to be the match. Detailed and team get it done.
Coming in from the lower bracket, 8-6. It could not be closer in the grand final, the third map of the grand final. Mill is where they meet. The first time we see Team Detailed on this map, and they come out with a victory.
Unbelievable ending to that series. I mean, like, couldn't have asked for it to be more of a nail biter all the way through. I mean, it looked like it might just be a runaway whole time.
Yeah.
And then pulling it back all the way from, having a single win on that, or sorry, so it was 6-1, right?
6-1,
the first half? Yeah.
6-1.
I mean, we were talking about how scary it would be if they didn't win that pistol round, how scary it would be if they went down, but they did, and they kept winning. And I really thought, STEAZE was right in the end. It was 8-6, maybe just not quite how he predicted. So,
well, did he put a name to it, or was it just the implication?
Technically not. Technically, he has plausible deniability. He can claim it was going either way, but I think we knew what he meant. But yeah, what an absolutely ridiculous end to it. I mean, I cannot believe how well TRUO was playing for the first, almost just all that second half was just unreal. Some of those rounds just felt like he was pulling them out of absolutely nowhere and making magic happen. That was a really unbelievably exciting one.
I mean, I feel like if they had been able to pull off that comeback, that would go down and sort of set the precedent, I think, for Spectre Divide. Big plays, big moments to look back on, you know what I mean? And even still, I think what both teams are able to put up here, I think are going to be part of highlight packages for a long time to come, or I hope so, for sure, because both of these teams put up some seriously impressive plays. And again, the fact that they were able to maintain those angles, those lines of sight, maintain that composure, despite everything falling around them, the flashbangs, the smokes, the walls, the grenades, everything flying at them, both teams really put up a fantastic showing, did themselves proud. But in the end, Team Detailed, despite getting knocked down to the lower bracket, after a crazy OT finish, clawed their way back, not only got the redemption against Team Shroud, but able to take down Team TRUO in the upper bracket on a map that they've done nothing but win on today.
Yeah.
I mean, when you're sort of checking your boxes on everything you want to do in a tournament, you've just won it, bingo.
Yeah. And you can't even call it like a lucky bracket, which is hard to call with a 4-team bracket anyway, but Team Detailed beat and eliminated
Gauntlet.
all 3 other teams here. Like, that is an undisputable victory at this event.
And we can't call them Skyway frauds anymore. They did win on Mill.
Yeah, that too. That's all.
So,
that is also arguably more important. They're not one
Although-
tricks anymore.
I mean, can we truly call them the best team if they never won on Metro? I don't know. Next time
For the next
there will
one,
be
teams pick Metro. Just
more
once.
opportunities.
Just saying.
But yeah, I thought this was really exciting. I mean, and you know, I shout out to all these players too, coming out on a weekday, taking time out of their schedules. Many of who have jobs detailed. I know, you know, took a sick day for this. I know there was other people too. You know, this is not a bunch of professionals, super, you know, storied in esports necessarily, who are coming in with, you know, everything like backing them up. You know, it's people who are taking time out of their real world lives to come play and compete and really making it happen. I thought like every single team today was super fun to watch, like pulling out their own unique stuff. Like I felt like that was really exciting too. Like, I mean, even that last game, that was like one of our only games that there were no repeat sponsors on either team. That's so crazy that like you had, you know, totally distinct reads on what was going to work both for like their teammates, you know, what like their own style and then their own reads on the map. It's super cool. So I thought that was about as good of a finals as you could ask for.
Still no Mew.
Yeah.
So no Mew, only one.
That's I want to see more of that. Patches plushies. All right. Shop dot out and top. No, okay.
Yeah, so hopefully soon.
Making that joke.
I need it. I need
making that joke until it's real.
I need more plushies.
Yes, absolutely. Go for my cat who may be making an appearance on the stream here shortly. No, I think that was just overall just sick. I mean, again, this is from the start, basically everything you could ask for. You know, seeing these players have been putting on the hours on ladder, showcasing their skills. Veteran pros across multiple games in esports also showing up and putting up a crazy impressive performance. I think if I'm a new player looking at this, I'm seeing the potential not only for fun, fast moments that, you know, individual skill will carry you, but also seeing, I think, just the first inkling of where this can go, seeing the crazy setups, the executes, the site fakes, all sorts of stuff. That's the one thing I kind of think we still can see a lot more of. I didn't really see a whole like one or two players make a ton of noise, and then like Mew fast, you know, quick recall zone, everybody's over on the other site. Like we didn't really see a ton of that too much here. It was definitely played a little bit slower, like more like mid into one. But I think again, as the game continues to progress, maybe we'll see more of these kinds of sort of crazy back and forth sort of site shifts. So I'm excited to see that as the game progresses as well.
Yeah, and I think exactly what you were saying too. I mean, like that is, I think, the dream when the mechanic was made, this idea of like it being something that is like approachable for a really brand new player of the genre. Cool. You know, you're avoiding that pain of I die once, I'm just sitting around watching my teammate. You have more time, more agency to play yourself. That's super cool. Just not having to watch as much is great. But then for that high skill player, you know, the nuance and ways you're able to use that mechanic and just make those crazy things happen, I think that is really untapped still, and there's so much more to go. I mean, we see some amazing things happen today, but definitely still a lot, I'm sure, will be discovered as we continue down the history of competitive Spectre. And I do have the honor of welcoming on our victorious team captain. Detailed himself is here. Detailed, welcome. How are you feeling right now?
Very good, very good. I'm glad we won that.
Congratulations.
Yeah, how are you feeling in that last game? Was that getting a little nerve wracking there? Were you sweating at all in that second half, or were you
we just
the whole time thinking,
we're
letting them make it close?
Yeah, we were getting a little bit nervous, and then we just had like a pep talk during the phase because we were just noticing how they were just like defaulting, playing very slow. So I told them to decide to keep aiming very fast, and it started working out because in tournaments people tend to be nervous, so like they don't expect to get peaked fast when you swing them and at the beginning of the round. So we're just playing aggressive by throwing them off the last few rounds.
Seems to have worked out. And also, you guys kind of back to back there at situations where it was like most of their team alive and only like two of you guys alive. You decided like not to save, just keep going in. Was that just the decision to like just see if you could mess up their economy more, or like what was the decision there to like not go for any saves? Because you guys went all aggro every single round.
Yeah, we decided to play more towards their economy, like destroying their economy. So that's why we just risking 2v5s or not, pretty much. Or we have very confident just trying to clutch a 2v5 most of the time.
Love it.
So from your team, I don't think you would be surprised by this, but KRYPTIC is the standout player. From them, I'm going to say the Cameron Davis MVP of the match. I'm not going to co-sign Mountaintop by saying this. But what is it like leading this player? Does he call a lot of his plays himself, or is it more of a collective process of setting him up for all the success that he has on those aggressive pushes? Because getting multiple 30+ kills in a single map is very huge consistently.
So the thought process is, I usually just tell Justin to do his own thing, or KRYPTIC, and then me and Dicey will just work around the map, so you can just lurk and get a couple angles. And sometimes I have moments too. I'll just like stare at the map and I'll just look at him what he's doing. And I'll tell him the time and when to throw in the util. While I throw in my util, and he gets a lot of kills. Of that. So example like the one in the Shroud match we faced.
Yeah.
As you saw, he got an ace on A main. I told him, let's pick A main together, just bait me, and he got 6.
Right.
Just,
So very much a collective process, like understanding how powerful he is as a player, how powerful he can be, and just doing all you can to facilitate that further.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Love it.
Okay,
I mean, it's so successful. Like, can't criticize it at all.
Thank you.
You feel like your team ramped up during this tournament? I know that first game against Shroud was kind of a heartbreaker in overtime. Did you feel like you guys were getting more confident as you went? Was it, you're feeling good the whole time, and that one was just kind of a fluke game? We don't talk about that one.
I mean, after we lost, we kind of all got mad at each other because that match we were just making a bunch of mistakes, and then we just went quiet for like 10 minutes. And then the STEAZE game, after we won, I think it was 8-2 or 8-1, we were very happy, so the morale was up, and then the momentum from that game just led up to here.
Well, I mean, it showed. I mean, you guys stepped up in a really huge way. Again, I think, for this first round through, I think really showing, I know for myself and a lot of us who've been having questions like, what is really high-end, competitive-looking Spectre Divide going to look like? And again, showing a really great example of that here. So yeah, again, no real more questions for me, just big props, big ups. You guys absolutely deserve that win. You guys fought tooth and nail. That was sick.
Yeah, it was very nice to defeat the team that won 3 tournaments in a row. It was finally nice to take down their crown. They're winning 3 last tournaments during the private playtests.
Yeah.
There definitely was some beef there. I know STEAZE mentioned it as well, that he'd previously even been competing on a team with K2, and then K2 joined the dark side. He joined the TRUO squad and took him down. So I know there's definitely a lot of fun there. I mean, I think that's something that was really exciting about doing this whole tournament in the first place, is that like you guys all do know each other and you're playing each other in this pretty tight-knit group. I know everyone kind of knows tendencies a little bit, even like having Pixel on too, and he's able to like call out like, I think this person's going to go here and do this, and like they always are looking for blank kind of plays. Like I think that's something that I've really appreciated about this community, is I've gotten to know a lot of you guys too, is just how you're all not just interested in playing, but really figuring out how does it all come together, how can we really support each other, do something cool together. So I think that was awesome to see today.
Yeah, it was fun. Yeah, I'm actually happy this tournament's organized. Yeah, I mean, it's nice. I mean, like, I kind of knew, like, we all knew how each other play, like, from just playing ranked each other. So people have, like, tendency of, like, just playing the same habits. Like, on the game Skyway, I knew AIRA or Lumi. Like, he always likes to pick B main, so we all just wait for him to peek. So we just play off picks off of that.
I mean, it worked.
And we all know, like, and we all know K2 just likes to anchor side, and TRUO likes to lurk around mid too. And yeah, pretty much. Even during attack rounds, we all know most of the time Lumi likes to lurk, while K2 and TRUO likes to shag one side of the map, putting map pressure. So we definitely just look out for him the most.
Detailed, what would you say aspiring members in our audience are trying to be the best at Spectre they can be? What's the routine? What do they need to do? They need to be hitting name labs. They got to be doing what? What's the detailed secret to success, or the cryptic secret to success? Anyone from our first winning community invitational team?
I mean, my honest opinion is just like, obviously just playing the game more. The more you play, you develop game sense, crosshair placement. I mean, aimless does help a lot too, because you work on microflicks, because this game is mostly on crosshair placement and microflicks instead of like less tracking. So like, it's just mostly working crossplay, just playing the game more.
And yelling at your teammates after you lose, I was told, is a pretty big part of your success. Okay, not that one. Okay, sounds good. Sounds good. We'll scratch that one. Cut that one from the record.
Yeah. Oh no.
Great. Cameron, Paul, anything else for detail before we let him go?
No, just one final congratulations, and
Thank you so
excited
much.
to see how you and your team performs in future events.
Perfect.
Which I'm also excited to see future events when they come out. But yeah.
Yeah, I look forward to it. Yeah, it was fun.
Try to
I'll echo
resist
that as well.
blowing all of your tournament winnings on Spectre skins, please.
I'll try my best. We'll do.
All right. Well, thanks for joining us. We will let you go. Congratulations again, Detailed, and all of your teammates for winning our first Spectre Community Invitational.
Perfect. Thank you. Have a good one. Take care. Bye.
Congrats. Bye.
And gentlemen, with that, we have concluded our long and lovely day of games. I thought there were some very awesome ones in there. If I could ask you one more quick question.
Yeah.
Going back, who was your overall tournament MVP? Was that KRYPTIC for both of you? I know Cameron Davis, you already said it, but we're going to go to Paul now first. I'm pointing in the wrong direction because my camera is mirrored.
Yeah, I mean, look, Detail was crazy consistent. Like, I think if you look at probably like averages over the course of the day, he may still be up there. But it wasn't just the individual plays from KRYPTIC; it was the mental impact of doing it. Like he won at the right times as well, and knowing that you can just trust a player to go off, it's just like let the dog off the leash and just go in, and really awesome to watch so consistently. Just such a dynamic player. But again, I think a lot of people could have made some claim to this, but I think we both agree, Cam. He was the one to sort of lock it in.
I think it's pretty decisive.
All right, okay, fine.
They're all good players. Yeah. We get
All
that.
right.
They won. But like KRYPTIC dominated multiple maps on their entire lower bracket run. It's pretty, I think, clear cut. I think it's difficult to make an argument for anyone over KRYPTIC.
We're going to let these two argue it out in the off time between now and our next tournament. I just wanted to give a few quick shout outs. Thank you so much again to Cameron Davis and Inverum. Paul, thank you so much for joining us. This was super fun. Guys got in last minute, really had to, obviously learn a lot about both these players and, some specifics about the game still coming into it. We're dealing with obviously some limitations, the technical side, but I think, overall still super, super fun time. Had a great time hanging out with you both. Thank you so much to all of our guests who joined us at different points, and huge, absolutely enormous thank you to Do Not Peek, Sir Scoots, everyone else in the gang for helping us put this together. This was like unbelievably incredible job from you guys in such a short turnaround. I thought this was a lot of nerves coming into this of like, oh my god, is this going to actually come together on such a short turnaround? So thank you guys so much for your help and your enthusiasm through all of it too, not just doing it, but doing it and wanting it to be fantastic. Like, we're going to make this great for you guys. We're going to buckle down, make it happen, even if it's, quick. So I will see myself out instead of waxing poetic about all the great stuff that went in to make it happen. So on behalf of all the Mountaintop team, thank you so much for joining us, and we will catch you for the next one.
Cheers.
Thank you.